Recording in progress.
And we are very appreciating all of your attendance today. Now, as we're about to begin, please do make your way inside the ballroom area and please do take your seats. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we are about to begin our morning. Kepada para tamu undangan yang kami hormati, kami mohon untuk dapat segera masuk ke dalam ruangan ballroom dan silakan untuk mengambil tempat duduk Anda karena acara akan segera dimulai. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin the sessions of this morning, please do come and join us and please do take your seats. Thank you.
Every decision today is interconnected. Doing business is increasingly complex. Outcomes. How do you match risk with the right forms of capital in an ever-changing world? Improve the health, productivity, and performance of your workforce as costs soar. The right advice is hard to find. But Aon goes further. Whether you're looking to manage risk or invest in your people, we help you act with clarity and confidence. Through actionable analytic insight, globally integrated expertise, and locally relevant solutions. The time for uncertainty is over. The time for better risk and people decisions is now. Risk capital, human capital. Better decisions. Aon.
Congratulations to the Board of Commissioner, Directors, and friends of Indonesia Re for successfully hosting your 4th International Conference. We at Aon are extremely proud and honored to be able to partner with you in your key initiative. I remember when we first hosted this event in 2022, and you have since inspired many of your peers across the various territories to do the same as well. I trust the presentations will be very insightful, and I wish you great success in everything that you do.
On behalf of Munich Re, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Indonesia Re on the successful organization of your 2025 International Conference, which is under the theme Empowering Downstream Growth in the Financial Sector, Advancing Insurance Industry Through Strategic Collaboration. This event is a testimony to your commitment to driving growth, innovation, and resilience in the Indonesian insurance industry. And we are honored and privileged to have the opportunity to support this prestigious event today.
Every decision today is interconnected. Doing business is increasingly complex, and each decision can have unexpected outcomes. How do you match risk with the right forms of capital in an ever-changing world? Improve the health, productivity, and performance of your workforce as costs soar. The right advice is hard to find. But Aon goes further. Whether you're looking to manage risk or invest in your people, we help you act with clarity and confidence. Through actionable analytic insight, globally integrated expertise, and locally relevant solutions, the time for uncertainty is over. The time for better risk and people decisions is now. Risk capital, human capital. Better decisions. Aon.
Congratulations to the Board of Commissioner, Directors, and friends of Indonesia Re for successfully hosting your 4th International Conference. We at Aon are extremely proud and honored to be able to partner with you in your key initiative. I remember when we first hosted this event in 2022, and you have since inspired many of your peers across the various territories to do the same as well. I trust the presentations will be very insightful, and I wish you great success in everything that you do.
On behalf of Munich Re, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Indonesia Re on the successful organization of your 2025 International Conference, which is under the theme Empowering Downstream Growth in the Financial Sector, Advancing Insurance Industry Through Strategic Collaboration. This event is a testimony to your commitment to driving growth, innovation, and resilience in the Indonesian insurance industry. And we are honored and privileged to have the opportunity to support this prestigious event today.
Every decision today is
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, we'd like to welcome you to the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025. Please be seated as we are about to begin our session this morning. To those of you who are probably still outside at the foyer area, once again, we'd like to kindly invite you and please make your way inside the ballroom and please do take your seats. Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang kami hormati, karena acara akan dimulai, kami mohon kesediaan Bapak Ibu untuk dapat segera menempati tempat duduk yang telah kami sediakan. Sekali lagi kami mengucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian tamu undangan yang kami hormati. Dan karena acara akan segera dimulai, kami tunggu kehadiran Anda di dalam ruangan ballroom. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are pleased to welcome our distinguished guest of honors joining us inside.
Selamat datang di Menara Danareksa. Sebagai bagian dari keselamatan kerja, maka kami wajib memberikan prosedur keselamatan kerja yang wajib Anda patuhi selama berada di Menara Danareksa.
Menara Danareksa berlokasi di Jalan Medan Merdeka Selatan, nomor 14, Jakarta Pusat. Gedung ini terdiri dari 22 lantai dan 1 basement. Terdapat 2 gerbang, keluar masuk kendaraan, dan 2 pintu masuk pedestrian.
Sebelum memulai aktivitas Anda di Menara Danareksa, ada beberapa hal yang harus diperhatikan. Sebelum memasuki gedung, Anda wajib melewati X-ray untuk memastikan bahwa Anda tidak membawa barang-barang terlarang, seperti senjata api, senjata tajam, dan lain sebagainya. Anda dilarang merokok di lingkungan Menara Danareksa, kecuali di area merokok, dan pastikan puntung rokok Anda mati sebelum membuangnya ke tempat sampah. Anda wajib mendaftarkan kartu identitas Anda berupa KTP atau SIM saat berada di lingkungan Menara Danareksa. Saat ini Anda berada di area Nusa Ballroom yang berada di lantai 2 Menara Danareksa. Seluruh lantai di lingkungan Menara Danareksa terdapat fire hydrant, smoke detector, sprinkler, paging system, serta terdapat 2 pintu darurat. Pastikan Anda mengetahui pintu utama ruangan Anda dan pintu darurat terdekat.
Apabila terjadi kebakaran atau bencana alam, maka tanda keadaan darurat akan berbunyi.
Tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Ikuti petunjuk evakuasi
yang kokoh. Lindungi kepala Anda dengan benda yang aman dan tunggu sampai gempa berhenti. Jika keadaan sudah kondusif, carilah petunjuk jalur evakuasi atau ikuti arahan petugas untuk menuju titik kumpul.
Tetap tenang dan jangan panik.
Segera tekan tombol emergency yang akan terhubung ke petugas keamanan kami. Ikuti petunjuk dan petugas keamanan kami akan segera datang untuk menolong Anda.
Semua standar keselamatan dan langkah evakuasi dalam keadaan darurat di Menara Danareksa telah sesuai dengan peraturan yang berlaku.
Your safety
And security
is our top priority. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Ini lagunya, lagu lama Tuan dari Jakarta. Saya menyanyi ya Tuan, memang sengaja untuk menghibur hati yang gelisah.
Tuhan hati gembira.
Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamega umbak menampur di salah karang, umbak menampur di salah karang.
Sayang sifat sayang sifat sakto mangemo nanam jauh mangemo milele lato sayang sakto mangemo nanam jauh mangemo milele lato sayang.
desa suka datang danang.
Ganang timpang tentang ayah bandingkan anak. Diberikan aku sesama
Manuk dadali, manuk panggagah napa lambang sakti Indonesia Jaya. Manuk dadali, panggagah jarana, resumption rukun sakabenda.
hirup sauyunan pahiri-hiri selitikan antis bela pati.
Manuk dadali, manuk sale kasih natria.
Bunga bangsa Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we welcome all of you today to the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025, empowering downstream growth in the financial sector, advancing the insurance industry through strategic collaboration. Now, before we begin, if you're feeling excited today, let's give a big round of applause to all of us joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to join us here. Now, my name is Sasha Lauder. It is such an honor for me to guide you through today's very full agenda designed to foster insights, innovation, and also synergy across the insurance industry. Now, before we begin, I'd like to also take this time to extend our deepest appreciations to all of the VIP guests who are here with us today. Good morning and welcome to our distinguished guests. From the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Misbahkun, the Chairman of Commission 11. We'd like to also welcome representatives shareholders from the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise of the Republic of Indonesia and Danantara. Thank you so much for joining us today. From the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, we are here joined by the Director of State Financial Risk and Management. Good morning to Mr. Tony Prianto. From Financial and Development Supervisory Agency, Mrs. Nani Ulina Kartika Nasution is the Director of Supervision of Financial Services and Manufacturing Enterprises. From the Indonesian Deposit Insurance Corporation, represented by Mr. Ridwan Nasution as Executive Director and also other Director representatives. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we'd like to also welcome from the Financial Services Authority, represented by Mr. Ogi Prastomiono, Chief Executive of the Insurance, Guarantee and Pension Funds Supervisory Agency. Good morning. And also Mr. Iwayan Wijana, Head of the Department of Licensing, Special Inspections and Quality Control of Insurance, Underwriting and Pension Funds. For this very moment, we'd like to also welcome from Korea Insurance Development Institute, represented by Mr. Da Gyu Kim, Managing Director of Long-Term Insurance. Good morning. From the Central Information Commission, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by Mrs. Samrotunaja Ismail, Commissioner for Advocacy, Socialization and Education. Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, represented by the Vice Chairman for Financing, Mr. Tigor M. Siahaan, and members. Thank you so much for joining us today. and Chairman of Indonesian Senior Executive Association, Chairman of the Society of Actuaries of Indonesia, and Board of AAUI and AAJI Associations. Thank you so much. And we'd like to also greet the President Commissioner of PT Re Asuransi Indonesia Utama Persero, Mr. Julian Nur, along with the Board of Commissioners. President Director PT Re Asuransi Indonesia Utama Persero, Mr. Benny Waworuntu, along with the Board of Directors today. Good morning. All panelists, all moderator who will share their thoughts today, later on, and a board of a visionary figure who continues to shape the future of Indonesia's reinsurance landscape. Please join me in welcoming to the stage to deliver his opening speech, ladies and gentlemen, the President Director of Indonesia Re, Bapak Benny Waworuntu. We give the stage to you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Shalom. Yang terhormat Pak Misbakun, Ketua Komisi 11 DPR RI. Dan mohon maaf saya nggak sebutin satu persatu, nanti kepanjangan, terlalu panjang penyebutan yang tentu tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat sudah bisa hadir di sini. Baik tamu undangan, kemudian juga panelis, moderator, dan speaker, serta tentunya Bapak dan Ibu yang hadir di sini. For our colleagues from overseas, please allow me to use bahasa. You can use the headset provided by the committee because I think it would be free for me to express, to deliver my speech in bahasa. Thank you so much. So, pertama-tama mari kita panjatkan puji dan syukur kehadiran Tuhan Yang Maha Esa karena kita bisa hadir dalam kondisi sehat walafiat di pagi hari ini dalam Indonesia Re International Conference yang keempat yang kita selenggarakan pada pagi hari ini. Tema hari ini cukup panjang Bapak dan Ibu. Kalau dilihat itu ya, itu udah bahasa Inggris panjang sekali memang tim ya, gitu ya. Tapi poinnya adalah ini lebih kepada penguatan hilirisasi. Hilirisasi, kenapa tema ini kita angkat Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, gitu ya. Next barangkali, nomor satu barangkali kita harus lihat dari sisi ekosistem industri perasuransian. Ya, di situ kita lihat ya, mulai dari yang diasuransikan, kemudian perusahaan asuransi, reasuransi sampai dengan ada retronya di belakang, ya, dan in between selalu ada intermediaries di situ. Dan kalau kita lihat sifat-sifatnya seperti apa, nomor satu sifat utama dari industri ini adalah risk selection. Jadi tugas industri perasuransian adalah melakukan seleksi resiko. Ya, ini ada beberapa poin penting di dalamnya. Yang pertama adalah business process. Kemudian tata kelola termasuk adalah capable people. Kemudian kedua adalah kita sedang menggaungkan bahwa industri ini adalah sebetulnya database and knowledge driven industry. Instead of cuma relationship based business saja. Itu kenapa kita menguatkan data berdasarkan riset dan survei. Kemudian ketiga, industri ini karena sifatnya adalah kita menanggung ulang dan mempertanggungan ulang, maka yang dibutuhkan adalah capital. That's why we call it capital intensive business. Kemudian last but not least ya, kalau kita lihat di belakang, I'm specifically talking about the insurance company. Ini adalah backbone industri jasa keuangan kita. Ini adalah tulang punggung. Ini adalah industri hilir Bapak dan Ibu. Yang kalau ini jebol ya, ini akan mengakibatkan risiko yang harus ditanggung semua oleh kita termasuk oleh negara. Next. Nah, salah satu mungkin teman-teman Pak Misbakun dan Bapak dan Ibu sekalian gitu ya, barangkali wondering, sebetulnya industri ini kan sedang mengalami guncangan, cobaan. One of the root cause ya of the problem yang kita hadapi sekarang adalah masalah literasi. Itu masalah paling mendasar, literasi, pengetahuan mengenai industri asuransi. Ngertiin industri asuransi aja susah, apalagi reasuransi. That's why Indonesia Re take a lead untuk kita melakukan acara-acara seperti ini, melakukan literasi. Ya, again karena ini adalah database dan knowledge driven industry. Kita mau menjadi industri yang bukan cuma berdasarkan omon-omon, bukan cuma berdasarkan relationship, tapi semua adalah dari riset gitu ya. Itu kenapa kita lakukan beberapa kita take a lead dengan membentuk yang disebut sebagai Indonesia Re Institute. Ini sangat aktif, bahkan di industri kita terkenal katanya Indonesia Re nggak bisa diem. Ada aja yang dibikin, ada aja acaranya apa segala macam. Ya, beberapa hal misalnya iLearn ya. iLearn ini adalah platform pembelajaran ya yang kita berikan kepada industri ya. Yang from time to time ya kita review berdasarkan kebutuhan dari industri itu sendiri. Yang kedua ya, ini juga kita punya BPPDAN. BPPDAN ini adalah Badan Pusat Pengelola Data Asuransi Nasional. Dan kita secara reguler kita sampaikan ya data dan hasil riset kami kepada industri untuk bisa digunakan ya kepada industri untuk mereka menentukan pada saat mereka melakukan seleksi risiko. Nah ini sudah 30 mungkin dari tahun 92 kalau saya nggak salah, 33 tahun Bapak dan Ibu. Dan kita sudah mulai menggunakan data analytics di sini. Ya, kita bekerja sama dengan satu global player untuk kita bisa optimalkan data yang kita punya untuk bisa memberikan manfaat kepada industri kita. Last but not least, nextnya adalah acara seperti ini. Acara seperti ini dipersiapkan sebagai platform untuk kita semua bisa berdiskusi ya mengenai masalah-masalah yang updated ya, mengenai challenges, opportunity ya, itu kenapa kita kumpulkan Bapak dan Ibu semua di sini ya, para speaker, pembicara, panelis yang memang ahli di bidangnya untuk bisa sharing. Dan teman-teman nanti yang dari industri bisa melihat, oh ternyata kita punya opportunity ini. Ya, oh ternyata ada risiko yang harus kita mitigasi. Itu kenapa kita lakukan diskusi satu hari ini ya dalam 4 sesi nanti, mulai dari makroekonomi, kemudian bagaimana dari sisi regulasi, kemudian juga opportunity bisnisnya seperti apa, dan terakhir adalah hilirisasi. Di sesi terakhir kita akan bicara mengenai khususnya hilirisasi. Bagaimana hilirisasi ini penguatan di sektor reasuransi sebagai backbone, sebagai industri hilir ini bisa kita tingkatkan. Supaya industri yang di depannya, baik asuransi dan jasa keuangan lain, perbankan, ya multi finance segala macam bisa menjadi lebih kuat. Ya itu yang kita lakukan. Next, nah kenapa nextnya lagi? Ya kenapa hilirisasi ini menjadi penting ya? Nomor satu kita coba sama-sama lihat Bapak dan Ibu. Ya industri kita Bapak dan Ibu yang terjun di industri perasuransian ini termasuk penyumbang defisit neraca berjalan yang besar. Ya kalau kita lihat memang beberapa tahun terakhir kita punya neraca positif betul. Tapi kalau kita deep dive di dalam neraca itu ada neraca jasa dan neraca produk. Di dalam neraca jasa ya itu adalah perasuransian. Kita coba gali lagi ada reasuransi. Ya, itu grafiknya dan itu adalah angka per tahun ya. Misalnya mulai dari 2022 sampai 2024 angkanya -7 hampir 8 triliun, 2023 11 triliun, 2024 12 triliun. Dan ini kalau kita hitung akumulasi tiap tahunnya. Ini adalah angka tahun per tahun. Ya kita perkirakan ya setiap tahun itu tidak kurang dari 40% ya premi reasuransi itu lari keluar. Harusnya ini kita bisa stop. Otherwise ya kita semua sebagai penyumbang devisa melalui pajak dan lain-lain itu harus bisa mengcover ini. Makanya ini dibutuhkan penguatan. Kemudian yang kedua ya bagaimana kita melihat sebuah risiko. Ini juga menjadi penting. Ya risiko bukan cuma dilihat partially oleh tiap komponen di dalam ekosistem industri keuangan. Katakan bank lihat risiko sendiri, asuransi lihat risiko sendiri, reasuransi lihat risiko sendiri. Enggak, ini harus align. Bagaimana we see the risk, ya itu harus sama, harus align. Kalau enggak, yang terjadi praktiknya selama ini, mereka semua melihat secara parsial dan ternyata reasuransinya itu terakhir yang bleeding sendirian. Ini yang kita tidak inginkan. Ketiga adalah bagaimana kita bisa memperkuat ini melalui financial capability, permodalan, kemudian people dan sistem. Nanti kita diskusi, kira-kira dari sisi people, dari sisi sistem, kira-kira seperti apa yang kita bisa lakukan perubahan. Last but not least, hilirisasi ini adalah sesuai, ya align dengan Asta Cipta, dengan programnya Pak Prabowo, ya Presiden kita sekarang. Ya satu dari Asta Cipta bicara mengenai hilirisasi. Dan hilirisasi ini bukan cuma untuk manufacturing business, tapi termasuk juga untuk industri keuangan, karena industri keuangan yang memprotek ya manufacture, sehingga kalau kita bisa perkuat hilirisasi di industri keuangan, insya Allah nanti di industri-industri yang lain pun akan menjadi kuat. Next. Nah, namun demikian, actually we are facing some challenges ya in doing the downstreaming the financial services ya. Kita mencatat ada 3 hal di situ. Yang pertama adalah tata kelola. Mau nggak mau, suka nggak suka, Bapak dan Ibu yang terjun di dalam industri perasuransian, kita punya masalah dan kita harus akui, kita harus perbaiki ini, gitu ya, mengenai tata kelola. Kemudian juga yang kedua adalah mengenai regulasi. Regulasi ini menjadi sangat penting karena ini adalah memagari bisnis proses yang kita lakukan. Nomor 1, saya sempat ngobrol waktu itu dengan Pak Misbakun bahwa industri asuransi ini masih belum dilihat sebagai systemic risk, Pak. Padahal kalau kita coba lihat kasus-kasus asuransi yang terjadi, ya kalau risknya nggak ditahan, wah itu bahaya, Pak. Ini kebetulan aja beberapa kasus seperti Jiwasraya di bailout, kita belum bicara Bumi Putra dan lain-lain, Pak. Kalau itu dibuka, itu dampaknya kemana-mana. Apalagi kalau misalnya industri ini capital intensif, kita juga investment intensif. Ya, kalau kita taruh uangnya di perbankan, kalau terjadi sesuatu dengan industri ini, Pak, perbankan, capital market itu akan tarik, drop, gitu. Jadi memang ini yang harus kita perbaiki sama-sama. Kemudian juga masalah optimalisasi kapasitas dalam negeri. Kita cukup punya orang yang baik-baik dan pintar-pintar seperti Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ya. Namun memang kita belum memanfaatkan itu. Saya rasa kita juga cukup punya modal untuk bisa mengoptimalkan kapasitas kita. Namun kita belum regulasikan itu dengan tepat. Nah ini saatnya nanti mungkin ada perwakilan dari OJK, nanti sore ada beberapa, Pak Ogi, Pak Iwan juga nanti hadir untuk kita bisa diskusi lebih dalam bagaimana kita bisa melakukan optimalisasi ini. Ya, terus kemudian last but not least adalah level of playing field. Ya, bagaimana kita secara bersama-sama ya dengan narasi yang sama, dengan level permainan atau bisnis yang sama, kita sama-sama bisa menguatkan industri itu. Ya baik di antara pemain industri jasa keuangan di perbankan, asuransi, reasuransi, di antara asuransi, di antara reasuransi, baik lokal maupun global, baik JV maupun yang non JV. Ya ini semua harus kita pertimbangkan supaya kita punya kesepemahaman yang sama. Again, how do we see the risk? Itu yang menurut saya lebih penting. Last but not least adalah terkait dengan capital intensif Bapak dan Ibu. Ya, ini juga masalah persepsi yang dimiliki investor. Tidak semua investor melihat bahwa industri ini capital intensif. Even mereka sudah capai break even point ya, katakan misalnya 10 atau 11 tahun. Mereka harus tetap bisa menambahkan modalnya. Itu kenapa ada POJK 23 mengenai penambahan modal yang akan dilakukan dari tahun 2026 sampai 2028. Ya karena memang setiap penny, setiap cents uang yang diterima sebagai premi itu adalah sebetulnya harus di backup oleh permodalan penting yang kuat untuk kita bisa membayarkan benefit kepada klien kita pada saat yang diperlukan. Jadi hal-hal seperti ini memang merupakan tantangan bersama di industri kita. Namun demikian, next ya kita masih optimis Bapak dan Ibu, kita harus optimis. Namun kita tetap harus melihat dan come up dengan beberapa solusi. Ini beberapa solusi yang kita coba tawarkan yang barangkali nanti kita bisa. Nomor 1 adalah tentu kita butuh support dari regulator ya, melalui regulasi-regulasi yang mereka buat untuk bisa memastikan penguatan di sisi hilirisasinya. Ya. Kemudian yang kedua adalah dari sisi pelaku kita juga harus melakukan perbaikan. Di sisi proses, di sisi people, di sisi teknologi, dan terutama adalah di sisi tata kelola. Kemudian ketiga yang tidak kalah penting adalah penguatan dari capital, dari permodalan kita. Ya, ini menjadi sangat penting untuk kita bisa memastikan bahwa permodalan kita kuat untuk bisa mengcover atau mempertanggungan ulang semua risiko-risiko yang ada di depan kita. Last but not least, Itu kenapa kita duduk bersama-sama di sini adalah kita coba diskusi dan kita harus berkolaborasi untuk memajukan industri asuransi yang tercinta ini buat kita semua. Saya kira itu Bapak dan Ibu, please mohon maaf kalau ada hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. Sekali lagi terima kasih untuk para hadir semua, para speaker, para tamu-tamu, dan komite yang sudah membantu menyelenggarakan acara ini. Akhir kata saya ucapkan selama conference kita hari ini, semoga diskusinya menjadi fruitful dan berguna buat kita semua. Akhir kata saya ucapkan wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Beni, for your remarks and laying a strong foundation for today's discussion. Now for that very insightful and inspiring speech from Bapak Beni, sharing with us throughout the years and journey of the Indonesia Re International Conference, which has been a mean to increase the literacy and also to gain more insights on the advancement, on the updates, on the challenges happening in the insurance industry. Now, in his address also, Pak Beni emphasized the pivotal role of the insurance sector in reinforcing the strength and resilience of Indonesia's national economy, how the insurance industry can actually support the government's key initiatives, notably in advancing industrial downstreaming, which we will gain more insights on that later on. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, it has also been underlined the critical need for synergy and collaboration across the industry, fostering resource sharing and embracing the technological innovation. People and tech came together for a better future, and the insurance sector is expected to grow in a more robust and also sustainable manner. Thereby, it can fulfill its essential function as one of the pillars of national economic stability. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we had truly an insightful start for the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025. Now we are more than honored to present a series of special remarks from some of Indonesia's most respected leaders in finance and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, it is with our distinct privilege to welcome the Chairman of Commission 11, House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak. Please allow me to read a little bit, Bapak Muhammad Misbahun, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome him to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada penyelenggara acara ini, Pak Beni, yang mempunyai inisiatif luar biasa terhadap bagaimana membangun dunia reasuransi di Indonesia yang saat ini menghadapi situasi yang menantang. Kita tidak boleh menyatakan sesuatu yang tidak dalam kategori optimistik, karena bahwa ini adalah situasi yang sangat menantang. Kalau kita mendapat tantangan itu kan kita di-challenge untuk menyelesaikan, Pak. Saya ingin menyampaikan beberapa hal. Tadi Pak Beni memulai dengan suatu kalimat yang menurut saya sebuah pengakuan yang jujur dari pelaku industri reasuransi di Indonesia, bahwa kita menghadapi situasi yang memang harus kita hadapi bersama dan dicarikan solusinya. Kebetulan saya di DPR sebagai Ketua Komisi 11. Komisi 11 ini saat ini mempunyai posisi yang sangat strategis, karena di sana, di Komisi 11 itu, bermitra dengan Menteri Keuangan, bermitra dengan Bank Sentral yaitu Bank Indonesia, bermitra dengan Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, bermitra dengan pemegang sahamnya reasuransi yaitu BPI dan Antara, dan holding investasinya, kemudian juga bermitra dengan yang memeriksa dan Antara yaitu Badan Pemeriksa Keuangan, bermitra juga dengan yang selama ini menjadi acuan banyak pihak soal penegakan hukum, yaitu BPKP. Dan menurut saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa saat ini Komisi 11 menjadi salah satu komisi yang sangat strategis dalam menentukan banyak policy-policy di sektor keuangan, baik itu di sektor moneter, fiskal, maupun di sektor pengawasan industri jasa keuangan. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa satu hal, bahwa yang disampaikan tentang bahwa situasi reasuransi kita itu harus mendapatkan penguatan sangat benar. Sangat benar. Dan siapa yang menyelesaikan ini, situasi saat ini? Siapa yang harus menyelesaikan? Yang menyelesaikan harusnya negara. Yang bisa menyelesaikan situasi saat ini harusnya negara. Karena kita harus sadar sepenuhnya, industri jasa keuangan yang kuat itu butuh topangan industri asuransi yang kuat. Industri asuransi yang kuat itu akan membuat sebuah sirkulasi, sebuah ekosistem sektor keuangan ini juga menjadi kuat dan memberikan daya dukung yang memadai terhadap semua program-program pemerintah. Kalau Bapak Ibu sekalian perhatikan situasi saat ini, kita menghadapi tantangan yang tidak mudah di situasi global. Amerika tiba-tiba menetapkan tarif yang sangat tinggi kepada semua negara, karena Amerika tiba-tiba berpikir tentang sesuatu situasi bahwa mereka dijadikan pasar oleh dunia, dan Amerika menghitung semuanya itu dalam hitungan dia akan menarik kembali yang selama ini defisit di Amerika dalam bentuk tarif. Tentunya ini kan memberikan tekanan kepada seluruh dunia, dan Indonesia merasakan hal yang sama. Di dalam transisi pemerintahan, dan Pak Prabowo menjadi presiden di tahun lalu, dan ini mungkin baru 9 bulan beliau menjalani pemerintahan, tetapi beliau juga menghadapi situasi tekanan itu. Karena beliau adalah pemerintahan yang memang harus mengelola situasi yang berkelanjutan itu. Pemerintah pada periode-periode sebelumnya sangat berpihak kepada masyarakat, ekonomi UMKM, pemerintah mengucurkan KUR yang luar biasa, kredit usaha rakyat, dalam rangka memberikan dukungan. Kalau kita total dana perbankan yang disalurkan ke KUR, itu mungkin sudah lebih dari 1.000 triliun. Lebih dari 1.000 triliun. Dan setiap tahun pemerintah itu puluhan triliun, hampir lebih dari 50-60 triliun hanya untuk membayar subsidi bunganya setiap tahun. Tetapi kalau kita perhatikan apakah kemudian dunia penjaminan dan dunia asuransi kredit kita kuat? Justru mereka menjadi pihak yang paling menerima risiko ketika negara melakukan sebuah afirmasi policy tentang bagaimana memberikan dukungan terhadap UMKM dalam rangka penyaluran kredit untuk mereka. Nah, situasi saat ini, inilah yang harus kita hadapi saat ini. Saya ingin langsung masuk ke, saya tidak ingin membahas terlalu lama. Kita lihat bahwa dunia sekarang menghadapi tekanan, banyak sekali situasi global yang tidak bisa diprediksi, sehingga semua perkiraan pertumbuhan ekonomi dikoreksi. Yang tadinya kita optimis di atas 5,2% target, realisasi saat ini di kuartal pertama baru 4. Di semester ini perkiraan juga tidak akan melewati angka 5. Masih di angka yang di bawah 5. Jauh dari perkiraan awal. Dan itu artinya apa? Bahwa ada hal-hal fundamental yang harus kita selesaikan. Nah, ini semua IMF, World Bank, forecast-nya semuanya mengkoreksi forecast. Semuanya mengkoreksi forecast. Baru nanti di 2026 mereka agak sedikit optimis. Tapi kita sedang menjalani situasi saat ini adalah di 2025. Kalau kita perhatikan, kita juga menghadapi situasi di mana tingkat suku bunga Amerika juga masih sangat tinggi. Dan tingkat suku bunga Amerika yang sangat tinggi ini kan tidak menarik bagi global investment. Bersyukurnya bursa saham Indonesia masih tinggi harga indeks saham gabungannya. Kalau kita lihat perkembangan berikutnya, ini pasar keuangan penuh ketidakpastian baru. Ada situasi-situasi yang memang harus kita perkirakan ini berlangsung berapa lama. Siapa yang akan membalik ketidakpastian itu? Coba kita bandingkan Indonesia beberapa tahun terakhir. Kita memang bisa menjaga inflasi tetap rendah, tapi apakah pilihan pada kebijakan inflasi yang rendah itu adalah sebuah pilihan yang terbaik? Apakah sudah saatnya kita kemudian merilekkan kembali inflasi itu tidak pada sebuah disiplin inflasi yang rendah? Nah, pemerintah berusaha memberikan dorongan dalam sebuah paket stimulus. Untuk apa? Untuk memberikan bantalan sosial kepada kelompok masyarakat yang selama ini kurang beruntung di dalam sebuah siklus ekosistem ekonomi dan pemerintah ingin melakukan intervensi. Banyak paket yang diberikan, yaitu paket diskon transportasi, diskon tarif jalan tol, kemudian bantuan subsidi upah, perpanjangan diskon iuran jaminan kesehatan, dan kemudian penebalan beberapa bansos. Dan ini semua untuk apa? Untuk memberikan dorongan kepada masyarakat di kelas bawah, desil 1 sampai desil 4, ini supaya mempunyai kemampuan melakukan konsumsi. Dan alokasi di dalam APBN kita jumlahnya sangat signifikan, sekitar 24 triliun. Dan ini adalah sebuah program populis yang mau tidak mau harus dilakukan oleh pemerintah. Nah, saya ingin menyampaikan tentang hilirisasi ini. Kalau kita lihat peluang Indonesia di dalam sektor keuangan, Indonesia selalu paling rendah di ASEAN. Kalau kita lihat aset bank per PDB, Indonesia juga masih sangat rendah. Kapitalisasi pasar per PDB juga masih sangat rendah. Aset asuransi per PDB juga paling rendah. Aset dana pensiun per PDB Indonesia cuma sedikit menang dibandingkan dengan Filipina. Nah, ini sebenarnya sebuah tantangan dan juga sekaligus peluang bagi Indonesia. Kita lihat kalau perasuransian di Indonesia, ini adalah data yang sangat menantang. Sektor kita walaupun salah satu negara besar, tumbuhnya sektor asuransi ini cuma sekitar 3,84 year on year. Data ini saya dapatkan dari OJK, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, dan kalau kita perhatikan, ada situasi-situasi memang Indonesia ini potensinya di dunia asuransi luar biasa besar. Tadi seperti Pak Benny sampaikan, kita ada problem memang di literasi. Tapi apakah literasi itu satu-satunya problem? Tidak. Kita bermasalah dengan literasi, tapi kita juga ada permasalahan yang lain. Untuk itu, kami para pengambil policy di politik, mengambil keputusan untuk membangun confidence masyarakat, membangun confidence konsumen, yaitu sejak nanti kita rencanakan tahun 2028, polis asuransi kita berikan penjaminan. Untuk apa? Supaya masyarakat yakin ketika dia membeli produk asuransi, bahwa produk yang mereka beli itu digaransi oleh negara. Kalau suatu saat produk yang mereka beli itu mengalami kegagalan, Baik itu kegagalan pengelolaan maupun kegagalan risiko-risiko makroekonomi yang lain. Lah, ini untuk memberikan apa? Memberikan kepastian secara politik, kita melakukan intervensi secara policy. Tapi apakah itu saja cukup? Belum. Bagaimana dengan operasionalnya? Nah, hari ini kita bicara tentang Indonesia Re Assurance. Menurut saya salah satu keberpihakan yang negara harus hadir dan kuat. Seperti yang disampaikan oleh Pak Beni, bagaimana memperkuat struktur permodalan asuransi kita. Terutama yang state enterprise. State enterprise ini mau tidak mau harus ada intervensi yang kuat. Karena mereka menjadi salah satu perusahaan asuransi yang menjadi modeling. Bagaimana negara hadir mengatasi berbagai permasalahan. Kita tahu saat ini permasalahan yang dialami oleh Askrindo, yang dialami oleh Jasindo, belum lagi Jamkrindo. Jamkrindo mandat undang-undangnya ada, tapi regarantornya tidak ada. Kita punya Askrindo, asuransinya punya, tapi seberapa kuat mereka. Sehingga memberikan tekanan yang lain terhadap apa? Terhadap transaksi berjalan kita. Transaksi jasa kita mengalami defisit. Karena ketika orang menggeser resikonya, digeser ke luar negeri. Tentunya tidak ada yang gratis di sana. Vivi, reasuransi, karena mereka kuat, digeser ke luar negeri. Dan inilah kalau menurut saya perlu intervensi kehadirannya negara. Untuk apa? Bagaimana menyelesaikan masalah ini secara struktural. Pemerintah sudah melakukan proses pengaturan afirmasi yang luar biasa ketika pemerintah berbicara tentang hilirisasi. Bagaimana food security, energy security kita amankan dengan hilirisasi pangan, hilirisasi sektor energi, sumber daya alam, tetapi sektor keuangan yang sangat fundamental ketika kita bicara hilirisasi, ini juga harus kita tuntaskan. Karena apa? Karena disinilah kedaulatan keuangan itu akan diukur. Bayangkan kita tidak punya national flag untuk reasuransi yang kuat. Begitu kita bicara soal reasuransi, selalu orang membicara soal mereasuransikan mereka ke luar negeri. Negara sebesar Indonesia, jasa reasuransinya tergantung kepada Singapura. Hampir semuanya dimakan oleh negara seberang itu. Nah, siapa yang akan menguatkan? Negara yang harus menguatkan. Polisinya seperti apa? Ya harus kita bicarakan secara struktural. Apalagi pemerintah baru saja menyelesaikan skema undang-undang BUMN, bagaimana BUMN diberikan keleluasaan yang sangat kuat untuk mengatur bisnis proses di internal BUMN. Untuk apa? Untuk memberikan bisnis praktek profesional yang ideal. Walaupun mereka state enterprise, tapi mereka tetap diberikan kewenangan profesionalisme yang kuat di sana. Tentunya harus berani menyampaikan bahwa situasi yang saat ini di mana tekanan begitu kuat di dalam industri asuransi harus diberikan jalan keluar yang memadai. Kalau negara bisa memberikan subsidi 50 sampai 60 triliun per tahun hanya untuk bunga, kur, tentunya angka yang sama pemerintah harus berani chip in untuk memberikan permodalan kepada memperkuat reasuransi, memperkuat asuransinya itu sendiri, dan penjaminan garansi itu. Harusnya. Dan kita Saya di politik terutama ingin memberikan penguatan itu apabila pemerintah mengambil keputusan itu. Karena itu adalah sebuah keberanian mencari solusi yang fundamental. Kita tidak mungkin melepaskan asuransi-asuransi ini pada situasi yang sulit. Kemudian dia mencari jalan keluar sendiri dalam bentuk mere-engineering aset-aset mereka. Misalnya dengan melakukan proses-proses rekayasa akuntansi, merevaluasi aset mereka dan sebagainya. Kasus Jiwasraya itu kan berawal ketika mereka gagal menambah jumlah aset mereka dan pemegang saham tidak melakukan upaya penguatan modal, mereka melakukan upaya apa? Re-engineering akuntansi. Dengan apa? Revaluasi aset. Itu semuanya berawal di sana. Saya terlibat sangat dalam proses bail-in 23,35 triliun Jiwasraya itu ketika pemerintah melakukan bail-in. Saya menyaksikan ketok palunya, mulai dari proses awal sampai pencairannya. Dan itu pil pahit yang ditelan oleh negara, supaya negara tidak luntur kredibilitasnya. Supaya pasar percaya ketika negara mempunyai, sebagai pemegang saham, mempunyai perusahaan asuransi, ketika menghadapi masalah, negara men-take over problemnya dan bertanggung jawab. Tetapi, apakah itu cukup ketika kita melihat permasalahan yang lain? Lah inilah tantangan kita bersama. Kami di DPR, itu sifatnya adalah memberikan penguatan, sifatnya memberikan persetujuan. Ketika pemerintah mencari solusi, mencari jalan keluar, ketika industri yang sedang berjalan, itu menghadapi permasalahan-permasalahan fundamental untuk dicarikan solusi. Saya di Komisi 11 selalu ingin memposisikan bahwa politik yang kita bangun adalah politik yang bisa memberikan jalan keluar terhadap permasalahan yang dihadapi oleh negara. Politik yang kontributif, politik yang memberikan peran-peran positif untuk apa? Untuk perbaikan. Bagaimana fundamental pasar itu bisa dibangun, bisa diselesaikan setiap permasalahannya, dan politik bisa menjadi solusi, menjadi bagian dari solusi yang ada di masyarakat. Karena politik yang mewarnai dengan kebaikan itu akan memberikan citra yang baik kepada politik itu sendiri. Itu yang bisa saya sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian. Saya mengucapkan selamat kepada Indonesia Re ini karena mampu menjawab tantangan permasalahan. Mudah-mudahan pemerintah segera mengambil keputusan yang signifikan untuk menyelesaikan masalah ini. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Om Santi 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 Om. Saya mohon izin langsung balik karena sudah langsung di itu. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Pa Ms. Bahun, for the insights. Pa, of course, we'd kindly ask you to hold on for just a little bit more because we're going to take pictures and also a token of appreciation for your speech today. We highly appreciate you coming today and sharing your thoughts, Pa. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Pa Muhammad Misbahkun, and to hand over the token of appreciation from Indonesia Re, we'd like to invite to come and join us on stage, Pa Beni Waworuntu. And ladies and gentlemen, as our appreciation today, of course, Ms. Bahun here has shared and highlighted the challenges and uncertainty faced by both the national and global economies in recent years. Now, of course, his speech has reminded us the importance of strengthening the fundamentals of the financial sector downstreaming as key strategy in building long-term economic resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, after hearing an exceptional remarks, let us take this moment to take a picture together. Pak Misbahkun, of course, as a very respected public figure, Pa, and a dedicated policymaker who currently serves as the chairman of Commission 11, we are more than honored to have you here with us today. And now we'd like to continue, ladies and gentlemen, for the official commencement of the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025. As our honored guests, Pak Benny Wauruntu and Bapak Muhammad Misbahkun are already on stage, we now like to invite Bapak Julian Nur to please come and join us. Ladies and gentlemen, and we'd like to also invite the members of the Board of Directors of Indonesia Re to please come forward and also join this very special moment. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for the symbolic opening ceremony, esteemed leaders, thank you so much for joining us. And now we begin our opening procession, a symbolic act that will reflect unity, shared purpose, and forward momentum. Bapak Muhammad Misbahkun, Bapak Julian Nur, and Bapak Benny Wauruntu will each receive a symbolic letter. Now these letters, when united, will spell out the very name of our event, Indonesia Re International Conference. This represents the collective vision and unified effort that bring us here together today. Now, let's proceed to unite them. Leaders, one by one, please step forward to place your letters into the totem. Let's start, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, Bapak Benny, let's start with the letter I. Continued with Bapak Julian Nur. The next, letter I. Bapak Muhammad Misbahkun, you are the key here. Please place the final letter. Letter C, and we will mark the official opening of the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia Re International Conference 2025 is now officially open. And now, to commemorate this meaningful moment, we will take one last special moment to take the official group photo. We kindly ask all of the guests already on stage, including the speaker and the members of the Board of Directors and Board of Commissioner of Indonesia Re, to please remain in a position, and let's give our biggest smiles to the camera and to our photographer teams right in front of you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a big round of applause. Bapak Muhammad Misbahkun, thank you so much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, Board of Directors, Board of Commissioner of Indonesia Re, thank you so much for your time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, after seeing the very official opening ceremony of the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025, what a remarkable start that we've had this very morning. We've witnessed a very energizing opening performance and two powerful insights from our distinguished speakers. And of course, another symbolic opening ceremony. All of this hopefully will remind all of us here today about the power of collaboration. Now, before we move on to our next agenda, we kindly remind that all participants today to participate on this conference until the very end. So please stay with us until this afternoon, because your participation will contribute to your eligibility for the LSPMR PDU points, MICPD points, and your IIC 2025 certificate. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to transition into the core of today's agenda, our very first panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, mentioned before earlier in the remarks is that over the years, Indonesia Re has held this international conference, bringing together leaders and also key speakers who will share their thoughts about the ongoing challenges. What is our best strategy to face the evolving landscape of the insurance industry? Now, ladies and gentlemen, with all of the uncertainty, with all of the technological innovation, how do we bring together all of these changes and all of the peoples and to help improve the capacity and the skills that we have of our people here in the nation? Ladies and gentlemen, the very topic of our very conference this year will focus a lot about empowering the downstream growth in the financial sector. How do we advance this very industry through a strategic collaboration from all of us today? Now, this session, the very first panel discussion, will explore the crucial role of insurance in strengthening the economic resilience, especially in the face of the evolving global and also domestic challenges. We will deep dive about how do we navigate into the complex interplay between risk, recovery, and also growth. Now, to expertly guide this discussion, ladies and gentlemen, we are more than thrilled to welcome a very prominent figure in the Indonesian journalism with over a decade of experience in the industry. She most recently served as a news anchor at the CNN Indonesia from 2016 to 2023, becoming a very trusted face for audiences across the country. Previously, she held dual role anchor and also executive producer at the MNC World News after earlier years that she has spent as news anchor and producer for both MNC News and Global TV. Now, academically, she holds a Bachelor of Science in International Economics from the Capital University of Economics and Business, a strong foundation that gives her reporting depth and also global context. This is a very familiar face, and I'm sure that a lot of you will follow this discussion very excitedly. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator for our first discussion. Let's give a big hand for Miss Amelia Yahya.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone's doing well. Everyone's certainly looking very nice today. And I hope you've had an extra cup of coffee because today we're going to have a very productive day ahead of us. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank Sasha for the very warm and kind introduction. And as Sasha said, my name is Amelia, and I was a news anchor and a producer for CNN Indonesia and also a correspondent. And I'm so incredibly honored and so very happy to be here, to be a part of this great day as your moderator for the first panel discussion. Undoubtedly, such an incredible honor for me to be here with each and every single one of you. But first, I would like to, on behalf of the organizers, extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to all of us for your participation and for your attendance here today. Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya atas kehadiran dan juga partisipasi Bapak Ibu sekalian di acara hari ini. Dan saya senang sekali bisa berada di sini untuk menjadi moderator untuk sesi panel discussion pertama hari ini. Luar biasa sekali, especially with each and every single one of you here. So today, we're going to be talking about an array of topics, and as you know, the IIC serves as one of the most notable events for all of us here to acquire the most updated and the most accurate knowledge with our experts here today who are undoubtedly the most knowledgeable in this very subject, and we're so incredibly honored to have them here with us today. And ladies and gentlemen, so today we're going to be talking about an array of topics on the first panel discussion on how insurance and the economic resilience would bridge risks, recovery, as well as growth. Yes, and So our first panel discussion here today, it will review and explore and delve into the very important topic that relates to the macroeconomic policies and how it interconnects and relates to the a more important support with regards to the more resilient, sustainable, stronger, and more robust insurance sector and industry on further supporting the national economic development architecture. And we have two very prominent, very respected experts here with us. And I'm so very honored to have two panelists here with me. They're undoubtedly the experts in their very field, and together we're going to pick their brain and learn so much from them. So ladies and gentlemen, our first panelist, she'll be sharing with us her insights from an economist perspective. Yes, about the problem of the service balance deficit, which is caused by the flow of reinsurance premiums abroad without adequate compensation from incoming premiums. And this very imbalance is what is causing Indonesia's current account deficit. So it is only with the greatest pleasure and honor for us to invite to the stage, and let us give a big round of applause for Ibu Hendri Saparini. Let's give her a big round of applause. Terima kasih banyak, Ibu. How very honored we are to have Ibu Hendri here with us. Let us be seated together. And so, ladies and gentlemen, so Ibu Hendri, many of you already know she has been voted as one of the most inspirational women in Indonesia. So, before we start, Ibu, allow me to first tell our audience a little bit about you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read out Ibu Hendri's CV, and please allow me to read them out for you. So, Ibu Hendri completed her undergraduate studies in economics at Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta, graduating in year 1988. She then pursued her master's and doctoral degrees in economics at the prestigious University of Tsukuba in Japan. So her career began in a research institution under Indonesia's Ministry of Finance, where she contributed to economic policy development and always driven by a passion for independent analysis and reform. She co-founded Econet Advisory Group in 1994. And an institution that would later become one of the country's most respected as well as the most prominent economic advisory firms. And she served as the managing director there from year 2005 until year 2013. And ladies and gentlemen, in year 2013, Ibu Hendri took a bold step forward by establishing CORE Indonesia. And CORE stands for the Center of Reform on Economics. It is an independent think tank and consulting firm dedicated to fostering evidence-based economic policy. How incredible is that? And ladies and gentlemen, beyond her academic and consulting roles, Ibu Hendri also served as the President Commissioner of PT Telkom Indonesia from year 2014 until year 2019. Overseeing one of Indonesia's largest and most strategic state-owned enterprises. Her outstanding contribution have not gone unnoticed, as we know. In 2012, she was named one of the 100 most influential women in Indonesia by Globe Indonesia magazine. And more recently, in 2023, she was honored as one of Indonesia's most inspirational women. How very honored we are, ladies and gentlemen, to have Ibu Hendri here with us. Let us once again give her a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, along with Ibu Hendri and myself, allow me to now welcome another panelist here with us. And we are ready to welcome our second panelist who will be reviewing the great connection between the macroeconomics policies and how it will create a more robust and stronger insurance policies through supporting the national economic development architecture. So allow me to welcome the Director and Head of Financial Sector Group of Bank Indonesia. And let us give a big round of applause for Bapak Bambang Arianto. Thank you very much, Pak Bambang, for joining us here today. We're so incredibly honored. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just as I have done with Ibu Hendri, allow me to also read out Bapak Bambang's CV for you and allow me to tell you a little bit about him. So Bapak Bambang currently serves as the Director and Head of the Financial Sector Group at Bank Indonesia, where he plays a central role in overseeing the development and stability of Indonesia's financial sector. He began his career at Bank Indonesia in year 1997 as assistant manager and has since held several strategic and high-level roles, including his position as the director of the Secretariat of the Financial System Stability Committee, a critical institution in safeguarding Indonesia's financial system. And ladies and gentlemen, academically, Bapak Bambang holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the prestigious Gajah Mada University. Ibu Hendri, you too. So, did you meet during university years? No, yeah? I'm sure the Alumni Association are so very honored and proud to have you and Bu Hendri and Pak Bambang there. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Bambang also holds a Master of Arts in Economic Development from Vanderbilt University in the United States. With over 2 decades of experience and deep expertise in financial sector governance as well as policy, Bapak Bambang continues to contribute meaningfully and prominently to the advancement of Indonesia's economic resilience as well as institutional strength. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us give a big round of applause for Bapak Bambang Arianto. So ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be an interactive one. All of our panel discussions at IIC will be. So after our speakers will deliver their presentations, at the end of our session, it is all about you. Yes, we're going to urge you to please don't hesitate to ask your questions to our speakers, Ibu Hendri as well as Bapak Bambang, through Slido. So I urge you to please don't hesitate to take out your phones right now to scan the QR code that we'll present on the big screen for you. Ladies and gentlemen, please scan the QR code that we have on the big screen for you to write down your questions on Slido to our speakers or panelists here today. And our organizers are going to present the QR code of Slido, which will be shown on the screen. If not now, then, there you go, as you can see. Ladies and gentlemen, later at the end of our session, we will expect and celebrate the questions that you are going to propose to both Ibu Hendri and Bapak Bambang, and they're going to highlight and answer the questions directly. So this is the moment, ladies and gentlemen, that we will have the experts to share their insights, turning confusion into solutions and, of course, questions into revelations. And as you know, the IIC serves as one of the most notable events for all of us here to acquire the most updated and the most accurate knowledge, especially with regards to this incredible industry that we all love. So this is the moment for you to ask your questions. So without further ado, allow me to first welcome Ibu Hendri to deliver your presentation. Ibu Hendri, the floor and time is yours.
Thank you, Amalia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming today, and we will try to make a discussion. We try to build the optimism. Like Ms. Bahun said, there are so many challenges. If we make the list of the challenges that we're facing right now, maybe 2 pages is not enough. But today we come here, we try to find out what should we do to make our economy more optimistic that we feel now. My presentation may be using the black color, but not meaning is there's a gloomy economy in Indonesia. We still have optimism on this. Okay, I will try to start with the first presentation. Is it okay if I sit there? Okay. I think this is easier for me to see my presentation. Number one, I will try to elaborate a little bit about what Pak Misbahun already mentioned, that now the global economy is slowed down. And if we look at the consensus from many multinational corporations, multilateral institutions, they correct their projection from 3% point something to only 2.8 or 0.9. So this is the consensus. So what is the reason? Of course, number one is geopolitics. And then number two is US policy in tariff. So this is the problem why now we facing lower economic growth. I think this is not good if I stay here because still I cannot see this. Yes, too small. Too small. Okay. So, so how about the impact of this economic slowdown? We know that then the global insurance premium not only will declining, but if you look at the data, it will be dropped from last year in 5.2 to this year maybe around 2%. So it's mean in global level, this is meaningful. And then how about Indonesian insurance market? Like what the previous Pak Beni and also Pak Misbahun said that still the insurance growth is low if we comparing with peers market. With all of the insurance like property and casual and also life and health. So there is still, there is the room to be more optimistic. There is a huge room for us. This is the opportunity for us to develop this insurance industry. Okay, and then next, how about the Indonesian economy? Maybe in the next slide. Yeah. There is also consensus from many multilateral institutions that the Indonesian economy will be lower in growth rate in this year compared to last year. If the government target for in the beginning is 5.3%, and then Ministry of Finance corrected to be 4.6 to 5.1%. So I think the projection for this year will be lower than 5%. So then what is the problem with the Indonesian economy? Of course, number one, because our economy, the source of growth of Indonesian economy mostly is come from consumption, for the private consumption. Before, the consumption growth is around 5%, but it's declining from 4.9, 4.8, and then maybe this year is 0.48 again. So it's mean if we have 56% of the source of our growth is come from the consumption, then the declining in consumption will be impact in the huge impact for us. And then, how about the export? Indonesia is different with other countries like Vietnam or Malaysia, that the share of export in their economy is huge, around 80%. So it's mean when there is a problem with the United States who increase the tariff, then impact their economic growth. For Vietnam, before, they projected the economic growth will be 7%, but now they cut into 6.1% or 6.2%. But for Indonesia, we still have, good economic growth, not so far behind 5%. But the problem is now is that when the people try to cut their consumption, then they will not cut the food, not cut the education, but the unurgent expenses like insurance. So this is the problem that we all facing in this industry. And I will share you a little bit about why the consumption is dropped so hard. Because when we call about the middle class income in Indonesia, it's not really middle class because there is a gap between middle class and high class in Indonesia. Aspiring class for the aspiring middle class in Indonesia, only 3 times of poverty line expenses. If poverty line expenses is only 600 rupiah, so it means the middle class is only 1.5 million rupiah. We call it as middle class, aspiring middle class. And the real middle class is start from 4 million expenses per month. So it means this is easy for us to understand why the declining in private consumption with impact huge on the Indonesian economic growth. Okay, and next, let's we talk about the inflation. Inflation also is important in this industry. Maybe Pak Bambang will talk more about inflation because our headline inflation is quite low, only 1.87 in this year. But the important for this industry is not the headline inflation, but number one is medical inflation. This is for the health insurance maybe. So if we look at that data, before the health inflation is only maybe 3 times to headline inflation, but now maybe 5 to 6 times. So there is inflation in health pricing. So this will be the very important for us to know about this. And then, what is the impact? Of course, any of you will understand about this, that high medical inflation rate, this year is like 13%, claim cost to escalate faster than premium. So the income is declining, the expenses is declining, but then the cost, the claim of cost is increasing. And then the third is about the loss ratio for the reinsurance is exceed 100%. So this is the challenge when we facing high inflation in some sector. Number 2 is exchange rate. Next slide, we talk about rupiah depreciation. Yeah, there is a burden in claim and also the trade balance. As we see and we know that the Indonesian rupiah has depreciation and once is up to 17,000 per US dollars. And we hope this year, the outlook for this year will be not more than 16,000, we hope. So easy for us to make planning for the next year. So this one, of course, because of the international environment that changed so fast. And then, like what Ms. Bahun already said, we have problem with deficit. Yeah. Right now, maybe good trade deficit is not occur. But maybe after the implementation of tariff from United States, no, we will facing the deficit not only in services, but also in trade. So it is not easy for the Indonesian economy. So this one that maybe we have to be taken account for the next year for the planning. Next, let's talk about the interest rate. Yeah, if we talk about the interest rate, there will be the dilemma between the credit and investment yield. If we look here for the data, the high lending rate, of course, have led to a worsening credit quality. And then credit insurer loss ratio increased to 90% in first quarter in this year. This showing slower economic activities as business lose their repayment ability. And then the second one is, we know that central bank has responded by gradually lowering the BI rate from 6.25% to, in this July, 5.25%. But for the other hand, this lower interest rate may impact for the investment yield. So we have to managing this risk because there is a tendency for the central bank not to increasing the interest rate. So it means that there is an impact for the investment yield. So if we look at this, then we know that how is the declining trend of the investment yield over time from this data. This is the third one. And then what else that will impact in this industry? Next is the wave of layoff. Yeah, it's not this year, starting last year. So last year, there is the growth like maybe 140% for the layoff numbers of the people. So like what I mentioned already before, when their income is declining, so the willingness to pay the premium. And if we talk about insurance for the Indonesian people and also Indonesian business, still this is not the priority. So we still have homework to finish this. We know that this is very important for the business resilience, for the economic resilience, but then the knowledge of this insurance is still low. So, of course, it's not easy for us to predict how about the next year, because there is still probability the layoff will continuing for the next year. Why? Because of the declining demand for the global, about Indonesian export, for the natural resources, as well as the goods, like textile and so forth, because the high inflation of the product in the imported country. So this is also, we have to take a note about this. So right now, the declining for the expenses, not only for the low level people spending, but also for the medium income people. And if we know that the high level people in the expense, they prefer to be doing consolidation, not to spend during this time. So this is the fourth factor that we have to take account for the next year. So I will come to the end of our presentation. This is the role of the insurance to provide protection against shocks. Of course, we have challenges, but we still have opportunity. We still have gun to do this. If we work together, the government, and also the player, and also the people. Like what we know right now, we're talking about the climate change. If we talk about climate change, and then we talk about disaster. If we talk about disaster, if there is no insurance on that, it will be hard, not only for business, but also for the government. So then, if we know that the insurance company, they will invest to the government bond, yeah, to help a government to do their priority project. So that's why this ecosystem should be insured, have worked together. Not only the company, not only the businessman, but also what Pak Misbahun said, the government should to take role in this. The government hands should be take on this to solve the problem. Next slide. So what should we do? Because the government know that we have risk in disaster. If we look at the picture, there is no even the green color. All is red and yellow. So it means this is huge, what is this, threat in our economy. Even we develop infrastructure or develop the other economic product. But then when we facing this without any insurance, this is the problem. Next slide. Okay, so we should have the innovation. Yeah, what should we do? Okay, we now have to follow what is government priority on. For example, not only downstreaming industry, but also, for example, agriculture.
Yes.
If we look at other country, they have this product in insurance, but in Indonesia is very low. So we need the literacy for the people, for the farmer, and also the government support on this. Next. Next, I will go further. Yes. So what is the conclusion? Yeah. I think I have to revise this one. So what is the conclusion? The economic growth will be declining. And what is the outlook for this year? In our institution, we predict still in 4.6 to 4.8. So lower than other institution. And then we know there is another problem. So what is the recommendation? The industry, stakeholders, and the government must intensify effort to expand market reach through literacy initiative. So then we have to embrace digital technology, like what we discussed before. And then the government should develop an evaluate policy mandating insurance coverage for national and regional projects. So the government, maybe before in their national budget, there is no post for insurance for all their projects. I think this is the time for us to make a discussion with the government, not only to support this industry, but also to support the government to provide this. And then also the innovation, and then the last is development the project who fit with the current situation and current opportunity. I think this is that I want to share. Maybe we can make this discussion about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us give Ibu Hendri a great round of applause. Thank you so much for the great insights and how very exciting it is to really relate and highlight the interconnectivity between macroeconomics policies that relates to inflations, to regulations, and how the government support is mandatory in further enhancing the support and the success of the insurance sector. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank Ibu Hendri for also emphasizing the close relations between the insurance sector that plays an important role in maintaining not just really how important it is to feel secure, because insurance goes beyond just numbers and money, but it also gives us a sense of security that money cannot buy. Ladies and gentlemen, with that security, it will boost Indonesia's national economic development architecture in a way that will impact how investors and how the international stage could see Indonesia as a more resilient country that supports our economic growth. And as Ibu Hendri has also emphasized, we need to be more optimistic. Even though, as she said, yes, Indonesia's economic growth will decline a little bit, but with optimism set on the path towards the future, what we manifest, we become. So ladies and gentlemen, next allow me to also welcome another speaker who is undoubtedly the expert in the field of monetary policy, and his expertise and career has been deeply rooted in central banking as well as global economic collaboration. Without further ado, allow me to welcome Bapak Bambang to deliver his presentation. Bapak Bambang, the floor and time is yours.
Thank you, moderator Amelia. Thank you. Very good morning, everybody. I think the first part of the macroeconomic is already explained by Ibu Henry. So my part here is more on the why Bank Indonesia pay attention to the insurance industry, and also what are the concerns of Bank Indonesia concerning the insurance industry. Let me first explain the objectives and duties of Bank Indonesia to provide context as to why we at Bank Indonesia need to pay attention to the development of the insurance industry, particularly regarding the reinsurance. Next slide, please. In Law Number 4 of 2023, concerning the strengthening and development of the financial sector, or we call it the Financial Sector Omnibus Law, the objective of Bank Indonesia are to achieve rupiah stability, maintain the stability of the payment system, and contribute to safeguarding financial system stability in order to support sustainable economic growth. These objectives are derived into three interrelated mandates, namely formulate and implement monetary policy in a sustainable, consistent, and transparent manner, regulate and ensure the smooth operation of the payment system, and formulate and implement macroprudential policies. With the established objective and mandates, Bank Indonesia implements them through a policy mix that includes monetary policy, macroprudential policy, supported by the payment system policy. With the various policy instruments that we have within the policy mix, Bank Indonesia can provide optimal support for healthy and sustainable economic growth while maintaining economic stability and financial system stability. The context of maintaining economic stability and the financial stability underlies our concern regarding the developments of the insurance industry. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, the number is very small, so maybe you cannot see that. In this slide, I just want to illustrate the positioning of the insurance industry within the Indonesia financial system, and briefly convey our observation on the developments in the insurance industry. Although the banking industry is still the largest player in the financial system, with a share of approximately 78-79%, the non-bank financial institution, which include the insurance industry, also developing quite well. The share of commercial insurance in NBFI reached 28.72%, while the shares of reinsurance has only reached 4.58% of the total commercial insurance. Furthermore, if we look at its the development, the growth of assets in the insurance industry, including reinsurance, of course, has slowed down from in recent years. As we can see on the graphic on the right side, one of the factors often mentioned is the consolidation in the insurance sector. Although there are also other issues causing the development of the insurance industry to be suboptimal, if I may say that, such as insurance education or literacy, there is not being advanced as banking, the limited availability of professionals supporting the insurance industry, as well as regulatory support that may still be lacking. Next slide, please. From the perspective of the financial system stability, the existence of the insurance industry is essential to support the stability of the financial system. However, just like the banking industry, the insurance industry also has the potential to pose systemic risks within the financial system, just like Pak Beni said earlier. First, if we see from the operational side of the insurance industry, although the resilience of the insurance industry is currently quite good with a risk-based capital well above the 120%, there are concerns regarding the development of the loss ratio. I think Bu Henry also mentioned that. The transmission through the issues within the insurance industry that spill over into the financial system and the economy also give some concern for us. At least we identify there are 3 transmission channels from the insurance industry that can spill over into the financial system. That is the asset liquidation, exposure, and also disruption of the critical functions. The transmission through asset liquidation can occur when its value significant enough to affect the movement or volatility of the financial market. The second transmission through the exposure may occur when claims filed cannot be fulfilled, causing losses to other market participants. This transmission through exposure can also lead to the insurance industry support for banking funding being halted, resulting in liquidity difficulties for banks. Even when the critical function of the insurance industry as the pillar of financial system stability disrupted, the non-functioning of the insurance industry will have also this significant financial impact and affect the continuity of economic activities in both real and financial sector. To mitigate these issues, reinsurance play an important role. However, with the limitation of domestic reinsurance, which only account for 4.58% of the commercial insurance industry assets, another option is to utilize overseas reinsurance, which will certainly impact the national economy, particularly in relation to our balance of payment. Next slide. Yes. As conveyed by our Governor of Bank Indonesia at the press conference on the result of the July 2025 monthly board meeting, Indonesia balance of payment for 2025 is projected to record a lower current account deficit with a continued surplus in capital and financial transaction. However, for the trade balance, particularly the service balance, it still records a deficit, which is partly contributed by the widening deficit in insurance and pension fund services. In 2024, it already reached 2.1 billion US dollars, and for the first quarter of 2025, the deficit is already 512 million US dollar. This is partly due to the significant premium payments to reinsurers abroad. Of course, this is also a concern for us at Bank Indonesia, considering that the widening trend of insurance and pension fund deficits will also affect Indonesia's balance of payment and the amount of foreign exchange reserve managed by Bank Indonesia. With those conditions, efforts to optimize insurance in Indonesia become critical in order to reduce the outflow of foreign exchange. Next slide, please. Now, concerning the efforts to optimize domestic reinsurance, I think this is the very critical and important thing. So it will contribute positively to the Indonesian economy and financial system. Certainly require comprehensive follow-up. We noted at least there are 6 things that need to be becoming our concerns to optimize the domestic reinsurance. The first one is to increase the reinsurance capacity to absorb risk. That will certainly, of course, require greater capital support. Second, the sustainability factor of reinsurance by accurately pricing risk factors and limiting certain exposures that are correlated with each other. Third, the existence of policy guarantees program as mandated by the Financial Sector Omnibus Law, which is expected to come into effect in 2028. And the fourth one is support from relevant authorities to regulate the prioritization of using domestic reinsurance prior to assessing reinsurance abroad. And fifth one, the fiscal incentives. Fiscal incentive to encourage the increase of domestic reinsurance capacity and as well as prioritize its utilization by insurance company. And the last one, which is equally important, is the development of human resources, human capital, and sustainable product innovation. I think that's all that I can share with in this session. I think back to you, Amelia.
Thank you very much, Pak Bambang. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give Pak Bambang a big round of applause. Thank you so much on your exciting and insightful presentation on retaining premiums, restoring the insurance so that we could pave a more successful path towards reaching our aims, helped by the central bank, as well as collaborations with more institutional partners as well. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to urge you and request you to not hesitate to once again scan the QR code that we're presenting to you on the big screen to ask your questions to our speakers, both Ibu Hendri and Bapak Bambang. And I'm sure many of you have already insights from their presentations previously, and allow me to read out the questions for you. And well, as we wait for the questions to be written, Pak Bambang, maybe I have one question for you, and that is on the Indonesia is currently going through a very exciting transformation, and that is through an economic transformation through industrial downstreaming. And when it comes to industrial downstreaming, we all know that Danantara serves and operates as the heart of Indonesia's downstreaming or industrial transformation. And my question for you is, how should the insurance sector evolve to support these risks associated with such a structural transformation? And how does BI see this?
Thank you for the questions. If I may answer this in bahasa so that it's more comfortable for me. Kalau kita melihat di inisiatif yang ada, transformasi yang kaitan dengan downstreaming tadi, tentu kita juga melihat bagaimana ini nanti akan memberikan nilai tambah yang besar kepada perekonomian kita. Dan tentu di dalam proses yang terjadi, kita juga perlu mengantisipasi ya beberapa risiko-risiko yang ada di sana, terutama kalau kita berbicara yang berkaitan dengan transformasi yang ada di sisi climate gitu ya, risiko iklimnya gitu. Ini akan sangat-sangat related dengan kebutuhan akan proteksi dari insurance-nya gitu. Dan tentu kalau kita bicara mengenai risiko iklim ini, gitu. Risiko iklim yang nanti juga berkaitan juga dengan aspek downstreaming-nya, kita tentu bicara nilai yang sangat besar di sana. Gitu. Nilai yang sangat besar, yang mau tidak mau ini juga harus dilakukan pengelolaan risikonya dengan lebih baik. Pengelolaan risiko lebih baiknya ini tentu akan lebih kalau dari perusahaan asuransinya atau insuransinya sudah pasti akan ke reinsurance gitu kan. Nah di sini bagaimana supaya kita juga tetap bisa menjaga dari proses yang ada itu supaya upaya kita melakukan downstreaming tadi hasilnya juga tetap ada di dalam gitu. Segala sesuatu proses itu hasilnya tetap ada di dalam. Bukan keluar kalau kita kemudian menggunakan reinsurance yang ada di luar. Sehingga di sini seperti tadi disampaikan Pak Misbakun juga, saya sependapat dengan beliau, ini waktunya untuk kita untuk mengembangkan reinsurance di dalam negerinya. Gitu. Sehingga meskipun itu perlu waktu gitu ya, perlu waktu dan perlu pentahapan, tapi kita sudah berada di proses, sudah dari jalan yang benar untuk bisa mengembangkan industri asuransi yang kalau kita kaitkan tadi dengan transformasi ekonominya yang downstreamingnya tentu akan itu memberikan peluang yang sangat besar bagi perkembangan lebih jauh untuk industri asuransi.
Terima kasih Bapak Bambang. Pernyataan yang bagus sekali. Itulah tadi pemaparan dari Bapak Bambang on how Indonesia is an urgent need to create our own domestic reinsurance as opposed to only relying fully on the international reinsurance. Terima kasih Bapak. And I'd like to have the organizers to once again present the questions on the screen, please. So allow me to read. Yes, thank you very much. So I think this question is directed to Ibu Hendri. Ibu Hendri, you spoke about the slowing economic growth of Indonesia, and the question from our audience is, on the advanced countries have a high insurance penetration and density rates. As a developing country, how can we increase this despite a slower economic growth?
Okay, thank you for the question. Of course, this is not an easy answer. Because if we want to increase the penetration and also the density rate in the insurance, it's not depend on the industry. So the stakeholder have to make a roadmap on this. Do really Indonesia want to increase the penetration in insurance and also will put insurance industry as a support for the Indonesian development economy? So if so, then we have to work together. It is impossible if we just doing, okay, let me increase the literacy. That's not enough. Like what Ms. Bakun said, should be, there is the government intervention on this. So for example, if insurance industry included in this disaster financing, risk financing, so then right now, the government budget only for the disaster only rely on the government budget. If insurance company including there, then there is room and revealing the tension in the government budget. So this is also we have to create comprehensive policy for this. Then the industry, insurance industry will increasing, the people also want to buy the product in the insurance because the government say this is important for us and we will support this. The other thing, for example, about the social protection. Right now also the government take all the social protection and many subsidy that this is overlap. So if we look again for this program, and then let we put some for the insurance industry, so that the government can create new subsidy. For example, related to green economy, related to climate change, so many things. And also, like what Ms. Pakon said, this is very important. The government already subsidy the credit for the SMEs. 60 trillion. 60 trillion in total. So then we can do the same thing for the other sector if this is important. So the most important is we have the consensus. Do our economy need to be supported by this industry? If not, it's not possible for us to increase it. Because if we look at the other country, even there are the developing countries, their penetration and also the insurance industry growing fast because they know this is important. But for us, we haven't put this product, this industry as an important for this ecosystem for the economic growth.
Thank you very much, Ibu Hendri. What an incredibly insightful statement on how the power and the need for collaborations to enhance and tackle these obstacles. Ibu, yeah. And well, ladies and gentlemen, please don't hesitate to propose more questions. And well, my next question, while we wait for your questions to be presented on the screen, Bapak Bambang, my question for you is, just now Ibu Hendri has emphasized on a slower economic growth, albeit all of us being optimistic because of our nature and also our workforce. And Pak Bambang, we see that it's not just economic instability that's causing the slower in growth, but it is also political instability, and not just from home, but from abroad. The Trump's tariffs, for example, has left not just Indonesia, but many countries on their toes thinking what's going to happen, not even tomorrow, but in the next hour, right? So this will undoubtedly also affect how insurance companies deal with policies and regulations, as well as the government. And how does BI see this?
Thank you for the questions. Pertama mungkin kita lihat ini ya, apa namanya, perkembangan yang ada. Kalau sebelum atau waktu pertama kali apa namanya, ada pernyataan-pernyataan dari Trump, langsung ada gejolak gitu kan, ada volatility yang cukup besar. But recently we can see that although Trump gave them some controversial statement, the financial market is already bisa meredam di sana, bisa manage. Jadi tidak lagi terlalu terlihat ada volatility yang besar di sana, karena sudah punya sense bahwa nanti pernyataan ini akan diikuti dengan pernyataan berikutnya yang bisa jadi bertolak belakang dan juga menetralkan situasi yang ada. Gitu. Ini yang sudah apa namanya, yang bisa kita tangkap dari situ. Sehingga kalau dengan tadi kaitannya dengan apa yang bisa dilakukan atau yang terjadi dengan industri asuransi, tentu dengan ketidakpastian yang mulai dalam tanda kutip itu sudah di price in oleh para pelaku pasar gitu. Jadi kira-kira ini resikonya bisa di-manage dengan lebih baik. Tentunya nanti dari insurance juga mengelolanya juga akan bisa lebih baik lagi gitu. Sehingga dengan apa mempricing risikonya juga bisa dengan lebih baik, bisa lebih terukur, bisa lebih sesuai dengan kondisi yang ada, sehingga nanti di dalam pengelolaannya juga bisa pengelolaan di insurance-nya sendiri juga bisa terkelola dengan baik. Jadi saya rasa kalau dengan kondisi yang sekarang yang volatility-nya sudah mulai terkendali, itu justru malah kita bisa membuka peluang lebih besar untuk mendapatkan pricing yang lebih pas terhadap risiko-risiko yang ada di situ.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Bambang atas pemaparannya. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, due to the limited time that we have, I'm going to have to recap the presentations and the statements from both Ibu Hendri and Bapak Bambang. So ladies and gentlemen, as Ibu Hendri has intelligently stated and emphasized that we could see how the slower GDP growth in Indonesia this year which partially was given not only due to the fact that maybe production has been lower or consumption has been lower, but that has also become the cause or the effect by some geopolitical tensions such as Trump's tariffs that's been very confusing to all of us, and how all of us has been on our toes in anticipating on what to do next. So it has increased external risk like trade uncertainty and lower GDP growth and slower economic activity could also impact insurance industries such as a stagnated state and growth of general and reinsurance products and decline in life insurance. So hence Indonesia should do more in exercising a better roadmap of insurance industry's development, and as Bapak Bambang has also stated, on the importance for all of us to now implement a domestic reinsurance and not just rely on foreign reinsurance as well. Insurance stakeholders and government should synergize to expand market reach through literacy initiatives and targeted campaign, because what better way to improve our sector than to increase mass literacy so that the masses could make use of this sector to protect their assets, to protect their sanity really, and to give all of us a better peace of mind to further path better aim for our future targets. And ladies and gentlemen, from Bapak Bambang, allow me to recap a little bit on what he has stated on how the objectives of Bank Indonesia, as we know, is to achieve rupiah stability and to maintain stability of payment system, as well as contribute in safeguarding financial system stability in order to support Indonesia's a more robust and sustainable economic growth. So based on Indonesia's financial sector's landscape, we could see that banking sector still dominates, and on the contrary, we also could see that insurance and reinsurance assets has grown slower. So Indonesia's balance of payment in 2025 is projected to remain strong. However, the balance of payment for reinsurance and the pension services still faces some challenges, and that is the challenge that we need to face together. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to walk fast, yes, you can walk alone, but if you want to walk faster and stronger towards our own path and success, we must walk together. Collaboration is truly the key in further strengthening our economic stability and to further enhance and support our national economic development architecture. And from what I can see is the similarity between Bapak Bambang and Ibu Hendri's statements is truly a dream that you dream alone is merely a dream, but a dream that we dream together first becomes a conference, a meeting, and then, of course, an MOU and a reality, and turning propositions into actions, and that is what today is all about. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank both of our speakers, our panelists, for their expertise and their insightful presentations. Once again, let us give them a big round of applause. And dear Sasha, I'd like to return the stage back to you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't we give our moderator, Ms. Amelia Yahya, a big round of applause for moderating this session with such grace. Thank you so much. And to all of our panelists today, Ibu Hendri Sabarini and also Bapak Bambang Arianto, thank you so much for your time. I now invite all of you probably to take a step forward at the center of the stage as we will commemorate this moment with a photo session together. But before that, we'd like to take this time to appreciate all of you sharing your insights. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we have our distinguished panelists and moderator shedding a valuable light on the intersection of economic resilience and risk strategy in the financial sector, we'd like to invite Ibu Beatrix Santi Anugrah as the Director of Development and Information Technology of Indonesia Re to the stage and present the token of appreciation. Ibu Beatrix, we invite you to hand over the token firstly to Bapak Bambang Arianto and to Ibu Henry Saparini right here as our panelists today, who have shared their perspective and offering such immense clarity and actionable insights on our topic. And of course, shortly after this, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to also continue by handing over a token of appreciation to our moderator today, Ms. Amelia Yahya, and we'll continue with a group photo together. All right, let's take a group photo together. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the panelists and our moderator for our very first panel discussion of the day. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Ibu Beatrix, thank you very much. Miss Amelia Yahya, Ibu Henry, thank you so much. Bapak Bambang, thank you so much for your time. What an exciting way to open this very panel discussion with an insightful thoughts from our key speakers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our next session today, we will explore the essential needs for synergy in creating a resilient and inclusive financial ecosystem. Now, mentioned before is that we all know that in this landscape, we are currently facing a lot of uncertainty, a lot of changes, a lot of geopolitical tensions that creates a higher risk in external factors. Now, this affects a lot of things that are happening in our industry today. So what is very crucial for all of us is to be more resilient, is to create a more robust industry. And that can only happen by all of us, all of the sectors, all of the shareholders, all of the parties working together with a shared vision, of course, for a better future together. Now, before we dive into our second panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible effort and also collaboration that has gone into making today's conference possible, from our organizers and our sponsors and all of the supporting partners to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, joining us here today, distinguished participants, because all of you joining us here today truly demonstrates a shared commitment into driving our industry forward. And it is only through open dialogue and shared insights and will across the sectors that we can truly create a resilient and inclusive financial ecosystem. Now, as we prepare for the next discussion, I invite all of you to reflect on the key takeaways that we have got from the very first panel and think about how those insights can actually connect with your organizations, with your daily work, and with the communities that you serve. And let's use this short pause together to gather our thoughts and get ready to contribute and also to participate actively when the next opportunity of Q&A comes on the next panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the next panel discussion, we'd like to kindly remind all of you once again, all of the guests, to participate in this conference till the very end, because it will contribute to your eligibility of the LSPMR PDU points, MICPD points, and your IIC 2025 certificate. Moderate the next conversation. We are proud to introduce a journalist with more than a decade of experience in television broadcasting. Now, since 2019, she has served as a lead anchor at CNBC Indonesia, where she presents business and financial news with credibility and precision. Now, her journalism journey began at SCTV in 2012 as a TV journalist, and she has later become a very well-recognized sports anchor at Kompas TV from 2014 to 2019. Now, ladies and gentlemen, she also holds a master's degree in corporate communication from the London School of Public Relations, which is a background that really strongly compliments for her expertise in media and public engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I invite all of you, let's give a big hand and a warm applause for the moderator of our second panel discussion, Miss Annika Wijaya. I give the stage to you.
Thank you, Sasha. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second panel discussion of Indonesia Re International Conference, or IIC 2025, Synergy for Sustainability, Building Resilient and Inclusive Financial Ecosystem. As mentioned before, my name is Maria Anaka Wijaya. I will be your moderator for the second session. In terms of penetration, density, inclusion, and literacy, the national insurance industry is still relatively behind other financial industries. To strengthen and develop our insurance industry, we need to have a cross-sectoral strategy with other national strategic sectors. And in this session, we will discuss the synergy between insurance, banking, and health sectors to maintain the sustainability of the national economic growth by strengthening financial services sector. Our first panelist will emphasize the importance of the insurance sector to find community needs in product development and how to synergize with other strategic national sectors so we can provide comprehensive protection. Please welcome Mr. Brian Shen, Managing Director and Head of Actuarial for Southeast Asia and Korea, Guy Carpenter. Mr. Shen joined Guy Carpenter's Singapore office in 2023. He is a qualified actuary, or FIA, with over 20 years experience in the reinsurance industry. He leads an actuarial team across Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Korea to analyze reinsurance pricing, structuring, and capital modeling. Before that, Mr. Shen has been working in P&C treaty underwriting and pricing with Munich Re and Swiss Re in the past 10 years. Mr. Shen also holds Bachelor of Engineering degree from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and is a fellow of the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, UK. Mr. Shen, welcome to the stage. And we are ready to welcome our second panelist that will highlight the synergy between the insurance sector and the banking sector as the essence of inclusive and sustainable financial ecosystem. Please welcome Bapak Leo Putra Rinaldi, the Chief Economist of Bank BNI, as our second panelist. Bapak Leo has built a distinguished career in both national and international economic institutions. He began his professional journey as an economist at the IMF Jakarta office, where he served from 2009 until 2011, gaining international of macroeconomic policy. He then continued his path at Mandiri Sekuritas, where he served as chief economist from 2011 to 2023. Over more than a decade in this role, he became a leading voice in financial markets and economic analysis. Since 2023, Bapak Leo has been serving as the chief economist at Bank BNI, bringing him over 15 years of experience and a wealth of insight into both domestic and global economic dynamics. Bapak Leo holds a bachelor degree in economics from the University of Indonesia, one of the country's most prestigious academic institutions. His outstanding work has earned him multiple accolades. Most notably, he was named Best Economist for Indonesia by the Asia Money Broker Pulse for 5 consecutive years from 2018 until 2022. Please welcome Bapak Leo. Please give warm applause. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third panelist that will enlighten us how synergy between the insurance sector and the health sector. Bapak Arief Wicaksono Juwono Putro, Director of Finance and Investment, BPJS Kesehatan. Please join us to the stage. Bapak Arief Wicaksono Juwono Putro holds a bachelor's degree in economics from Diponegoro University and further pursued his graduate studies at Gajah Mada University, where he earned both a Magister Management and a Magister Humaniora. His professional journey began at PT Asuransi Kesehatan Persero, where he served from the year 2000 to 2013. During his tenure there, he held several strategic positions, including senior manager, head of direct investment department and general manager, head of investment group, showcasing his deep expertise in the field of investment management. In 2014, Bapak Arief continued his career at BPJS Kesehatan, taking on increasingly significant leadership roles. He has served as Deputy Director of Treasury and Investment, as well as Deputy Director of Organization Evaluation Planning, before being entrusted with his current role as Director of Finance and Investment. With more than 2 decades of experience and strong academic foundation, Bapak Arief brings a wealth of knowledge and strategic insight to the organization and today's forum. Let us extend a warm welcome once again to Bapak Arief Wicaksono Juwono Putro. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, since all the speakers are here, let's begin our session. And we will start with sharing from Mr. Brian Shan. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll start with first topic on the new horizon of insurance. On the first part, I'll start sharing with the global risk report. This report was published by World Economic Forum in the past 20 years, and Marsh McLennan is one of the 2 partners in producing this report. And this report, just published in 2025, it has a section called Global Risk Perception Survey. It has a collective input from over 900 leaders around the world on their risk concern, both short-term and long-term. Now, in the next slide here, I would like to share the evolution of the top risk concerns over in the past 15 years. Each column here, you can see the top five risk concerns of each year. Now, I'm not going to go through all of this. It might take me 2 days. I would like you to focus on the column. In the next slide, sorry, it's previous slide. Yeah. So let's focus on the color here. If you look at on the first few columns, you see a lot of blue colors there. These are the economic risk concerns. Now, the reason why, if you recall, some of you, there's a financial crisis just happened before that. And after that, you see more the green boxes popping up. Those are the environmental topics such as extreme weather events, climate change. And more recently in 2024, 2025, you see the light blue boxes popping up. And those are the technological topics such as cyber, misinformation, etc. So for my section, I'll focus on the climate change and the cyber topics. Now, in the slide here, you can see you've been hearing about the heat waves, in Asia, around the world now, in Europe, in US, etc. what is more concerning is now, recently, last month, the World Meteorological Organization just published a report. Asia is hitting twice as fast more than the global average. What that means is potentially you have more significant impact on extreme weather events like flooding, rainfall, drought, etc. And back in Indonesia, I think in January, the National Disaster Mitigation Agency warned that the flooding risk remains the biggest threat in 2025 for Indonesia. Now, some of you might be able to recognize the background. The photo here is the flooding in Bekasi in March 2025. It's not as big as the flooding in 2020, but it's a reminder for us the flood exposure in Indonesia. And in this slide here, we just cover how we, Carpenter, include the climate change assessment in our catastrophe models. In the little box on the left-hand side there, the 7 little boxes there, that's the 7 models, how we project the different rainfalls in different scenarios globally, and with the 2 emission levels in 1.5 degree temperature increase or the 3 degrees in temperature increase. And with that, we created 14 new models to incorporate in our NatCat models, and we look at how the models will vary with the climate change compared to the baseline. And in the next slide here, we'll talk about the cyber evolution. So many of you have seen how the cyber has evolved over the years, and a lot of news and etc. What I would like to highlight here is a recent report that Marsh is our sister company, just published the State of the Cyber Resilience to partnership with Microsoft. It has illustrated 8 recent trends on the cyber risks. One of them I would like to highlight here is on the bottom of the slide here. Insurance is an important part of the cyber risk management strategy and influences the adoption of the best practices and controls. Why is this more important? Now, with the evolving cyber exposure, and we are talking about more digitization in the country going forward, how we can more safeguard our information, private information, personal information, as well as our digital assets is becoming more important. Now, cyber insurance is not just a protection, it's also part of our cyber risk management. And in this next slide, we just give you an example like how we also invested in the product development in the cyber and also at analytics capabilities. In the interest of time, I probably won't go through all this in details. I'll cover my last slide here. The next one is more how we work with the public sectors. Sorry, next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So I think we back to the basic, right? So we talk about insurance. Insurance acts also a safety net for the community. And for that, we should work with the public services. And here's an example globally how we work together with different governments across the world on different schemes. Now you probably see on the screen here, there's different NatCat schemes that we work with, and there's also some health schemes that we work with the different governments. And we have a team of public sector and working with the governments. And on the right-hand side here, you can see the different services that we provide. For example, education. This is, I would say, the most important, the starting point to bring the literacy, the understanding of the risk exposure to the stakeholders, and to design and execute a strategy and solution. And last but not least, and the risk financing is to bring the private sector support into the exposure into the public services. Last but not least, I would say insurance should synergize across sectors to provide a safety net to the wider community For example, working in the banks with the health insurance, that shouldn't be just the profit making. So with that, let's conclude my section. Thank you.
Please give warm welcome to Mr. Brian Shan. From Mr. Shan, we learn about how the insurance sector should be able to understand the evolution of the community's need for insurance protection. And ladies and gentlemen, if you need to ask a question, please QR code that you can see on the screen by Slido. We will read it after the presentation at the Q&A session. And we will continue to our second speaker, Bapak Leo Putra Rinaldi. The stage is yours, Pak Leo.
Thank you, Aneka. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of us. I hope everyone is safe and healthy. Maybe a little bit story, Aneka. I'm quite traumatic presenting in such time. During in the past, I presented similar as this. The first 5 minutes was, everything was A-okay. Entering the 10th minute, I see some people nodding their head, and I say to myself, at least they agree with my presentation. But entering the 15th minute, the nodding became slower, and afterwards when I observed deeper, many were asleep. So I'll keep my presentation very brief, around 10 minutes, and afterwards if there's any questions, be more than happy answer your question during the Q&A. So I'll start my presentation by explaining why the demand of insurance products going forward in Indonesia is still very prospective. And the reason why I say this is not for the sake of the forum, but I really do believe that the insurance industry in Indonesia is still in the early phase. There's still many low-hanging fruits, and this is actually reflected in the data. If you see here the charts, I think maybe these numbers and figures have been presented earlier, but I think it's worth repeating. So if you see in the left chart, for instance, the insurance payment to GDP ratio of Indonesia is still very low. So if you can see, it's only 1.1%. The average insurance payment peers is around 2 to 3%. So this is the number reflecting the penetration of insurance industry in Indonesia. If we talk about the insurance industry density, you can see in the left below table, the insurance premium payment per person in Indonesia is only around 900,000. So in US dollar terms, it's only $50 per year. That's much lower compared to peers around 200 to 300 US dollar per year. So when I see this number, I tend to say to myself that this is a half glass full situation, not a half glass empty. And the reason why I say that this is a half glass full situation is because if we can go to the next slide, is from a macro perspective we see in the next slide, I think Indonesia is on the verge of a positive structural break, in which I would like to say that the country is only shy surpassing the 5,000 US dollar income per capita. And the 5,000 US dollar number is a magic number because if we see the historical data for countries that has surpassed the 5,000 income per capita threshold in the past, you can see here on the left chart, for instance, like South Korea in '88, China in 2010, Malaysia in 2003, it usually becomes an inflection point for consumption in the medium term. So if you see the red dot line, the horizontal red dot line at the left chart, you can see that countries that have surpassed the 5,000 income per capita, in the medium term, usually their consumption growth increased by an additional 2 to 3 percentage points. So if, for instance, our household consumption growth is 4%, in the medium term, it could go up to 6%. So this provides kind of many opportunities for consumption, more diverse consumption, durable, non-durable goods, and including financial products, including insurance products. If you see on the right chart, this is a simple correlation between income per capita and also the penetration of insurance industry. You can see the correlation is a very solid positive correlation. So I think, again, one of the reasons why I say that it's actually a low-hanging fruit, because from a macro perspective, we're on the verge of a structural break for consumption. So that's number one. Now, I think the counter argument from what I explained earlier is that, okay, Indonesia is on the verge of a structural break, but it's difficult for the insurance industry to grow significantly, considering the population profile of Indonesia is still very young and productive. If we can go to the next slide, you can see in the left pie chart, more than 50% of Indonesia's population is considered millennial and Gen Z. More than 50%. However, if we see on the right chart, so the right chart is the life cycle pattern of Indonesia. What's interesting is that if we see on the right chart, I think the best timing for a person to buy an insurance product is actually between age 28 and 44. And the reason why I say this, and later on if the slide is already back, and you can see the slides maybe in the access, when you access, you can see that between age 28 and 44, the life cycle is on a surplus territory. So the average salary is much higher to the average consumption. So number one, actually the best timing to buy insurance product is when there's a surplus or saving condition. So that's number one. Second, I think the pandemic really changed the perspective of people looking at healthcare spending and also insurance. I think both young and also old people now really understand the importance of proper healthcare spending. And later on, if you can go to the next slide, you can see that same as the insurance, the healthcare spending to GDP of Indonesia, if you see on the right chart, is still very low. Our healthcare spending to GDP is only almost 3%. The average healthcare spending compared to other countries is almost around 5 to 6%. So I think after the pandemic, both young and also old people really understands that a proper healthcare spending is very necessary. So I don't think the narrative, whether you're old or young, after the pandemic, healthcare spending is different. And this is really kind of reflected if we see the pre and post-pandemic of insurance demand. So if you see in the left pie chart, this is the portion of insurance products to total. You can see before the pandemic, the portion of healthcare is only 4.7% of total insurance products. But after the pandemic, it almost doubled to 9.3%. So you can see because of the pandemic, there's a shift of preference in context of insurance demand, where healthcare insurance doubled pre and post pandemic, including if you can see also long-term life insurance increasing by 1 percentage point. So my bottom line message, and maybe I'll get 3 minutes of injury time, I don't really see a big problem on the demand side of insurance product in the medium term. The big question is whether the supply side of the insurance industry is ready or not. And to answer this question, I think this is why the synergy and collaboration between banking and also insurance industry becomes very important. I think maybe going to the next slide. Currently in context of the financial sector, I think is still very banking centric. And the relation between banking and also insurance company in Indonesia is more complementary. We complete each other. From a banking perspective, we want to be a one-stop solution to fulfill the financial needs of our clients. So besides offering conventional financial or banking products, we also offer various financial products, or maybe often you heard universal banking. And this is also including offering the insurance product. Terminology is bank insurance. Now, if we can go to the next slide, I won't kind of spend time on the type of bank insurance, but in BNI, from what I'm coming, we have our own subsidiary insurance company called BNI Life. 60% we own BNI Life, the other is owned by Sumitomo Life. It's a Japanese company also. And what we conduct in BNI is we do a bundling strategy. So when we go to clients, especially big clients, besides we offer, for instance, banking facility, we also offer various financial products, including insurance products. And it is actually in our interest to do that because our goal is actually if we can fulfill the needs of our financial kind of client needs. In other words, we can tap and also obtain the ecosystem of the business client as a whole. Because I think going forward in the future, banking business is all about transaction banking. So, like I mentioned again, it's actually in our interest to kind of offer and also provide not only conventional banking products, but various financial products, because I think the future is to be a universal banking, to be a one-stop solution. Now, okay, this is already late. Can you go to the next slide? Now, I think I'll kind of close my presentation on this last slide. So the question is, what factor is important going forward, maybe in the next 5 years? We can talk many aspects about the future, about the synergy between bank and also insurance, but I want to kind of focus and emphasize on the keyword digitalization. I think digitalization is very important to increase the penetration of insurance companies. If you see in the left kind of bar chart, this is a survey conducted by the Financial Service Authority, or OJK. You can see the distribution channel of insurance companies is still kind of direct marketing. But what's interesting, when OJK asks what is the strategy for distribution channel in the next 5 years, 45% says it will do through e-commerce. So it will be conducted through digital platform. And if you see on the right chart, this is also the same survey, OJK asking what type of ecosystem factor that insurance company will kind of push is more on digitalization. So digitalization is the key to increase insurance penetration going forward. Now, lastly, from a banking perspective, there is a comparative advantage that we have because many banks now have digital platform. We have a super app. In BNI, we call it Wonder. In others, there's Livin, there's Bale, and so on. If, for instance, we can merge many features of insurance products into our super apps or digital platform, I think the growth for insurance companies going forward will be substantial if we can have kind of merge many features of insurance products to our super apps or digital platform from the banking side. Because the clients or the customers of the banking side is actually the target of the insurance companies. So I'll just stop there. Thank you for the time, and later on, if there's questions, more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Please give warm applause to Bapak Leo. We learned from Bapak Leo the correlation between consumption change and insurance industry. Again and again, synergy is needed between the insurance sector and the banking sector. In addition, synergy between the insurance sector and the banking sector is very important in creating a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable financial system. And digitalization, again, is a key. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you need to ask questions, please scan the QR code on the screen, and we will discuss it on a Q&A session after the presentation. Last but not least, let us welcome our third panelist, Bapak Arief Wicaksono Juwono Putro. Bapak Arief, the stage is yours.
Baik, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Mungkin saya akan menyampaikan dalam bahasa. Next slide. Next. Saya yakin Bapak Ibu di sini semua pasti saat ini tidak ada warga negara Indonesia yang tidak tahu BPJS. Dulu BPJS ada 2, tapi kalau disebut BPJS pasti BPJS Kesehatan yang ada di top of mind dari kita semua. Jadi mungkin saya akan singkat menyampaikan apakah itu BPJS Kesehatan. BPJS Kesehatan bukan korporasi, kami adalah badan hukum publik nirlaba yang langsung berada di bawah Presiden. Kalau kita lihat dari struktur BPJS, kita memiliki 2 aset yang dikelola secara terpisah. Yang satu adalah aset badan, itu milik badan. Kemudian ada satu aset dana jaminan sosial. Itu adalah aset yang berasal dari premi seluruh peserta. Itu di BPJS bersifat sebagai dana wali amanah. Artinya bukan milik BPJS, bukan milik pemerintah, meskipun ada yang bersumber dari APBN dan APBD, tapi pure itu adalah dana milik peserta yang hanya bisa digunakan untuk kepentingan peserta. Dari mana kami beroperasi? Dana operasional kami adalah merupakan sebagian kecil, sekitar 3,6% dari dana tersebut yang ditetapkan penggunaannya oleh Menteri Keuangan. Next slide. Kemudian ini hubungan antar lembaga, tentu BPJS Kesehatan memiliki ekosistem yang sangat kompleks, mulai dari pemerintah, government, local government juga, kemudian ada juga dari mitra kami, fasilitas kesehatan, kemudian bank, kami bekerja sama dengan hampir seluruh bank yang ada di Indonesia, dan juga peserta kami. Next slide. Ini adalah model bisnis kami. Kalau kita lihat, ada 3 fungsi utama dari BPJS Kesehatan. Yang pertama adalah melakukan revenue collection, pengumpulan premi. Jadi karena kami bentuknya adalah asuransi sosial, artinya base-nya adalah dari premi. Premi ini bersumber dari peserta dan juga dari negara. Jadi untuk yang mampu, preminya dibayarkan oleh dirinya sendiri atau pemberi kerja, sedangkan untuk masyarakat yang tidak mampu, itu preminya dibayarkan oleh pemerintah, apakah itu pemerintah pusat ataupun pemerintah daerah. Jadi memang sistem kami adalah sistem gotong royong, di mana diharapkan sistem ini mengakomodir di mana yang sehat akan mensubsidi yang sakit, yang kaya mensubsidi yang miskin, yang muda mensubsidi yang tua. Namun pada saat yang kaya, muda, sehat, sakit, ya mereka juga berhak menggunakan BPJS Kesehatan. Ini adalah esensi dari gotong royong yang kita lakukan. Jadi fungsi kami pertama adalah melakukan pengumpulan premi, kemudian risk pooling. Jadi equity itu adalah prinsip dasar dari BPJS Kesehatan, bagaimana kita mengalihkan risiko individu menjadi risiko kelompok. Jadi kita mencoba membagi, jadi risiko-risiko individu itu menjadi risiko kelompok, sehingga kita mengejar universal health coverage. Alhamdulillah saat ini jumlah peserta kami sudah 98,32% dari jumlah penduduk Indonesia, atau sekitar 280 juta. Dan kita saat ini merupakan health social insurance yang terbesar di dunia. Tentunya dalam memberikan layanan kami juga menjalin kerjasama, karena BPJS ini tidak memiliki rumah sakit. Kami bekerjasama dengan seluruh jaringan pemberian layanan kesehatan yang ada di Indonesia, baik itu dari mulai dokter keluarga, klinik, dan rumah sakit. Next. Ini cakupan peserta, kalau kita lihat Indonesia bisa mencapai universal health coverage hanya dalam waktu 10 tahun. Compare dengan negara-negara lain yang butuh waktu lebih lama. Jadi kalau kita lihat mulai dari BPJS didirikan 2014, itu jumlah pesertanya 133 juta. Saat ini sudah naik hampir 2 kali lipat, lebih dari 2 kali lipat, 280 juta peserta. Jadi artinya memang kalau bicara universal coverage sekarang untuk pelayanan BPJS, bahkan kami tidak mengeluarkan kartu lagi. Karena kalau mengeluarkan kartu terlalu costly buat BPJS, sehingga saat ini kita pelayanan BPJS hanya berdasarkan KTP. Jadi asal bisa menunjukkan nomor NIK, itu dapat mendapatkan layanan dari BPJS. Next. Fasilitas kesehatan, ini yang menarik, kita bekerjasama dengan 3.141 rumah sakit atau fasilitas kesehatan rujukan tingkat lanjutan, dan kami juga bekerjasama dengan 23.500 FKTP, fasilitas kesehatan tingkat pertama, itu dokter keluarga, klinik, dan sebagainya. Yang mana di sini Bapak Ibu bisa lihat bahwa provider kami, istilahnya provider kami yang swasta lebih banyak dari pemerintah. Contohnya di rumah sakit swasta itu 65%, pemerintah hanya 34%. Kemudian di klinik swasta ini 52%, pemerintah 48%. Jadi memang berdasarkan undang-undang seluruh fasilitas kesehatan pemerintah wajib melayani BPJS. Sedangkan yang fasilitas swasta itu berdasarkan kerjasama. Artinya mereka mengajukan, kami lakukan credentialing, kemudian kita bekerjasama. Jadi artinya swasta secara sukarela menjalin kontrak dengan BPJS. Kalau dilihat dari sini artinya apa Bapak Ibu? Artinya tarif BPJS sebenarnya masih sustain untuk secara keekonomian, karena tentunya swasta tidak akan bekerja sama apabila mereka tidak mendapatkan margin. Next. Ini pemanfaatan. Saat ini kalau kita lihat dari jumlah seluruh peserta, dari semula di 2014 hanya 252.000 per hari, sekarang sudah 19 juta. Bapak Ibu bisa bayangkan artinya sistem kami adalah sistem yang terkonek secara digital. 1,9 juta per hari itu ada peserta kami yang baik itu ke puskesmas, ke klinik, atau ke rumah sakit yang mendapatkan layanan. Kemudian untuk kasus per tahun itu ada 700 juta atau 267,9 per mil atau per 1.000 orang. Dengan kontak rate artinya apakah dia konsultasi atau dia bersinggungan dengan fasilitas kita itu sekitar 46,6%. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu yang atas adalah untuk total peserta, yang bawah ini adalah untuk peserta yang disubsidi, artinya peserta yang dibiayai negara, ternyata juga mereka banyak memanfaatkan. Rata-rata 1,2, kemudian kasusnya 274,5 per mil. Artinya baik peserta yang membayar sendiri maupun peserta yang disubsidi, itu kelihatannya saat ini pemanfaatan cukup tinggi. Next. Kemudian kontribusi dalam pembangunan kesehatan tentunya kita dengan adanya BPJS ini bisa mencegah kemiskinan. Kita punya istilah sadikin. Jadi BPJS itu mencegah sadikin, sakit sedikit miskin. Itu yang kita cegah. Jadi dulu Bapak Ibu kalau mungkin sebelum 2014 kalau ke rumah sakit pasti rumah sakit minta jaminan. Nah sekarang tidak perlu jaminan, hanya perlu menunjukkan kartu BPJS. Kemudian kita juga bisa menurunkan koefisien Gini dengan adanya BPJS, kemudian meningkatkan akses terhadap pelayanan, kemudian menurunkan meningkatkan angka harapan hidup, menurunkan, ini mungkin yang penting, porsi out of pocket. Jadi out of pocket dari semula sebelum era BPJS atau JKN itu 47%, di 2024 turun menjadi 25,5%. Artinya lebih banyak lagi peserta yang tidak perlu mengeluarkan uang dari kantongnya. Kemudian kita juga bisa menggerakkan ekonomi, menciptakan lapangan kerja, karena ternyata dengan adanya BPJS, yang tadi mungkin disampaikan juga mendorong adanya supply side untuk berkembang, sehingga menciptakan lapangan pekerja baru, itu sekitar 3,17 juta ini ekosistem di rumah sakit, kemudian juga dari sisi nominal sekitar 212 triliun. Ini hasil dari penelitian dari UI. Next. Ini angka kepuasan, survei kepuasan, meskipun mungkin Bapak Ibu mendengar banyak keluhan, tapi kalau lihat dari survei, alhamdulillah dari 78% kita sudah mencapai 92% saat ini. Next. Next. Ini prinsip asuransi sosial. Jadi cita-cita kami adalah all people have access they need, when and where they need, to the full range of quality health services without financial hardship. Jadi ini adalah cita-cita kami, di mana untuk mendeliver itu kita lakukan perluasan kerjasama. Untuk daerah-daerah terpencil, terluar, kita melakukan telekonsultasi. Kemudian kita juga menjalin kerjasama dengan rumah sakit yang berkualitas. Dan kita juga memastikan tidak ada iur biaya. Jadi memang selama peserta itu sesuai dengan kelas rawat inapnya, tidak boleh ada iur biaya atau cost sharing selama ini. Next. Ini mungkin kalau kita lihat inflasi kesehatan itu inflasi yang tertinggi dibandingkan yang semua. Jadi kalau mungkin Pak Leo ya, kalau inflasi kita di bawah 5%, inflasi kesehatan bisa double digit. Kalau kita lihat itu sampai 12% lebih inflasi di kesehatan. Sehingga memang sangat penting adanya proteksi kesehatan bagi kita semua. Artinya ini merupakan potensi yang sangat besar untuk industri asuransi komersial. Next. Ini next saja nih. Next. Tentunya kami juga melakukan koordinasi dengan penjamin yang lain seperti BPJS Tenaga Kerja, PT Jasa Raharja, kemudian Taspen, Asabri. Jadi sesama asuransi sosial kita bekerja sama di mana apabila kami menjadi penjamin yang pertama, next bill-nya kami akan alihkan ke lembaga-lembaga yang memang ternyata itu menjadi hak mereka. Next. Ini next saja nih dengan ini mungkin yang next saja nih. Ini mungkin yang terkait dengan industri asuransi. Jadi memang sudah ada ketentuan yang baru di mana dimungkinkan adanya coordination of benefit. Jadi BPJS Kesehatan bekerjasama dengan asuransi kesehatan tambahan. Di mana kalau kita lihat di ketentuan tarifnya untuk rawat jalan, apabila peserta ingin mendapatkan rawat jalan eksekutif, itu selisih biaya paling banyak Rp400.000 per pelayanan. Itu yang ditanggung oleh asuransi kesehatan tambahan. Kemudian untuk rawat inap, apabila kelas 2 naik ke kelas 1, maka selisih biayanya adalah selisih tarif kami, yaitu Inasi Bijis, itu kelas 2 ke kelas 1. Jadi selisihnya aja yang dibayarkan oleh pribadi atau asuransi. Kemudian apabila kelas 2 naik ke kelas 1, itu selisihnya adalah selisih dari kelas 2 ke kelas 1, ditambah paling banyak sebesar 75% dari tarif Inasi Bijis, kelas 1. Kemudian apabila kelas 1 naik ke kelas di atasnya, ini BPJS Kesehatan membayar 75% dari tarif si Bijis, ditambah asuransi kesehatan tambahan membayar paling besar sebesar 125% dari tarif Inasi Bijis. Artinya total 200%, di mana kami 75% dan asuransi kesehatan tambahan 125%. Ini kelihatannya kok BPJS yang untung, asuransi kesehatan komersialnya kok tanggung lebih banyak. Cuma keuntungannya dengan mekanisme COB ini adalah ceiling atas tarif rumah sakit ditentukan. Jadi saat ini kan tarif rumah sakit itu masing-masing. Tapi apabila dengan mekanisme COB ini artinya tarif termahal adalah 2 kali dari tarif Inasi Bijis. Kemudian kita lihat apakah ada potensi pasarnya. Dari data kami, untuk kelas 1 yang warna hijau, ternyata yang naik itu kenaikannya 182%. Jadi kelas 1 yang ingin pelayanan lebih itu naik sebesar 182%, kelas 2 sebesar 234%. Jadi memang kalau dari sini banyak peserta kami yang menginginkan kenaikan yang saat ini memang masih ditanggung pribadi. Dan tentunya ini menjadi potensi buat asuransi kesehatan komersial untuk dapat meraih target market ini. Next. Apa keuntungannya? Mungkin kami skip saja karena waktu sudah habis. Mungkin minta 3 menit dan mungkin moderator. Next. Ini adalah ekosistem digital kami. Jadi kami bekerjasama dengan berbagai pihak dan dalam melakukan segalanya, ini saat ini kami sudah digitalize. Kita mengandalkan kepada digital, pegawai kami hanya 8.500, tentunya secara manual tidak bisa menangani 280 juta klien. Artinya ini harus rely on the digital ecosystem. Next. Ini gambarannya dulu mengantri BPJS itu sampai orang meninggal sandal. Jadi saat ini kita sudah menggunakan aplikasi mobile JKN sehingga orang datang sudah tahu kapan harus datang, berapa lama dia akan ngantri. Jadi kita ciptakan jargon mudah, cepat, setara. Pelayanan harus mudah, pelayanan harus cepat, dan juga tidak ada diskriminasi. Next. Ini adalah aplikasi kami ada di mobile JKN. Saat ini penggunanya adalah 47 juta dari 280 juta peserta kami. Next. Ini dengan sistem antrian kita sudah bisa menetapkan standar kualitas bahwa waktu tunggu dan waktu layanan maksimal 2,5 jam. Jadi begitu peserta datang itu 20 menit, ruang pendaftaran maksimal 50 menit, di ruang poli layanan 90 menit, mendapatkan obat 90 menit. Jadi ini kami monitor bahwa minimal atau maksimal waktu tunggu dan waktu layanan adalah 2,5 jam untuk setiap peserta yang dilayani. Next. Ini kami klaim juga kami kelola secara digital. Kita menggunakan cloud, menggunakan AI sekarang untuk anti fraud dan sebagainya. Next. Next. Ini. Next. Mungkin lesson learn-nya adalah, ini slide terakhir, sangat perlu koordinasi antar lembaga pemerintah yang memerlukan pendekatan multisektoral, artinya juga melibatkan keterlibatan swasta, baik itu asuransi maupun perbankan, kemudian secara rutin mengedukasi masyarakat tentang pentingnya peran komunitas dalam jaminan kesehatan semesta, kemudian meningkatkan komitmen antara pemerintah pusat, daerah, dalam berbagai aspek, termasuk sisi penyediaan dan dukungan pembiayaan, kemudian mencari sumber pendanaan lain untuk menjamin sustainability dari program ini. Saat ini yang sudah ada adalah cukai rokok. Pajak cukai rokok daerah itu 37,5% itu dikontribusikan untuk pelayanan BPJS Kesehatan. Mungkin demikian moderator yang dapat kami sampaikan, semoga bermanfaat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Please give warm applause to Bapak Arief Wicaksono. From Bapak Arief, we learn how BPJS Kesehatan gives big impact to our health sector, and collaboration between BPJS Kesehatan and private insurance sector will be a game changer to strengthen our national health protection. And since the time is very tight, allow me to lead you directly to Q&A session. We will read the first question on Slido. Please don't hesitate to propose more questions because we will discuss it with our prominent speakers here. So the first question, how government facilitate collab between insurance provider and financial institution to integrate insurance into broader financial planning in current economic condition? Perhaps Pak Arief or Pak Leo will answer.
Okay, thank you. Maybe now if we talk about government facility with BPJS Kesehatan, we saw now that a lot of government facility became business unit, independent business unit that can make some cooperation with insurance and banking. So we see that with the BPJS ecosystem now, many hospital became bankable. They have access to banking and they use banking services a lot than before BPJS era. Maybe Mr. Leo can add.
Maybe adding a little bit from Pak Arif. So Pak Arif is from the perspective of the government, but maybe indirect answer. I think the current challenge in this type of situation between banking and insurance company is liquidity. I think liquidity condition currently is quite tight. So sometimes there is a challenge between insurance companies and also banking because they're kind of targeting the same client. From a banking perspective, if for instance a client buys an insurance, it means they doesn't buy or doesn't kind of take savings, for instance. So it's kind of taking each other in this type of situation. Having said that, I think from a banking perspective and what we have done in BNI, more technical and specifically, we try to build a comprehensive KPI. So the KPI between RM on the banking side, if for instance, we offers an insurance product, is actually a positive, even though the trade-off, they don't offer the saving, for instance. So I think maybe that's one of the challenge between banking and insurance companies, because in this type of tight liquidity situation, sometimes from a banking perspective, if we buy insurance, it doesn't go to the saving and vice versa. But I think going forward, technically, and what we are doing in BNI, we try to build a comprehensive KPI in which cross-selling products is actually not a net negative, but a net positive for the KPI of RM. So maybe that's from the banking perspective. I don't know whether this kind of answer, because Pak Arif has answered it perfectly on the government facility. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. We will continue to second question. Can e-commerce replace traditional channels like agency and bank assurance, considering customer engagement, trust, and regulatory dominance? What's the key point? Perhaps Mr. Shen?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. I think personally, I won't see e-commerce is going to replace the traditional channels. I would rather say this is going to be complementary for traditional channels, simply because the traditional channels, as it states here, there's a lot of relationship in there, trust built in there. What e-commerce can really come in to help is to widen the reach beyond the traditional channels, so they can complement each other. And we also are talking about digitization, you know, with working with the bank assurance channel and utilizing the digital apps the banks already have with their bank customers. So these will be really to complement the traditional channels and improve the stickiness for the bank customers. And even beyond that, to be honest, beyond the banks, we know there's also cooperative in Indonesia that we can cover those customers not being served by the banks, and that will even have a wider reach of the so-called underserved communities in the country, which have a huge population, and that can be very well complemented and rather than replacing the traditional channel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shen. Perhaps Bapak Leo could add more answer?
I think Pak Brian has answered it comprehensively. Maybe emphasizing what Pak Brian mentioned earlier. Yesterday, the President officially announced Koperasi Merah Putih, the cooperatives. And I think echoing what Pak Brian mentioned, the target is 80,000 cooperatives. And I think this could be a potential distribution channel in context for insurance product going forward. Because from a banking perspective, if you see the financial inclusion of banking is still, for instance, below 60%. So I think the more the merrier. So maybe echoing what Pak Brian mentioned, e-commerce will definitely not replace traditional channels, but it will be complementing each other, because I think in this type of situation, the condition of Indonesia, again, the more the merrier. The bigger, the more channels, I think is more effective, and I think Koperasi Merah Putih yesterday is one of the avenue, but maybe that's more on the medium term, echoing what Pak Brian mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Bapak Leo, for the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, so sorry that the time is very limited, but if you want to discuss more to our panelists, please approach them after the session, because we have to end this second panel discussion. And what a wonderful discussion. I'd like to thank you to our speakers. From Mr. Brian Shan, we have learned about the urgency of the role of insurance as a financial safety net that is integrated with the financial ecosystem and public services, as well as how the insurance sector should be able to commit to synergizing across sectors to provide meaningful and impactful protection. And from Bapak Leo Putra Rinaldi, we have learned that ultimately the synergy between the insurance sector and the banking sector will result in more than just a market expansion, but can also increase the financial resilience of the community, strengthen the structure of the national financial services sector, and realize inclusive, adaptive, and sustainable finance. And from Bapak Arif Wicaksono, we have learned that the synergy between the insurance sector and the health sector and BPJS Kesehatan is expected to create a strong, fair, and competitive national health protection system. Please give warm applause to our speakers. And this is the end of our second discussion panel. I'd like to give it back to Sasha.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Ms. Annika Wijaya, thank you so much for being a moderator and guiding us through this very intriguing discussion. And also to our panelists today, thank you so much for your time. I'd like to invite all of you to join us at the center of the stage. We'll take a group photo together. And to appreciate our panelists today, Mr. Brian Shan, Mr. Leo Putra Rinaldi, and also Mr. Arif Wicaksono Juwono Putra, thank you so much. And to our moderator, we'd like to invite the Director of Technical and Operation of Indonesia Re, Bapak Delil Khaira, to please come and join us. And hand over the token of appreciation up here on the stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after such a compelling and insightful discussion today, we have learned so much and shed a lot of valuable light, and a lot of the perspectives here has created an immense clarity, and also what are the actionable insights that we can do together. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next agenda, I'd like to once again remind all of you to stay with us until the very end of this conference, because your participation and contribution today will define your eligibility for the LSPMR PTU points, the MICBD points, and also to gain your IIC 2025 certificate. All right, and then we'll continue with the picture together. All right, let's take a moment. All right, we have our photographers right there standing by. Everybody, big smiles to the camera. We'll get ready in 3, 2, 1. Let's do one more time. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap this up with a big round of applause for our moderator, for our speakers today. Thank you so much for your time. Pak Delil Khaira, thank you so much for also joining us up here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, we appreciate you, and we'll let you get back to your seats. Of course, at the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025, ladies and gentlemen, We would like to take this moment to recognize the generous support of our sponsors. Once again, a sincere gratitude to Aon, Munich Re, Gallagher Re, part of IBS Group, Asia Reinsurance Broker, Guy Carpenter, Bosowa Asuransi, Care Technology, Umbra, Bank BTN Syariah, and Bank Mandiri. Ladies and gentlemen, our sponsor here today has given their invaluable contribution to this event and making this event happen. And our sponsors, your support has been instrumental in making the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025 the success it is. So let's give our sponsor a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because of course they deserve it. And now we have reached a break on the segment before we continue with the next panel discussion. The third one will be served in the designated foyer area just right outside the ballroom. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite all of you to take your time to enjoy this meal, to connect with fellow attendees today. Take a moment to rest, straighten up your legs a little bit, and energize before we move on into the next critical topic and learn a lot more insights from our key speakers today. Now, the second half of our conference will commence at 1:15 or 1:15 p.m. So we kindly invite and expect all of you ladies and gentlemen to come back inside this ballroom promptly on time so that we can continue with our next agenda. So with that, thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch and we'll see you very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite all of you, after enjoying the lunch, to please come and join us back inside the ballroom. And please do take your seats as we're about to continue and begin the second half of our conference today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you, probably still at the foyer area, we kindly invite you to please make your way back inside the ballroom and please do take your seats. Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang kami hormati, boleh kami informasikan karena acara akan dimulai kembali. Kami mengundang Anda bagi yang masih berada di luar untuk dapat kembali masuk ke dalam ruangan ballroom dan untuk menempati tempat duduk. Terima kasih.
Every decision today is interconnected. Doing business is increasingly complex, and each decision can have unexpected outcomes. How do you match risk with the right forms of capital in an ever-changing world? Improve the health, productivity, and performance of your workforce as costs soar. The right advice is hard to find. But Aon goes further. Whether you're looking to manage risk or invest in your people, we help you act with clarity and confidence. Through actionable analytic insight, globally integrated expertise, and locally relevant solutions, the time for uncertainty is over. The time for better risk and people decisions is now. Risk capital, human capital. Better decisions. Aon.
Congratulations to the Board of Commissioner, Directors, and friends of Indonesia Re for successfully hosting your 4th International Conference. We at Aon are extremely proud and honored to be able to partner with you in your key initiative. I remember when we first hosted this event in 2022, and you have since inspired many of your peers across the various territories to do the same as well. I trust the presentations will be very insightful, and I wish you great success in everything that you do.
On behalf of Munich Re, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Indonesia Re on the successful organization of your 2025 International Conference, which is under the theme Empowering Downstream Growth in the Financial Sector, Advancing Insurance Industry Through Strategic Collaboration. This event is a testimony to your commitment to driving growth, innovation, and resilience in the Indonesian insurance industry. And we are honored and privileged to have the opportunity to support this prestigious event today.
Every decision today is interconnected. Doing business is increasingly complex, and each decision can have unexpected outcomes. How do you match risk with the right forms of capital in an ever-changing world? Improve the health, productivity, and performance of your workforce as costs soar. The right advice is hard to find. But Aon goes further. Whether you're looking to manage risk or invest in your people, we help you act with clarity and confidence. Through actionable analytic insight, globally integrated expertise, and locally relevant solutions. The time for uncertainty is over. The time for better risk and people decisions is now. Risk capital, human capital. Better decisions. Aon.
Congratulations to the Board of Commissioner, Directors, and friends of Indonesia Re for successfully hosting your 4th International Conference. We at Aon are extremely proud and honored to be able to partner with you in your key initiative. I remember when you first hosted this event in 2022, and you have since inspired many of your peers across the various territories to do the same as well. I trust the presentations will be very insightful, and I wish you great success in everything that you do.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025. Now again, to all of you ladies and gentlemen, probably still in the foyer area again, we kindly invite you to come and join us back inside, and please do take your seats because we are about to begin the second half of our conference today. Now we do hope that everybody has had a great time to relax yourself, to straighten out your legs a little bit and have a power-packed lunch and probably made such great connections and conversation during that lunchtime. Also, probably you took 1 or 2 shots of caffeine to energize yourself before we move on into the next insightful discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our session today, again, we'd like to take a moment to recognize the generous support of our sponsors. Once again, thank you so much to Aon, Munich Re, Gallagher Re, part of IBS Group, Asia Reinsurance Broker, Guy Carpenter, Bosawa Asuransi, Care Technology, Umbra, Bank BTN Syariah, and Bank Mandiri. So ladies and gentlemen, we hope that everybody's still excited. Bapak Ibu masih semangat? Tepuk tangan dulu dong. Round of applause for all of you. Such champions. Starting to go into the afternoon, but everybody's still excited to follow through our next session of the day. Now, to begin our second half of conference, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to present a special expert remark from one of our international partners in the insurance development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage, we have the Managing Director of Long-Term Insurance Division from the Korea Insurance Development Institute, to Mr. Dae-kyo Kim. We give the stage to you.
Selamat sore. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dae-kyo Kim, Head of Life and Long-Term Insurance Division at the Insurance Development Institute, Korea, KIDI. I would like to send my sincere congratulations to organizer of the Indonesia Re International Conference. And I'm very pleased to deliver a keynote speech on the urgency of establishing insurance data aggregation and rate-making organization to build sustainable insurance ecosystem. Insurance is a system, mutual aid that covers losses based on premium collected from a large number of customers. For such a system to work well, it is essential to calculate premium that accurately reflect the level of risk. If premium too high, customer will be discouraged from taking out insurance and market growth will be hindered. Conversely, if premium are too low, insurer will become financially unstable and their ability to pay claim will be deteriorate, which will ultimately be passed on policyholder. Therefore, calculating reasonable rate based on risk is key to ensuring the health of insurer and stability of insurance industry. The US NAIC has also emphasized the appropriate risk pricing and sound financial management are critical to maintaining insurer stability and long-term sustainability. Fair pricing protects the interest of both policyholder and insurers. Fair premium ensure that policyholder receive coverage at a reasonable price aligned with their risk, while enabling insurers to maintain sufficient revenue and reserve to meet future obligations. So, how do you come up with accurate and fair insurance premium rate? The answer is a nutshell, is by using statistics to calculate the right premium. Without sufficient statistical data and risk information, premium rate calculation can only rely on estimate or limit experience, which is prone to error. On the other hand, systematically collecting and analyzing insurance contract and claim data allows for more accurate understanding risk, enable the calculation reasonable rate for each risk group. Therefore, the collection of insurance statistics is key foundation for fair rate calculations. A large data pool that aggregates the experience of multiple insurers can reveal risk pattern that may not be visible in the limit data of individual insurers, helping ensure that premium rate remain both adequate and equitable. Especially is growing market with many insurance like Indonesia, a comprehensive system for managing market-wide data is needed. Without it, company must rely on limited statistics to set price, which can result in a significant rate difference, often driven by inaccurate risk assessment. To address these issues, National Insurance Data Management System is needed. Centralizing the management of reliable insurance data enables the calculation of market average, supports diverse rate setting approaches, and promotes the more level playing field. In addition, it also allowed supervisory authorities to quickly assess overall market risk and respond proactively. Establishing a robust data infrastructure will not only increase the effectiveness of rate calculation, but will also serve as a foundation for innovation supporting new market development and product development in the insurance industry. The accumulation of various statistics will also create added value through the development of new insurance products, improved risk prediction model, and personalized customer services. Before discussing the need for rating organization, I would like to first introduce my company. It's LiveLaw Kitty in more detail. Kitty was established in 1983 under Korean Insurance Business Act to calculate fair and reasonable insurance premium rate and efficiently manage insurance rate information. As a non-profit organization established to protect the interests of policyholders and contribute to the development of the insurance industry, Kitty is the only organization in Korea that provides insurance data and calculate the reference premium rate, the average rate of the insurance industry. Under the Insurance Business Act, all insurance companies in Korea are required to submit insurance data to Kitty. This is because sufficient data must be aggregated to calculate appropriate insurance price, and government also need to assess the standard rate level across the entire industry. When insurers submit policy and claim data in accordance with Kitty's guideline, Kitty defined the data using line-specific error checking system, thereby building high-quality database. To this end, Kitty established a comprehensive statistical exchange system with insurers in 1989. In 1993, Kitty launched the Insurance Information Network, establishing dedicated communication line with insurers to share policy and claim data. In 2000, Kitty was designated as an agency responsible for documenting national insurance statistics. Based on its database, Kitty now performs a wide range of functions. First, calculation reference premium rate. 2, verifying the appropriateness of insurance product. 3, providing premium discount and surcharge rating. And supplying useful insight to government and consumer. Currently, Indonesia does not have a dedicated rate-making organization like Kitty. Instead of OJK is in charge of rate calculation and statistical management, which not only puts a heavy burden on the regulator, but also limits its expertise. This is because insurance data management requires continuous investment in IT infrastructure and skilled professionals, while rate calculation demands extensive data processing and actuarial analysis. A dedicated rate-making institution plays an important role in protecting policyholder rights and interests by ensuring fair and reasonable premium calculation, while also supporting the soundness and stability of insurance industry. By objectively analyzing the risk insurance product and calculating insurance premium based on data, fair and reasonable premium can be charged. And by providing insurance companies with information and data necessary for calculating rate, it can enhance operational efficiency and supports the development of new insurance products. It also contributes to enhancing transparency and reliability in the insurance market by presenting industry average rate. There are many insurance companies competing in Indonesia. If each insurer calculates rate without proper risk assessment in this competition, market confidence in premium levels may decline. An issue of fairness between policyholders may arise. Such inconsistency can lead to price distortion, reduce trust in market, and ultimately hinder the sustainable growth of the insurance industry. Therefore, we believe the time has come to address this challenge by establishing an independent and professional rate-making organization in Indonesia. Now, I would like to conclude by highlighting the expected effect of establishing a rate-making institution. Ultimately, once such an institution is in place and fully operational, the Indonesian insurance market will have a fair and transparent structure. With a standardized pricing, insurers will be able to compete fairly based on the same standard and data, shifting the market paradigm from excessive price competition to competition based on service and product quality. Once a reasonable rate is established, the insurance profitability and soundness will be improved, producing the risk market dropout, which in turn will create a virtuous cycle and lead to consumer protection. Plus, transparency is key, restoring consumer confidence. Rate and publicly available statistics from reputable organizations will give consumer confidence in the pricing their insurance. When consumers realize that premiums are set based on rates verified by independent institutions, insurers will naturally earn their trust and satisfaction. Trust in insurance will lead to higher insurance coverage rate, serving as a driving force for the growth of insurance industry. Furthermore, the aggregation and sharing data through rate-making institutions will provide Indonesian insurers with an opportunity to strengthen their innovation capability. Big data analysis capability are essential for developing new insurance products, advancing premium calculation, and integration with digital technologies. A specialized institution can serve as a hope for spreading this capability evenly across insurers. In terms of government policy, accumulate insurance data can be useful in connection with the social security policies, disaster compensation systems, and financial stability policies. Fair and transparent insurance markets are not built overnight, but the aggregation of insurance data and establishment of a rate-making institution, as discussed today, will be first step in that significant leap forward. For sustainable future of the Indonesian insurance industry, above all, I believe it is time for bold decision and investment to secure the trust and confidence of the Indonesian people. I sincerely wish the Indonesian insurance industry a bright and prosperous future. Thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to Mr. Taegu Kim for sharing your remarks today. Now, Mr. Taegu Kim, of course, as we appreciate your presence today, may I invite you once again to come and join us up here on the stage. So we'll take a group photo together, if that's okay with you. Please do come and join us. And to hand over the token of appreciation from Indonesia Re, Mr. Benny Waworuntu, as the President Director of Indonesia Re, would you kindly make your way up to the stage and hand over the token of appreciation to our speaker, Mr. Taegu Kim, and continue with a picture together. Ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap this up with another round of applause for our speaker today. Gentlemen, thank you so much. You may return to your seat. Mr. Taegu Kim, thank you very much. And Mr. Benny Waworuntu, thank you for joining us up here on the stage. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey through the critical theme of this year's conference, we now move forward into the third panel discussion, which will focus on the digital frontier of the insurance industry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in today's rapidly evolving world, digitalization is not a luxury, but it is truly a necessity. From the way we collect, we analyze the data, to how we design products, to how we deliver our services and engage with our customers, technology is really reshaping the landscape of insurance in such an unprecedented pace. Now, the global insurance sector is now under an increasing pressure to always adapt, to always evolve and innovate in response to the changing customer expectation, to all of the emerging risks that are facing us today, and also to face the new regulatory demands. Now, digital solutions, we've heard a lot about it, about artificial intelligence, about big data analytics and automation. They're no longer distant concepts. They are, in fact, very near to us right now. And they are active tools that can enable a lot of us insurers to make better decisions, to manage risks even more effectively, and to create a truly customer-centric experience. Now, this afternoon discussion, ladies and gentlemen, will shed light on the forward-thinking organizations that are embracing these technological advancements, how they overcome the challenges and transform the traditional models for all of us to be able to stay competitive in the game. Now, as we get ready to hear from our distinguished panelists today, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all of you to think about how these insights that we will hear later on can actually help a lot of us here today to reshape our own strategies and inspire meaningful changes within our own organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to kindly remind all of you once again to participate in this conference till the very end because it contributes to your eligibility for the LSPMR PDU points, for the MICPD points, and your IIC 2025 certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator on our next session, we are joined by a highly experienced reinsurance executive with more than 2 decades of leadership across ASEAN and also the Middle East. Currently serving as the Managing Director of Technical Operations at Indonesia Re, he has been truly instrumental in advancing data-driven risk analytics and digital transformation within the organization. Prior to joining Indonesia Re, he held senior positions at Swiss Re, Asia Re Takaful, Hanover Re, and Re Indo, bringing with him such deep expertise in both conventional and also Re Takaful markets. He holds an MBA in Islamic Finance from the International Islamic University Malaysia and a bachelor's degree in statistics from IPB University. Truly advocate for collaborative industry-wide data strategies, he has also played an active role in shaping the future of reinsurance in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our moderator today, a familiar face to all of us, Director of Technical Operation, Indonesia Re, Bapak Dalil Khairat. We give the stage to you.
Thank you, Shasha, for the introduction. Very generous, I would say. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, everybody. Thank you for staying with us and hope to be another exciting panel this afternoon. Although I'm not, because for 2 years in a row now, the committee put me in this very tough slot of the panel, actually. This two years already, so I think we need to talk with the committee after this. Anyway, thank you for staying with us for the third panel session of the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025. My name is Dalil Khairat. I'm honored to be a moderator of today's discussion. Our theme for this panel is this, shaping the future insurance industry between data and digital transformation. We will explore how trust, data maturity, and real-time innovation are reshaping the insurance industry, not only to catch up with the customer expectation, but to lead also in delivering transparency, personalization, and strategic value. All right, so we will have 3 esteemed speakers in this panel. And let me now invite them one by one to come to the stage. Our first panelist will be Ibu Bernadette Sauria Lisferi Gultom. Bu Sau, please come to the stage. I think most of us already knows Bu Sau very well. She has more than 15 years experience in the consultancy work with the one of the big 4 EY Indonesia, and mainly working in financial services, in particular insurance industry. Our second panelist is he has also more than 2 decades experience in the reinsurance world, from Allianz Group, Catlin, ACR, and he's, I think I have to say that he is among the few reinsurer that brave enough to cross the bridge to the broker world. They're fantastic, Soren. So please welcome Soren Soltisiak, CEO of Reinsurance Solution Asia, Aeon. Thank you. Last but not least, our third speaker, he's currently senior consultant at Willis Towers Watson, And, but he also has experience working with a couple of insurance company in life and health, and also PNC, FWD, and Sompo Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jose Giovanni. Pak Jose, please. All right, so as I said, it's not easy time to have such a heavy discussion, ladies and gentlemen. We will do our level best to keep you awake, but also let's make a deal. You also do your level best to keep your eyes open, right? So the committee already did the part actually. I think I saw in the table there is a can of iced coffee. It's my first knowledge today that basically IndonesiaRe is making coffee. Not really. So we are still very much confident with insurance reinsurance industry. No worry about that. Okay, let's move on now to the first speaker, Ibu Bernadette Sauria. Her famous name is basically Bu Sao, easy to pronounce. And Bu Sao will be speaking on trust and transparency, the foundation of a strong insurance industry. We have 7 minutes. Why 7? Because that's a good number. And then I will let you know, give you a sign if you know we are reaching the time. Bu Sao, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Daryl. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to have you all after the lunch break. As Pak Daryl said, this is critical and also I think important, ya Pak. Thanks again, Pak Daryl, for the introduction. I was fortunate to actually help the Indonesia Re in their Affair 17 or PES AK 117 journey, implementation journey, and now I'm here. I think this is the first time for me, so thank you, Pak, and Ibu Patrick and the rest of the Pak Beni also, and the rest of the Indonesia Re leadership for having me. So I think I'll start with the trust and transparency. This is such a fundamental and powerful word for the insurance industry. When the committee shared with me the topic, it's mixed feelings because this is quite simple but also difficult to explain and to share, and at the end of the day, what we can help, what we can support the industry to help build the trust and transparency. So hopefully I can share some insight from this session. Let's go to the next slide. So this is in line with our EY Global Insurance Outlook, and we have 3 main pillars for the acceleration, for the enhancement of the trust and transparency, especially in the insurance industry. We are living in the situation or in the world that is slightly different between banking and insurance. I also like covering banking in my company, and it's more challenging in the insurance and also more opportunities, especially in Indonesia. Because since long time ago, we understand that the needs for the insurance is not also different, but quite a different infrastructure, different situation, and different ecosystem, and also that also will impact the overall performance of the insurance. So back to the fundamental, what is trust, what is the transparency, right? So this is something that we're talking about the overall stakeholders here, the customer, and they already like share their trust. They already like giving the trust to the insurer, so they have a high expectation on how we manage this, and also we have the investor, how we can share with the like open information and also share our value together. And the last one is on the regulator side. So these 3 stakeholders interaction is something that we need to focus on how we build trust more in the insurance. And as we can see here, this only like 3 is like the focus areas of the trust and transparency. The first one is the transformative of impact of the AI. And the second one is on the societal value. And the last one is on the evolving of the customer needs. So we will dive deeper into each topic. Next slide, please. So the first questions on the AI, I think this is also one of the hot topic. So it's like 2 sides of coins. On the other side, we are optimistic on the usage of AI in our insurance business. But on the other side is like raise a big concern, how we manage, how we monitor, and how we get the most value of AI in our organization. Next slide. So this is the idea of how we manage the transformative, starting with the integration, the AI into your business. So the most impacted one may be between the processes, actuarial and accounting, how we optimize the data ingestion and data use and all the data points that will be able to help us on the pricing, on the strategic decision making, and also in terms of the claims, how the AI can help us on the identification and also the fraud detection and mitigate and minimize any issues in terms of the claim usage, and any other of the processes that might help on the process of in the organization. Second one is like after we understand our business, we understand what is like the key processes and controls, what is the benefit and risk to manage. So this is a more balancing, is more balancing on the risk management, on how we can place the AI or the or any other tools that can help. And the next one is about the regulatory outlook. What is the local regulator like support this operation? And the next one, the forward-looking, what we can not only focusing on the short-term improvement on the process or on the key areas, but also focus on the longer term. So balancing on the short-term and also long-term strategies. And important thing also, nowadays it's about ethical and about how we gain more trust from the industry, and also like end-to-end customer experience, so they can support us along the journey. So yeah, I think that's on the AI. Next one is on the societal. So this is beyond business. So the first one, we're talking about how AI can help or support the business, so business driven. And now is on the beyond business side, how we can give back, provide more impact to our society. I think for the insurance is also something that's still in progress, and something that we need to continue to focus also on the on this area. So the key questions that we have is on the: are you clear and open about how you add value beyond on your own bottom line? So this is something that no need to wait for us to like waiting until the performance and also until the bottom line is achieved, but it's through along the way the journey itself. So next slide. Yeah, so this is just the key focus again under societal value. So how we support more, starting from the product and starting for the first point on product, how we can provide more accessible and also more affordable to the customer, and then continue with the gig workers on this or freelance, and also support for non-traditional employment, And the next one is on the service and incentive to support the overall greener economy. I think on this topic, something also like still ongoing for Indonesia compared to other ASEAN or Asia Pacific countries, that we are still undergo for the greener economy from the insurance business. And also hiring or promote diversity, inclusion in our workplace. This is something that being one of the focus area under societal economy. And also to help the ecosystem collaboration. I think in the morning session, we discussed about how the ecosystem can support a better collaboration from all the stakeholders, and this will help the financial security and wellness for all the customers. And lastly is about the regulatory or ESG reporting. That's something that part of the trust that we put the value and also share in more transparent reporting as required by the regulator. So I think this coming from the internal and also external, that also provide more transparency to the customer. On the last topic is on the customer needs. So we are now in the July 25. We've been a lot of things after COVID, post-COVID, and also the customer evolving right until today. So it's a must. It's mandatory for the insurer to adapt to align with the market situation, and also to, in particular, to make sure what is like the adjustment or the requirement from the customer itself, so we can have like a better customer journey, and at the end it can improve their trust. So the key question here is the organization ready to satisfy these different customer needs? So we cannot always stay with like current model, and focusing on what's the improvement or innovation required. Next slide, please. So based on the survey and also the conversation with the key players in the insurance industry in Indonesia, the first one on the factors of to their daily life. So for the seamless point of view, and also from the outcome, it's something that tangible and also feasible to the customer side. On the second thing is the rising competitive stakes in every line of business. So not only insurance, but if we're talking about the full ecosystem, we will also have the other industry on this case. For example, it's back to the embedded insurance. We also supported the automotive ecosystem, and also contribute to the business, and also open for other business line. I think globally or regionally, automotive is become one of the strongest industry that to support this. And beyond this, for example, from pharmaceutical also open and also ready to collaborate with the insurance. And lastly is about the growth of captives. I think on the earlier station, so one of the speakers also mentioned that it's a growing market for the captive insurance, and it's something that can help the overall business. And nearly of every Fortune 500 firm also operates in own captive insurer. So with these three focus area, we hope that we can help navigate the overall changing in customer needs, and at the end, they can continue to trust and also to support us in order to have a more transparent process and also information. So as the conclusion, I think we all agree that trust and transparency is very crucial to the insurance industry. There's a big opportunities for us to play to always improve with the use of AI, and as long as we manage it properly, balancing risk and also the outcome, and always align with the regulator and see the opportunities for the other customer, for the other solution or the other innovation. And also not to forget the regulatory reporting on the societal value, and so they can have more, so the customer can have more trust and transparency in our business. So hope with this we can continue to grow for the insurance industry in Indonesia. So thank you for.
Thank you, Busau, for very interesting, insightful, presentation. Well, yes, if I may summarize your presentation, Busau, indeed, trust is not an add-on in our industry. It's really a center of our industry. It's a foundation also for every digital and strategic move of the industry. Thank you very much. And let's move on now to the second speaker. Sorens will be talking about leading versus lagging, data utilization and data sharing in insurance. Sorens, you have 7 minutes. Try to conclude in 7 minutes.
I'll stand up if that's okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming, for staying here. Thank you very much to Pak Benny and Indonesia Re to inviting me to be here today. 7 minutes, you want to start a timer? Then I know where I am. I think actually our lovely MC has already summarized everything. Digitalization is here, data is important, we have better risk selection, so we can condense this a little bit. I think when we talk about data, and the data obviously comes up more and more at the moment, but actually the insurance industry has always worked with data, right? I mean, we always had data in the system. We captured address data, sum insured, car types, life insurance companies and actuaries were used to work with mortality tables. So data is nothing new to our industry. But I think what is changing is, on the one hand, the amount of data that we are using. The accessibility to data has improved significantly, but also access to data, right? When I started in the insurance industry, I spent some time in the claims department, and the first thing when you got a claim, you would get the original policy documents to check all the things that the customer told you originally. And we had to go either to the back of the room where the big drawer was and you found the paper file, or when it was an older policy, you had to go into the basement and find it in some big boxes. So we had data, but it was very difficult to access. Whereas nowadays, everything is on a tip of your fingertip. So I put there, from that perspective, insurers are not longer risk carriers alone, right? We're custodians of data. We have so much data nowadays at our fingertips. And using this data efficiently, it is absolutely critical for pricing, underwriting, the customer experience as a whole. We talk about the customer journey. If we use data properly and efficiently, we can shorten policy issuance, pricing, all of that, and make the customer journey much easier. Bit of a quote at the bottom, World Economic Forum reports that companies who use it efficiently can significantly outperform their peers. Data is part of the overall strategy, right? I mean, how we use data has to be at the core of everything an insurance company does nowadays. We mentioned risk selection and pricing already, right? When we look at location data, when we underwrite property insurance, where is it? What's the elevation, number of stories, building time? All this kind of information nowadays flows into pricing, whereas in the past, usually you just had a rate on some insured and you just balance it over the portfolio. So risk is much more important. People talk about innovation a lot and a lot of innovation in product. For me, the one area where data and innovation helps a lot is operational efficiency, right? how do we onboard a customer, but at the same time, how do we manage the customer through the life cycle? How do we manage with claims, and so on and so forth? So, it's not about managing loss ratio only, but also cost in the system. You mentioned fraud. More importantly, something that comes up more and more, including here in Indonesia, is ESG reporting, either through the regulator, through IFRS, through your investors. And doing this manually, right, is very, very cumbersome. It takes a lot of time. So capturing all this data up front, ideally you want to have this at your fingertips. So I think here, this is the Spider-Man moment in this presentation, right? With great data comes great responsibility. So it is great to have all this data, but as we heard earlier, cyber attacks are on the rise. We have this data, we have a responsibility. How we use it, how we access it, with personal data protection laws, with cyber attacks, what do we do, how do we protect this data, has become absolutely crucial. I see the clock ticking, I go faster. Right? Yeah, we talked about a lot of this already. I think the one area here that I would like to call out is really more on the personal line side. And we talked about underinsurance just now, right? How do we get customers to buy insurance? No one wakes up in the morning and wants to buy an insurance policy, and we all know that, right? To make it as seamless as possible, to make it as easy to access as possible, what distribution channels can we use to go to the people that currently don't have insurance? I think that's where, digitalization, more data will be absolutely crucial and will help us. The last point, number 6, resilience. I think here in Indonesia, we know this, right? The map that came out earlier, not a single green spot. So in this part of the world, we usually have every single peril under the sun, earthquakes, floods, weather events, and that is absolutely crucial, and data can help us significantly, not only on building a sustainable portfolio, but also when these events happen, how we can manage them. Staying on the weather for a little bit, just glancing through this, looking at the time, nearly $400 billion of global economic losses last year. Q1 2025, already $100 billion in insured losses around the world. 60% protection gap globally, but we all know in this part of the world, in Asia, Southeast Asia, the protection gap is over 90%, right? So everyone here wants to grow. We are all looking for, for opportunities to write more business, to improve our balance sheets. Closing the protection gap, to me personally, is an absolute must. Just now, we spoke about AI a little bit. I think, again, when we look at data, AI is everywhere now. The children use it in school. We're using it at work. Every company ultimately looks at different ways now how to integrate AI into their systems. And data and clarity of data is so important. 80 to 90% of any kind of implementation actually is spent on data cleansing and making data available. As I said earlier, we have data, but where is it, right? Especially companies that grew through acquisition. You buy different companies, they have different... So bringing all this data together for your AI bots to actually access it properly is absolutely crucial. If the base is not right, AI will never work. And that's where a lot of the AI projects actually fail, because the foundation, the data, is not there. Just a bit now, where do we want to get to? I mean, ultimately, and we're not only talking about insurance, we talk about the entire insurance ecosystem, about the customers, about banks, about TPAs, hospitals, right? In an ideal world, you would like to have a common standard across the industry where everyone can agree, again, within the realms of data protection and customer protection and what we can share. But if we start from there, we can save so much time, we have more clarity, we reduce fraud in the system, which ultimately delivers a better sustainable outcome for the industry. The whole data channel is a bit of a journey, right? So there's different spots that all need to be addressed. The acquisition, how we manage it, how we integrate it, and how we use it ultimately in our day-to-day work. I think that's obvious, right? But we just wanted to call it out a little bit. Everyone is, as I said, everyone is moving. Everyone has some sort of digitization projects, online selling projects, AI implementation. It is a must, right? It is something that you can't ignore. And the risks of lagging behind are obvious, right? Everyone else who is faster, who is easier, who has lower cost ratio can compete at a level that is very difficult to maintain. With all the reporting that we mentioned through IFRS and regulators, this is not something we want to miss, right? Clarity of data, being absolutely confident in the reports that we pass on to regulators, right, is absolutely crucial to operate efficiently. So in summary, ultimately with more data, more clarity will ultimately lead to better results, but also it frees up our people. I think we always talk about the war for talent, and you know, we are all looking for people to join our industry, to help us grow this industry, and it's difficult, right? I think in every country, I've never spoken to a CEO that says, we have 200 people out there, we don't know what to do with them. Usually everyone is looking for talent. So being more efficient, and it's not about reducing workforce, I think it's making the existing workforce, free them up to do more meaningful tasks. So, you know, taking the inefficiencies out of the system are absolutely fantastic, that our people can focus on the core job, you know, in enhancing customer experience, creating innovative ideas, and ultimately improving results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Soren. It was very good presentation. You really position data as a strategic asset for the industry, and in the future, competitive advantage of our industry or any player in our industry will be earned through shared, trusted, and real-time data. Before we move on to the third speaker, I'd like to remind all the attendees to participate in our session by key in your question, comments in the Slido. Just snap the QR code on the screen at the moment. And ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, our discussion so far has been flowing very nicely actually. We started off with the trust issue raised by Bu Sao, and to what you call it, to regain or gain the trust is basically we need transparency, and for transparency we need data, and then we got the idea from Soren already, the importance of data, shared data, integrated data. Now in the last, the third speaker, we will talk about how we are going to use data. So that's very nicely flow actually. We will have Pak Jose Giovanni, who will talk with the title of how real-time data and dynamic pricing are revolutionizing insurance. And you have also 7 minutes if possible. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu. Thank you first of all to Pak Benny and Indonesia Re Conference Committee for the invite, for the opportunity given to me to be able to share a little bit about how real-time data and dynamic pricings are revolutionizing insurance industry. So before we start, I just want to share a bit about our WTW APAC Asia Pacific PNC, General Insurance Advanced Analytics Survey, which was conducted in end of last year, November and December 2024. 78 APAC insurers participated, and it's like across all the company size and also like different regions as well. And some of the participants are coming from like our neighbor countries, just like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. Yes, there is no Indonesia respondents in this survey, but interestingly, I just checked this morning. So we had a webinar on 22nd of May to basically present about the results findings of this survey. The highest number of participants are coming from Indonesia actually. So I guess we are all like interested in what are the findings of this like survey participants. There are a lot of questions here in the survey, but I just want to focus on just 2 questions which are relevant to the topic today. First of all is this question: for which aspect of underwriting or risk selection or rating or pricing does your company currently use or is exploring advanced analytics in your motor business. So 62% of insurance companies in Asia Pacific have currently used risk premium modeling for technical pricing in business as usual, in BAU, and more than 53% are actually doing it in rating or pricing. So a lot of, more than half of the APAC insurers are already like go into this first step towards the dynamic pricing actually. But what we've also found is that demand modeling still lags. So more than a third of the insurers haven't yet adopted or explored it, and Indonesian insurers, based on our observations, broadly lacks the broader APAC or multinational insurers in adopting pricing analytics. And these are some of the data that they use to basically model their technical pricing model, demand model, etc. So they don't just limit to the policy or claims data, but also like the geodemographic information, such as postal code, telematics, etc. With that, then I'll move on to what we call dynamic pricing. So here, okay, these are the framework what usually we call like a analytical framework. So firstly, we start with analyze, then decide, deploy, and then monitor. And it's not a linear process, so it's not like, you know, start and then you end somewhere. It's a circular or cyclical process. So you keep iterating this process until you find it, like you find a better and better model with, you know, upcoming trends with AI and etc. Then you enhance your process, etc. So here are the 4 stages, which I will get into more deep dive later on. We begin with analyze, where we focus more on unlocking full potential of the data. After then, we decide. But then the most important thing where we deliver actually the business value is when we deploy the model itself to be in production. And then after that, we monitor the models, and then we keep this framework such that it becomes like fast, agile, and error-free, so that it becomes dynamic pricing. Okay, this looks a bit like complicated, but bear with me. So first of all, we usually start with data lake, and then we do our ETL, extract, transform, and load our data into a data warehouse, and then we do analysis. First of all, we usually start with technical cost model or technical pricing model to be able to predict our frequency and severity model from there. And then we also build our demand modeling using GLM and GBM, etc. And then we also, in the dynamic pricing world, competitive premiums, and we can also incorporate that in, and then we can basically compare the actual versus expected of that GLM versus GBM, GLM and GBM model that we have. And that's where the trend AVE monitoring is. And then after that, that's where the decide comes in, where after we have our model, then we decide using our scenario analysis to see like, okay, for let's say we want to boost our top line or we want to boost our bottom line, then we focus on that scenario instead of the other one. So it's usually the other one or the other. So we price at the proposed rates, and then we also can see the expected claims at the proposed rate. We do scenario testing, profit comparison, etc. Of course, incorporating like the applicable OJK tariffs as well, because it's a business rules that we can embed in our model, so that we can still comply with the regulatory tariff. And then after that, we deploy the model to our policy admin system or our rating engine using API. So here is the dynamic pricing framework that we usually tell our clients, this is the best practice that we should do, basically. I think we can skip this part. Okay, so just now we were talking about AI. Our 2 speakers here have talking about AI also. So just want to give you a picture of what the future state looks like using artificial intelligence and robotic process automation. So the pink one represents robotic process automation, the light blue one represents AI, and then the purple ones represent the human judgment, pricing actuaries, data scientists, pricing committees, etc. So here is what will happen in the future. So at midnight, robot will extract data and run the model, and then AI will create the newer, better risk or demand model with the monitoring dashboard, and then it will test and replace the loss cost model or the technical model, demand models, all that with a newer, better model, and then it will do the KPI impact analysis, AVE, or actual versus expected diagnostics, and identify opportunities for review. And what humans or us as pricing actuaries will do is just to update the pricing models, and we review the opportunities and remediate if there are any issues, etc. And of course, the approval of the rates itself to be able to make sure that it still complies with the regulations, etc. And of course, the deployment can be done by robots itself. So in summary, AI is working with us parallelly to be able to make this faster, better decision, such that human will only focus on judgment and oversight, not the manual day-to-day building the model. Yeah. So where do we start? Usually, in order to reach the end stage of the dynamic pricing, we will start with our multi-way or traditional one-way analysis, which I guess we all do. And then, first of all, we start with the GLM-based analysis, creating your technical cost model, then simple demand model, after that competitor analysis, and that's what we call stage one. Then next stage is the portfolio realization, where we can see the impact of each rate changes based on our model in our portfolio itself, scenario testings as well. And then after that, then we go to the more mature dynamic pricing framework, where we can optimize the price with machine learning based loss cost model and real-time deployment as well, so that again, the analyze, decide, deploy, and monitor framework is like cyclical and continuous. It's a continuous framework process. Yeah. Okay, I guess this is my last slide. So in WTW, we have like several software that can help insurance and reinsurance company to do dynamic pricing, such as Radar, and we can also do like some best practice pricing review. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Very interesting one. And yes, indeed, it's complicated, I have to say. Well, the slide that catch my attention the most is actually the pricing process, when showing that the machine, the robot, and AI working overnight, so human can sleep anyway. That's good. We can only pick up in the morning and afternoon. Thank you for that, for notice that we are still human. Okay, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, we have all three speakers walk through with their presentation. Now let's move on to the Q&A session. So yes, we have now one question from the Slido. For all panelists, how can the insurance industry maintain trust and transparency in decision making when using AI-driven system? So, audience still not convinced. Maybe Bu Sao, you can start.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think I will keep focus on the points that based on also discussion and experience. So I think this is not only one items, but it's like integrated or throughout the overall process. So we can start from the planning, continue with the product pricing, and also the all the way to the reporting process until the regulatory on the disclosure on ESG on this. So this is super high level, but the point is how we can ensure that the data used from the customer is like clear from the customer view as well. We use the data that is actually usable for the process. So for the unused data, we should inform the customer that this is something that we will not be used for our process. So from that point, the customer can rely that we only rely to the data that be useful for the overall process or the overall journey for the customer journey itself. And of course, the transparency, the information on the decision on the pricing. The strategy will be on the back end. It's a part of the company's strategies anyway, but the decision on the pricing is something that we should inform openly to the customer that there's some adjustment due to current situation, due to some factors in terms of the macroeconomics and so on. And on the regulatory on the ESG reporting, that's something that also powerful to the customer side, that they see that we also part of the ecosystem, part of the societal, that not only based on the brand, but also proven in the disclosure. So I think that's what I can share. Thank you.
Thank you, Busao. Soren, anything to add?
Yeah, maybe. I think it's absolutely crucial, you're right. I mean, with all the companies that we've seen so far that started to implement some sort of AI, ChatGPT style in their companies, always have a firewall around their data, right? It's absolutely crucial that the data that goes in, that you control the data, right? Because we'll get into all sorts of trouble if we give information out that we don't know where it's from, right? And that's a massive issue, obviously, with AI in general. The interesting thing with that is, right, Aon just launched Aon GPT. We are all encouraged to use it in our day-to-day process. And so how you use it, 90% of your staff will use their private ChatGPT and then copy it back into an email, right? So again, it comes back to educating your staff why this is important, how we implement it, and how we use it. And just to the trust factor, when I was doing some research for this presentation, I used ChatGPT, right? Not the Aon GPT one, the ChatGPT one, the private one, and said, okay, give me some statistics about data usage in implementation in the Indonesian market. And I got a long list of things, and amongst one was, according to PwC, only 13% of Indonesian insurance companies are, have some sort of meaningful implementation of a data structure. So, having learned my lesson and followed all the Aon rules, I went back to ChatGPT and said, okay, can you please show me the document of PwC that shows the 13%? And the thing really came back and said, oh, actually, there is no real document that shows the 13%. It's a combination of information I found from PwC, Willis Towers Watson, and Ernst & Young, but more or less it should be the same. So if you're worried about accuracy, maybe you can say roughly 1 in 5. That was a real answer. So I think it shows that it's very easy with these things to get over-reliant, and that's why the trust factor with this is massive, but it has to start within the company.
Thank you, Soren. Pak Jose, anything else?
Yeah, probably just one minor thing to add. So yeah, so I'm from actuarial background, so that's why I'm talking much on the models, technical cost model, demand models, and all that. So I guess in collecting the data from our customers to build the models, the customers also need to know that their data is being used to build the models. So not just for like some ratings or what, but this data will be collected and used to build like a future models, etc. So I guess the consent will build the trust as well in that matter.
Thank you, Pak Jose. So, Bapak Ibu, we're not only having a trust issue among human beings, right? So we should not blindly trust machine either. So that's the very good lessons. I'm afraid we come to the last question. I have one question for you, and still about the trust actually, right? So in the beginning, Bu Sao mentioned transparency is a key to rebuild the trust. You know, because yes, trust is currency in our industry, but there will be some situation, occasion that erode that trust from the public to our industry. And if you look at Indonesian insurance industry specifically, which part you think of the insurance value chain is the most urgent to make transparent today? Along the value chains, either product design, pricing, or claim, or anything else? Bu Sao, please.
Interesting question, Pak. So I'm coming from the angle of not only as a consultant, but also as customer. So I think number one is claim, yeah, Pak. So starting with the clarity on the claim process, and also the responsiveness of the, because if there's a claim, there's urgent situation, and how the insurer, I mean, not only from the agent is one thing, but they see as one organization, one company. So how this insurer can help them in difficult situation, and at the end, I believe at the end how we can provide more or a way better information. I think our customer now is like more mature, right? So they can understand. I believe I'm also part of the process and situation. I believe as long as the information is clear and we can have more insightful or more solution-based, not only yes or no question, but if there's some like situation quite bottleneck in terms of the process, of course, the black and white based on the policy is clear, but as long there's a way to help and maybe some work around, but of course need to be aligned anyway with the policy. But from the angle of customer, it's easily to transfer, to convey the message, regardless the situation that something happened that I cannot get through with the process, but this company helped me during the situation. And second thing is on the product pricing. It's common also that if like there's a change in the pricing, the information is actually unclear. And it's I think simply put it that if there's some area or some parts that we cannot disclose from the company or the company strategy and the company perspective, we cannot disclose everything, but the communication and then transparencies on the information that can share with the customer, it will be helpful. At the end, customer will have a better understanding on the different in pricing.
Thank you, Bu Sao. Soren or Jose, you have anything to add on that topic?
I think I would agree that transparency, where it really matters, is on the claims perspective, right? Because all we do is a promise to pay. And I've worked in this industry for a long, long time, and I still find we're not doing a good job as an insurance industry to really promote our services well, right? And even from own experience nowadays, I like everything digital, but you submit your claims online, and then some random email comes back a couple of days back, and it always finds they're looking for another reason to decline your claim, right? I think that's exactly the moment where I want to talk to someone, I want to talk to a person. And having that personal touch at a moment when it matters most, I think is absolutely important.
Cool. Pak Jose, anything to add, Pak?
Agree on the claims process. Usually customers will be are very desperate to, you know, like okay, when they submit the claim, they are pretty in a pretty bad situation. So let's say your vehicle got stolen, or like your health claims, like big amount, did not get reimbursed or something. So, and you want to know the explanation. So these kind of things, yeah, usually customers will come at the claim stage at the bad situation, and they want transparency, and when they don't get that, it will reduce the trust to the insurance industry in general, and like word of mouth and all that, based on experience. And yeah, I think claims part needs to be like have more transparency so that it can enhance the trust as well in the insurance industry.
Good. Thank you, Pak Jose, and all of speakers. Good news is that we still have some time for another question. Okay. And one interesting one already popped up on the screen. What is the most efficient method for collecting unstructured data? Is it worth the expense? I think I'll give it to Jose. Please, that's you.
Most efficient method. Usually what we've seen is that, unstructured data, right? When we talk about unstructured data, it can be like hospital invoices coming in from different hospitals. Each hospital in Indonesia, as we know, have different templates, but they all basically have probably like most of the same information, but it's just on a different template. So it's unstructured data. What's the most efficient method will be to use this kind of hospital invoices that are submitted to your claims portal, your apps, through customer service. Is it worth the expense? I would say yes. So these hospital invoices, again, we are talking about AI. This hospital invoices can be used to train the model such that this model can become good at detecting like which kind of information should it detect from these invoices, for example. It's just one unstructured data example, which is hospital invoice. We can talk more about like all the other data, but yeah, just talking about like this hospital invoice, I think it's worth the expense so that it can be used to train the model. AI can be used to train, let's say, fraud model, your straight-through processing kind of model as well. All these claims processing using AI model can be trained using this unstructured data. And it will make your claims process faster, better, and operationally cheaper as well if you use AI. And yeah, so that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Jose. Bu Sao or Soren, if you have anything to share on this. No pressure. Okay, please.
Yeah, I think that's from the angle of technical. I can add on from the angle of process, governance, and risk. So of course, it's I think to answer, it's worth the effort, because everybody knows data is a new oil, and we're talking about garbage in, garbage out. It's now or later. We have to do it anyway. So it's more on the planning, how we will fix that unstructured data with the preferred solution, and like also relevant to the organization, because it cannot be like one fits all for the tools for the specific solution. We're talking about the same life insurance, for example, or non-life. The characteristic of the data might be different depending on the detail, business model, and the nature, and so on. So understanding your data and make it more on a proper plan, how we gonna fix it in the short term and also longer term. And at the end, we have to do it anyway, and it's gonna be useful and more powerful for our decision making.
Thank you, Bu Sao. Soren, if any.
Yeah, I think looking at it as an expense is maybe the wrong way to look at it, right? Because it's a one-off expense. Once the system is set up, I would argue you're actually reducing expense, because then you automate the process. And the good thing with automating the process and training your bots, as Jose said, to go through, is you can capture way more data. What usually happens in a claim situation, in a proposal form, if we enter it manually, we only enter the bare minimum that we need for pricing, right? And that's good enough for now, but if we think 5 years down the road and we want to use more information for better pricing, better risk selection, people are people, right? And we will always work on a bare minimum, but if a bot is doing it, instead of 5 fields, I can capture 20, I can capture 30. I might not use them now, but I built up a data lake with massive information that in the future, when I have enough of it, I can use and can really reshape my portfolio, can be more efficient, more selective. It will ultimately, A, reduce my expense, but also will most probably improve my risk selection, my loss ratio. So I think actually the good thing of doing it not manually is that you can capture much more than you normally would if you just have people who read the email or get the claims, the bill in and then just enter it manually. So I think it's absolutely worth doing.
Thank you. Well, we still have a time anyway, so this one special for Pak Jose. What are the technical and regulatory challenges of implementing dynamic pricing in highly regulated markets like Indonesia? Pak Jose.
Okay, so first of all, I guess the most obvious one is of course the OJK tariff for motor vehicle and property, such that we cannot implement the dynamic pricing because there is a tariff compliant rate that needs to be followed, right? So that's one of the challenge, I would say. And then in terms of technical, it's usually the unavailability of data. So what we've seen in the insurers in Indonesia is that in order to, the first step to begin the journey to the dynamic pricing is to build your technical cost model, technical premium model, your frequency and severity model, right? In order to build that, you need some policy and claims data plus some external data. But what we've seen is that there are not so many insurers that are able to build such a robust model such that it can be used for production, for example. So that's another one. So that's another technical challenge. The unavailability of data or like the data quality itself. And then the third one will be if you're talking about dynamic pricing, we need to have a system or a tool that is agile enough such that when the information is when new information comes in, the model can retrains or trains itself, and then we can just decide and then we deploy it and then monitor all that analyze, decide, deploy, monitor thing. So usually insurers does not have that agile kind of tool such that, usually they'll have like some legacy system which is not so agile, and hence this dynamic pricing is just like, it's not there yet, I would say. So.
Thank you, Pak Jose. Another one for you, but I think this also interesting to hear from other speakers as well. This more on the human side. Human capability is the important one. How do we prepare them to implement data dynamic pricing and tech savvy in underwriting? You can start, Pak Jose, and then I hope Soren and Busau can add on. How can we prepare the human side?
How can we prepare the human side? Okay. First of all, I guess learn AI. learn what it can do. Basically, what are the use cases that it can do that can help you to do your work, right? So don't be scared of AI, but more like try to understand what AI can help you in your work. How can it make your work faster and more dynamic, etc. So I guess that's one of the criteria or like a requirement that we should have to be able to learn how to use or implement AI in our day-to-day work. I think that's
It's basically upskilling your workforce actually, right, to make them more tech savvy and AI in particular. Soren?
I think the interesting one is, it's not so much about changing human behavior, but it's also when we think about our HR strategies and what we hire, the people that we need to hire today need very, very different skills than what they needed 10 years ago, right? And specifically if we stick with underwriting, pricing and underwriting, if you underwrite a big power plant, you still need an engineer, no matter how much AI you have, right? You still need someone who walks through has a look and can point out what is there. Maybe we need less of those now, and we need a slightly different mix of people. But there's two things. There's one is the retraining, as you said, or upskilling of the existing workforce, but also I think the talent that we hire now, in the past we hired engineers and actuaries. I think nowadays we need to go a bit broader, because the talents we need going forward, all of a sudden prompt engineer is a proper job, right? That didn't even exist 3 years ago, right? So I think we need to be always on top of all these developments, more from an HR perspective rather than from a technical perspective, because if the new talent doesn't come through, we really get stuck.
Thank you, sir. Busao, please.
I think just one keyword, given the situation that AI and human is like one altogether, is more on the agility from the people itself, how we can optimize this AI for our benefit, for our organization. But on the other hand, is not only optimist about this AI, but also cautious and like, if he's not concerned anything about this AI, there's something wrong with our operation. But always check. I'm coming from the angle of, again, risk perspective, that always check that the AI use is still aligned with our own organization value. What is our ultimate objectives by using this AI? Not only from the technology perspective, but it's more on the process driven, right? And also at the end is monitoring. It's not only like one time use that, okay, we have this AI to support us, but we don't have like a proper monitoring to make us sustain for a longer term in the business.
Thank you, Busao. And I'm glad to see that there's a question about human when we're talking about technology, right? Because I think I read somewhere, maybe from McKinsey, says that about 70% of digital transformation fail because of the human. It's not because of the technology itself. So definitely, human is still play a very, very important role. And now our time is really up now, so we can end our discussion. It's very interesting and insightful, Bapak Ibu, our session on this data and digital transformation. Thank you for our three speakers for your insightful and sometimes thought-provoking insight. Today's discussion reminds us that the future of our industry, insurance, isn't just about adopting the technology, but it's about transforming how we build the trust, rebuild the trust, deliver value, and share data among the players responsibly. And we must collaborate across insurers, reinsurers, technologies companies, regulators to shape an ecosystem that is resilient, transparent, and centered around the people that we serve. Thank you very much for your participation and attention. And I can assure from up here, I can see that nobody closed their eyes. Good job. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to Shasha.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There we have it, our the panel discussion of the day. To our dear moderator and our speakers, we invite you to come and join us at the center of the stage. We'll commemorate this moment by taking a picture together. But before that, to our moderator, Bapak Delil Khairat, and also to our speakers today, to Mrs. Bernadette Saurialis Verigulto, Mr. Soran Soltishak, and also to Mr. Jose Giovanni. Thank you so much. We'd like to take this time to appreciate all of you coming here today and sharing your insights up here on the stage. To Bapak Robi Yanwar Walid, as the Director of Risk Management, Compliance, Human Capital, and Corporate Secretary of Indonesia Re, we kindly invite you to come and join us and hand over the token of appreciation to all of our speakers. And also, we have our moderator here today. Ladies and gentlemen, what a truly insightful session that we have followed together. We have just experienced the panel 3, which has shed light on the critical intersection of data strategy and also digital transformation, from embracing advanced analytics to strengthening the regulatory frameworks and innovating the reinsurance solutions in the digital age. Now, as we take this time to take a picture together, ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue with our next speaker today. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we stand at the crossroads, it is clear that the adoption of the advanced technology is no longer optional, but is truly essential for all of us. And for the reinsurance industry in Indonesia, from the streamlining claims processes, from improving the risk assessments to expanding the financial inclusion and enhancing the customer trust today, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a moment to do a picture together. Ladies and gentlemen, to the cameras, big smiles, everybody. All right, a little bit to your left. All right. Big smiles in 3, 2, 1. One more time, okay? 3, 2, 1. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we appreciate all of our speakers today and our moderator. Thank you so much for your time. Pat, thank you so much. We'll let you back to your seats. Thank you, Panelist. Thank you so much. Such an exciting session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, technology truly has the power to transform and to evolve on how we operate and also on how we collaborate. Now, after following the previous panel, we do hope that it kind of helps all of us here to understand how we can harness these tools to keep pace with the global trends, with the demanding needs, and to lead the way forward in building a resilient and innovative and also a future-ready reinsurance ecosystem, especially here in Indonesia. Now, very interesting statement also made by Pak Deli Khairat. It's not really about the technology, because the technology is already ready. It's already there in front of us. But again, to make sure how the system and how the tech is perfectly implemented, betterly strategized into how we operate is itself. Are we ready to embrace all of these advancement? Are we ready to think those technological options and tools such as AI, big data analytics are not really a threat, but how we can change our thoughts and our POV into something that we can gain more opportunities and how we can grow more by using them to help us in our daily needs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next session today. Again, we kindly remind all of you to remain in this conference until the very end, because your participation will contribute to your eligibility for the LSPMR PDU points, MICPD points, and your IIC 2025 certificate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the culmination of our knowledge sharing session today, we now invite all of you to turn your attention to a vital expert perspective, a crucial closing insight before our very last panel session of the day. It is with my distinct pleasure to welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the Chief Economist and Managing Director of Danantara, a respected voice whose economic insights are highly anticipated. Please give a warm welcome. Let's give a big hand. Kita berikan tepuk tangannya, Bapak Reza Yamora Siregar.
Terima kasih, Bapak Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm given the task by Pak Benny and the team to look into what are the challenges to enhance our capacity for the reinsurance in this era of global uncertainty. Now, obviously, this is a huge dimensions of issues, and it's very difficult to put it in a very short PowerPoint presentations. But I thought I try with the following chart. I hope I don't confuse you. I'm actually quite new at reinsurance. This is only my third year involved along with Pak Benny and the team at the Re International Indonesia Utama, Rio, yeah. But I came to realize even more that when we were assessing what it is that we do at the insurance, we are not only looking at an industry per se, but we actually have to be able to look at global economic factors. Because at the end of the day, we are really managing risk. And when we manage risk in a country like Indonesia, the risk is actually a combination of global and also domestic risk. And in fact, the evolutions of the risk itself, the dynamic of the risk itself, the previous panel talked about the dynamic of the pricing. What I'm trying to translate into my discussion is really the dynamic of how do we see the risk itself. Now, I'm a macroeconomist. At Danantara, my goal is basically to understand, one of them is actually to understand how our economy is going to perform. Because obviously for Danantara, investment is critical. And investment is a function of the economic performance, both domestically and globally. So I look at a number of issues that will drive GDP growth. And then of course, every single one of them will have an implication on a number of various other economic factors. So when you think about GDP, you think about export-import, you're talking about fiscal in the US, fiscal in Europe, fiscal in Indonesia. Then you talk about investment. What kind of investment climate in China? What kind of demand in China that we have to invest in Indonesia? And of course, more importantly, consumer confidence index. What kind of consumptions, appetite that our consumer have, globally and domestically. It all affected our performance in terms of economics. And then of course it affected other things locally. For instance, we are worried about our currencies, our balance of payment. We are worried about labor absorptions, employment. And of course, at the end of the day, the bottom line, purchasing power, consumptions. Now, what is interesting on this, if you stop at export and imports, if you stop at the GDP, if you stop only at the balance of payment, if you stop only at the banking sector itself, in terms of explaining what happens to GDP, then you miss the risk part of it. In my team right now, for instance, every single time I assess the performance of economy, one of the variables that I ask my team to look at is actually, can you take a look the performance of the insurance sector? Can you take a look the claim that the insurance has? Can you take a look the reinsurance issues? Because I do not believe that the banking performance, just the banking number, for instance, will be enough that we can understand the performance based on just looking at the banking numbers. The performance of our household, the performance of our businesses is a function of the stability of the whole ecosystem. Banking credit, for instance, will not be able to function strong insurance and reinsurance to ensure that those bankings are going to be continue to provide loans. And that will impact the balance of payment, and that will impact the employment. So there's a whole ecosystem, Bapak Ibu, to be able to understand the performance of the whole economy. But more importantly, insurance settings and reinsurance setting at the core of it. More and more we realize that unless there's a system of management of this risk, it is very difficult for us to predict and to forecast a stable growth. I call this a cycle of domestic, global, and domestic risk transfers. So you have a cycle of domestic, maybe starting with the global risk into domestic risk and back to the global again, or vice versa. We have a different layer. We start with the client's insurance risk, so looking at all the clients that we have, whether it's looking at vehicle, home, health, businesses, catastrophe insurance. And then we look at the second layer, which is the primary insurance itself. That's the second risk. And then, of course, we go into our own reinsurance risk. So when I'm talking about insurance, reinsurance, before we even talk about the level of risk that we are looking at, we're looking at all the three layers of risk. The first is our customer, the primary customer, the individual, the vehicle, the company, the businesses, the land, the ecosystem, the environment. And then we go into the insurance itself, the second layer. And then we move into our reinsurance. And then the reinsurance will also co-sharing that risk with the global to retro. Okay? So this is the cycle of risk that we're looking at as we are looking at this. Yeah? So I'm going to give you one example. To make it less complicated, I'm going to look at some of this example of layer of risk. First layer of risk. Last week we have announcement that we are able to reduce our retaliatory risk from the tariff from the US from 32% to 19%. This is basically a sitting risk that will impact the export and import of Indonesia and also global. Underneath of this, there's massive other factors going on. Export-import is a web of production that impacted many of the customers that we have and insurance system that we have. So that's layer one of the risk. So on the top of this layer. Now, we may be sitting on number 3 as reinsurance, but we need to look at from number 1, where the potential risk that we face. We have this also as far as global concern, the Middle East. We have events of Middle East crisis that will continue to be creating volatility in the price of oil. That will have impact in our purchasing power, that will have an impact on our businesses, that will have an impact on way of operating costs that we have in many of our companies. There's again risk number 1 on top, layer 1. But that will have an impact on our capacity as reinsurance. So before even coming down to our level, we already have to assess the potential level of insurance risk. And then of course we get into the layer 2, which is at the level of insurance itself. One of the biggest common issue that we face is credit insurance. This is a typical issue that we have in Indonesia. And this is the data that from AAUI, the latest data show that there continues to be a steady growth of insurance, credit insurance claim, that it seems to be growing at a faster rate than the premium that we got. Again, this is the second layer of risk that we see, which is basically from the primary insurance. Okay? So whatever we have in the layer 1, translate into layer 2, and then we get into our own layer of risk, which is basically the risk that we face immediately. So again, here I'm just showing you some data. Then let me just close this with the fourth layer of risk, which is basically whatever we face in the 1, 2, 3 layer of risk, that has to be resolved. If we are not able to do it ourselves, that will have to be dealt abroad. Now, it doesn't stop here, Bapak Ibu. If we are continually having this kind of problem where our reinsurance obviously are not able to contain the cost of insurance domestically or the cost of reinsurance domestically, that has to be retro, this is contributing to our current account problems. This is contributing to our balance of payment problems. The wider our trade deficit on the services, including on the insurance and reinsurance, that will have an impact on our balance of payment. Our balance of payment will have an impact on our performance of rupiah. And that cycle back again into our domestic economy. Anything happens in rupiah will have an impact on our businesses, on our household, and everything else. So you go back into the cycle. This is what I'm saying before. You can start with the domestic, it goes into global, come back again into domestic. Now, for us at the reinsurance, so when the system is quite stable, when the ecosystem of the global economy is quite stable, managing that risk, transfer of risk, are actually probably less difficult. But when we don't even understand what's going on in terms of the issue with the policy in the US, we don't have any much control of the politics in the Middle East, in Russia, in Ukraine. Those make it very difficult for us to assess our risk. Okay? So my point here is that when I think about reinsurance and how do we managing the risk, it is managing the global web of risks that we are facing. It's not just a domestic, unfortunately. We are facing with this round of cycle of risk. And sometimes we get surprises. We were thinking that the global economy is going to be stable, that we have an economy that is going to be level of 5. Our president expecting the economy going to be even faster than 5. And then suddenly we get unexpected shock from Trump policy, and then we get the Middle East issue, and our economy in the first quarter has performed below 5%. And we know anytime economy is below the expected level, we will expect to see our premium to go down and our claim to go up. But that's not just stop there. It's a continuous cycle of web of risk. Okay? So the issue that we face is back again from domestic to the external, and once we get into the issue of external, back to domestic again. Now let me just summarize some of the key findings, or at least some of the thoughts. Again, I'm not going to be long here. So one, when we talk about reinsurance and going forward, unfortunately the web of risk, the type of risk that we face is not going to be less complicated. Let's put it this way, as long as this Indonesian economy is an open economy, as long as we are going to be pushing our economy into the global stage, we just signed agreement with EU, Indonesia SIPA, Comprehensive Economic Policy Agreement. We are moving into our OECD commitment. We are dealing with the issue of Trump's tariff. We are dealing with the issue of geopolitics. Then the risks that we deal with are a lot more complicated. We need to know how to read this. For instance, at my team in Danantara, I'm trying to read this, to do what is known as event studies. Much less complicated than the work that our colleague done in terms of this dynamic pricing. What I did is just basically looking at the past Middle East crisis and break down in terms of when that crisis resulted in high oil price, medium oil price increase, and low oil price increase. And what are the characteristics in that different type of incidents? And then looking at that past events, lesson from that past events, I'm trying to see what to be expected on these current events between Israel and Iran. Because oil is a big issue for us, okay? But only from that we can also understand, we need to understand the risk. Yeah? So that's one thing. It is a web of microeconomic and financial sector linkages, domestically and globally. That's, I think, and it leads to the point that our colleague discussed before. We need data. We need massive data. And I'm just an old conventional econometrician where when we have a stable period of economic performance globally, then we can work on what we call the time series. The data in the old days until today are going to be still relevant. But when you have so many what we call breaks, or structural breaks, then the past events are no longer relevant. Okay? Then we get into this AI, we get this into machine learning, big data. Because what is used to be information available to us 20, 30 years will be useful for us to predict tomorrow. Things have changed significantly. The data that you have in the past are no longer useful to estimate the future. In fact, the only data available to you is probably only data that's available the last 2-3 years. Right now, we had a massive structural break due to COVID. Everything changed during the COVID period. So the information that we have pre-COVID is less useful for post-COVID. In fact, the data that we can use is really between 2022 to 2025, for instance. And that is where the machine learning is useful, where we can have the short-term data with so much database. But the main thing is that unless we have big enough data that our colleague discussed just now, it is very difficult for us to actually assess the risk within that window of period, within that short window of period. Domestic and external shocks are increasingly reflected by the insurance sector performance. As someone who is helping Pak Benny in Rio, I noticed that every time we have a monthly meetings of our books, a changes in 500 rupiah, Bapak Ibu, cost us billions of rupiah. A changes of between 16,000 US dollar per capita, 16,000 rupiah per US dollar to 16,500 rupiah per US dollar means billions of rupiah to our accounts. Okay? It affected our investment. It affected our costs. Okay? Now, you can call it, this is not realized or unrealized. Yeah. But bottom line, whether you call it realized, unrealized, it affected our performance. Okay. And it immediately affected. Yeah. Sometimes, I look at data that we have, I wonder why the data is so volatile. Yeah. I mean, it's almost like, are you sure that we have the right data? Are you sure that we have continuously able to getting the same source of data? Because the number is so, from someone who is just basically looking at mostly GDP data is quite stable, but when you look at our data, and this is monthly data, I'm not talking about daily data. I'm not talking about exchange rate data, daily exchange rate data. So basically, any impacts of domestic and international shock are reflected immediately in our book and eventually affected the overall balance sheets. Now, what is even more challenging is that when we thought we have enough capital to begin with, given a single or double shocks, suddenly we realize our capital is not adequate. Again, this is the story that we see in the post-COVID. When the claim of health increased by 40 to 80% year on year in every single quarter, then suddenly you realize the capitals that you have that you thought in the beginning you have enough capital to assess, to basically incur, to take the risk, you suddenly realize it's no longer adequate. That's the challenge again that we have. But bottom line is this. Again, as I said, when we reviews, at least now, if anything I learned from helping Ryu in the last few years, until I get my insurance number in every single sector that I'm looking at, whether it is banking, property, infrastructure, I will not be able to say that sector is performing well. I cannot say the banking NPL is low, so the banking is performing well. Because the NPL may not appear in the banking system, but the credit bank insurance credit insurance appear in the insurance, appear in reinsurance. We don't have any increase, significant increase in the NPL of the banking system, non-performing loans in the banking system during the COVID-19 period. Nothing significant. But if you look at the balance sheet, our insurance, our reinsurance, we see the damage. Okay. So I do not have the answer to the questions that Pak Benny asked me, whether how do we see reinsurance play going forward in this very challenging external sector. But I do appreciate this. And it is something that I hope again and again, I iterated to my colleague at Rio, is that if we fail, if reinsurance fails, our insurance also going to be in trouble. Our banking is also going to be in trouble. And our business is also going to be in trouble. The one that broke 2008 global financial crisis is not the banking. It was a banking crisis, but it was not the banking. It became a global crisis because the global insurance collapsed, no longer able to sustain the risk to deal with the claims. Then you have the collapse of the Lehman Brothers, you have the collapse of the bigger investment bank. It was a banking crisis, but it became a global crisis because of the collapse of insurance and reinsurance. So, Bapak Ibu, I close with this just one small statement. The work that we do are very important. I try to convince my colleague at Danantara that, look, the priority at Danantara right now, one of them immediately, I explained that to Pak Benny, to my colleague at Rio, is insurance and reinsurance. That's a priority, first year priority of Danantara. So I hope you understand the appreciations that we have on this issue. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Reza Yamora Siregar. Please do remain on the stage, but thank you so much for sharing your thoughts today and to appreciate you coming today. We'd like to invite Bapak Benny, please do come and join us. And we kindly invite you to hand over the token of appreciation as our sign of gratitude to Bapak Reza Yamora Siregar. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as Pak Reza has laid out to us the landscape of the insurance and reinsurance industry here in Indonesia, which the performance has been pretty slower because of the domestic and also the global shocks that we received. Now, stability is truly important and it needs a great collaboration to all of us to make it happen. Thank you so much. Let's give another big round of applause to our expert speaker today, Mr. Reza Yamora Siregar. Thank you so much. And to Pak Benny also, thank you so much for joining us up here on the stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Before we continue to our very next session, again, we'd like to remind all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to participate in this conference till the very end for your eligibility for the LSPMR PDU points and my CPD points and your IIC 2025 certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, for this moment, of course, we'd like to also inform all of you that we are more than honored and delighted to have a list of speakers that will come up to the stage very soon. And joining us very soon, ladies and gentlemen, will be Mr. Iwan Basilas, the Deputy Commissioner for Supervision of Insurance, Guarantee Institutions, and Pension Fund of the Financial Services Authority. Now, as we honor his presence today, along with our other speakers, ladies and gentlemen, this next discussion, of course, will tackle a critical challenge for Indonesia's insurance and reinsurance industry. How can we strengthen our local capacity and reduce our reliance on the overseas insurers? Now, this issue is about more than just balancing the transaction, because it's about empowering our domestic reinsurance sector to become a strong pillar that supports the Indonesia's financial sovereignty. By building a robust local capacity, we protect our foreign reserves, we enhance our national risk management, and we ensure that the benefits of the growth stays within our own economy. Now, together with our distinguished speakers today, we will explore practical pathways and also cross-sector strategies to make this vision a reality. Now, to lead this very important discussion, we are joined by a leader with a comprehensive background in finance and strategic innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, she began her academic journey in accounting at Trisakti University and followed by a master's degree in finance from Pelita Harapan University. And her career in the banking sector spans key leadership roles in wealth management at Bank Mandiri, including the head of private banking and later as the head of wealth management and pension fund, overseeing the strategic investments and subsidiary managements. Now, she is a holder of several prestigious certifications. Let me name you some, ladies and gentlemen. Certified Wealth Manager Association International, Certified Risk Governance Professional, and Level 3 Risk Management Certification in Indonesian Banking, which, I remind you, is the highest level in the national banking system. Now recognized for her excellence, ladies and gentlemen, she was named one of the 500 most outstanding women in SOE and financial sectors by Infobank in July 2025. So that's fresh and that's new. Congratulations, first and foremost, Ibu. And today, she serves as the Director of Development and Information Technology at IndonesiaRe, where she champions innovation and resilience in the reinsurance landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator for the very final panel of today, Ibu Beatrix Santi Anugrah. We give the stage to you.
Wow. Thank you, Sasa, for the very kind introduction. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. Di sore hari ini kelihatannya kita harus menyelesaikan satu sesi lagi ya. Welcome to the fourth panel session, panel discussion of the Indonesia Re International Conference. With the topic is strengthening financial sovereignty through domestic reinsurance empowerment. As previously introduced by Sasa, I'm Beatrix Santi Anugrah, Director of Development and Information Technology of Indonesia Re, and I will be as your moderator on this fourth and last panel session. First of all, on behalf of management of Indonesia Re, I would like to express our gratitude toward Bapak Reza Yamora Siregar, Managing Director and Chief Economist of Danantara, and currently also Commissioner of Indonesia Re, who has conveyed the urgency of increasing domestic reinsurance capacity to reduce the deficit in reinsurance premiums flow abroad and strengthen national macroeconomic stability. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we already understand that insurance sector is one of the national strategic sectors that act as the backbone of Indonesia economic sovereignty. However, the deficit trend that has occurred in the reinsurance sector in recent years, in recent years, is a warning signal that domestic reinsurance capacity has not been optimum in carrying out its role as the main supporter of the national economic sector. The deficit in Indonesia balance of payment originating from foreign reinsurance transaction is not merely a macroeconomic issue, but rather than a potential systemic risk that potentially impacted to reduce the country's foreign exchange, like Pak Reza mentioned before, weaken domestic risk management, and reduce the competitiveness and growth of national reinsurance. Ladies and gentlemen, in this panel, we will review the background of the NPI deficit from the reinsurance sector and explore the various cross-stakeholders strategies that are expected to minimize the dependencies of the national insurance sectors on foreign reinsurance. This is expected to minimize the deficit in national reinsurance premium transaction while strengthening national financial sovereignty. Okay, let's our first panelist will share the perspective about the deficit in reinsurance premiums that has occurred for years, reflecting the structural imbalance that is still inherent in the national insurance sector. Premium growth, penetration, and insurance density must be balanced with strengthening domestic reinsurance capacity as the backbone in financial support. If this is ignored, the result of the growth of the national insurance sectors will be shift to become commercial, to become profit for the foreign reinsurers. Please welcome to the stage our first panelist, Bapak Cornelius Simanjuntak. Bapak Cornelius Simanjuntak is an insurance expert and lecturer in civil law at the Faculty of Law, University of Indonesia, where he has played a vital role in shaping legal education and contributing to development of civil law scholarship in Indonesia. He holds an exemplary academic record, having earned in his Bachelor of Law, Master of Law, and Doctor of Law, all from the Faculty of Law, University of Indonesia. With his vast experience in both legal, academia, and industry arbitration, we look forward to his valuable insight on the intersection of law, insurance, and dispute resolution. Thank you, Pak. Please join. And the next, we are ready to welcome our second panelist that will share some regulatory reform strategies that will encourage transparent and accountable reinsurance governance, respond to the challenge of low penetration and public trust in the national insurance industry, and strengthen synergy between OJK, the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, and Danantara in designing inclusive policies adaptive to technological advance and supporting national competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your warm welcome to Bapak Iwan Pasila, Deputy Commissioner for Supervision of Insurance Guarantee Institution and Pension Fund, Financial Services Authority. And last but not least, we welcome our third panelist that will enlighten us about the Policy Guarantee Program atau Program Penjaminan Polis PPP facilitated by the Deposit Insurance Corporation, lembaga penjamin simpanan, which is a strategic partner of reinsurance in strengthening the national insurance sector. The synergy between reinsurance and LPS aims to manage systemic risk and maintain the stability of the national economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Ridwan Nasution, Executive Director of Strategic Management and Policy Formulation, Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, lembaga penjamin simpanan. Okay, now we already have Bapak Cornelius Simanjuntak, Bapak Iwan Pasila, and Bapak Ridwan Nasution. Okay, I believe we are all eager to hear from one by one from all the panelists. Now we believe that the sharing from Bapak Cornelius and have some discussion later, Pak. We started from Bapak Cornelius, and maybe I give you 10 until 15 minutes. Stage is yours, Pak. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, selamat sore untuk kita semua di tempat ini. Pertama-tama saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada direksi dan manajemen Indonesia Re Utama mengundang saya untuk sharing apa yang mungkin saya alami selama ini, barangkali bisa bermanfaat untuk Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang hadir pada acara ini. Saya memang di dalam perjalanan karir sejak tahun 1982, sebelumnya bekerja di konsultan asuransi, 1982 dan seterusnya, lebih dari 30 tahun adalah menangani salah satu tugas utamanya bidang reasuransi. Minta tolong slide-nya di ini. Kinerja perasuransian Indonesia, ini data-data menurut saya tidak perlu saya bacakan mengingat waktu yang sempit ya. Dilewatkan saja. Yang penting kita lihat di sini bahwa bersyukur bahwa asuransi jiwa masih ada tumbuh positif ya. Tetapi tidak menggembirakan asuransi umum yang mengalami kontraksi ya pada saat sekarang ini. Sementara kalau kita lihat dari kesehatan keuangan perusahaan asuransi cukup bagus ya. Hanya kalau berkaitan dengan permodalan atau ekuitas memang sebagian perusahaan asuransi kelihatannya ada kekhawatiran dan mudah-mudahan mereka bisa bekerja keras untuk bisa memenuhinya di tahun 2026. Next. Ya, grafik ini merupakan data premi dari luar negeri dan yang masuk ke kita dan juga yang dari Indonesia ke luar negeri, maka kita mengalami defisit ya di dalam sektor asuransi. For those colleagues, friends from overseas, this graph shows that our insurance businesses deficit from 2019 to 2023 and also until 2024. Next. Kalau kita lihat data premi asuransi umum, general insurance 2024, ya, total Gross premium 112.8 trillion rupiah, and reinsurance premium of that total 21.5 trillion rupiah. It means that the proportion of premium goes to overseas is 40%, equal to 8.6 trillion. Dan kalau kita lihat pada tahun-tahun sebelumnya, in 20 and 22, reinsurance premium to overseas, the percentage was 34.8%, and in 20 and 23, 38.1%, and 2024 again increase to 40%. This shows that the premium goes increases every year. Next. Di tahun 1998 saat terjadi multidimensi krisis di Indonesia, krisis politik dan krisis keuangan, terjadi kerusuhan Mei, dan pemerintah Orde Baru tumbang, neraca jasa asuransi disinilah positif. So 40 years, over 40 years I have been in the market, only once, that was in 1998, our insurance business balances was positive because we have the riots claim, a lot of claims, and our reinsurance paid the claims to Indonesia insurers and reinsurers. All other years, always deficit. Next. Apa faktor penyebabnya? Why this happened? Yang pertama, tidak cukup kuat perusahaan reasuransi dalam negeri menyerap portofolio yang ada. Kita tahu bahwa daya tampung masih terbatas, seperti tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Siregar, masih tidak sebanding dengan portofolio yang ada. The capacity of the local reinsurers still relatively small comparing to the size of the portfolio in Indonesia market. Nomor 2, permodalan perusahaan asuransi lokal relatif masih kecil. Bukan dilihat dari pemenuhan OJK Kalau pemenuhan OJK itu berbeda. Artinya dikaitkan dengan daya tampung. Yang ketiga, sebelumnya puluhan tahun minat investor untuk mendirikan perusahaan reasuransi dapat dikatakan tidak ada atau sangat minim. Mengapa? Karena return of investment dari usaha reasuransi tidak menarik, cenderung rugi. Kalaupun ada, tidak besar profit di perusahaan reasuransi dibandingkan dengan perusahaan beberapa perusahaan asuransi. Yang berikut, yang kelima, adanya pandangan atau kecenderungan pelaku usaha asuransi, meskipun tidak semua, mempunyai kebijakan bahwa risiko yang baik, best quality of risk, layaknya ditahan, di-retain saja di perusahaan asuransi. Jika semuanya dapat ditahan, sedapat mungkin ditahan. Sementara risiko yang unfavorable, high risk, sebaiknya sebesar mungkin direasuransikan saja dan sekecil mungkin ditahan atau di-retain. Ibarat kata, risiko yang bagus untuk seeding company dan yang kurang bagus untuk perusahaan reasuransi saja. Sikap dan kebijakan seperti ini menimbulkan ketidakpercayaan antara perusahaan asuransi dengan perusahaan reasuransi. Bahkan dulu ada istilah, kalau ada polis, ternyata polis ini dinilai risiko tinggi, Ya kadang-kadang dikatakan buang saja ke perusahaan reasuransi. Berapa mau dibuang? Ini Pak dalam diskusi underwriting berapa Pak yang mau dibuang? Ya, how much has to be thrown to the reinsurance company? It's not sitting but thrown. Ya, like it is thrown to the dustbin. I'm sorry to say that. Ya, keenam, 2 tahun terakhir terjadi hard market reasuransi lokal. Perusahaan asuransi merasakan lebih sulit mendapatkan dukungan support reasuransi dari perusahaan reasuransi dalam negeri daripada di luar negeri, khususnya dalam 2 tahun terakhir. Ini yang saya dengar dari pelaku. Sehingga timbul kecenderungan mereasuransikan risiko atau portfolio ke perusahaan reasuransi luar negeri. Ini didukung oleh data premi reasuransi mengalir keluar dari AAUI dan juga OJK. Yang ketujuh, sejumlah perusahaan asuransi merasa untuk mendapatkan pembayaran klaim dari perusahaan reasuransi lokal umumnya lebih sulit daripada perusahaan reasuransi luar negeri. Sementara perusahaan asuransi diwajibkan oleh undang-undang untuk melakukan pembayaran dalam waktu 30 hari setelah tercapai kesepakatan dengan tertanggung kesepakatan nilai yang menjadi kewajiban dari polis untuk dibayarkan. Dalam hal ini posisi perusahaan asuransi dalam keadaan yang sulit atau dapat dikatakan terjepit. Ya. This number 7 that local reinsurers feel that or experience is more hard to get the claim payment from the local reinsurers. But there is but. Ya. Namun ya jika dilihat Customer Satisfaction Index dan Customer Loyalty Index dari Indonesia Re Utama pada slide berikut, hal di atas atau yang saya sebutkan tadi tidaklah benar. Ya, mari kita lihat. Ya. Tabel-tabel ini menunjukkan kepada kita peningkatan kepuasan loyalitas stabil pada skala nilai sangat baik. Ya. Customer Loyalty Index stabil tinggi di kisaran ya 4,46 sampai 4,48 menandakan perbaikan yang terus berkelanjutan dilakukan oleh Indonesia Re Utama. Net Performer Score juga ini ada setelah turun ke 8,6 di 2022 menjadi 31,9 di 2023. Ini menunjukkan bahwa mitra atau preceding company menjadi referrer, membuat referensi kepada perusahaan lain untuk memakai jasa dari Indonesia Re Utama. Ya, dan juga customer effort score-nya juga bagus. Mari kita tepuk tangan dulu untuk Indonesia Re Utama. Next, saya ingin sharing pengalaman mengelola hubungan kerjasama perusahaan asuransi dengan pihak perusahaan reasuransi lokal dan internasional selama lebih dari 30 tahun. I would like to share some of my experience in dealing with local and overseas reinsurers for more than 30 years. We know that there is a principle of follow the fortune in the insurance and reinsurance. But for me, yeah, this principle is not very fit in my mind. So I make another principle, that is the principle of one boat. Because in my mind, to follow the fortune, if I follow somebody in front of me, and there's a big hole, and in the big hole there was fire. Should I follow him? I will not follow, of course. I will not. Only, stupid guy to follow. Yeah. So I create the one boat principle. Kedua belah pihak, the insurer and reinsurers are both in one boat. So everybody have to do their best to make sure that the boat sail and arrive safely at the point of destination. Nah, bagaimana implementasi dari prinsip one boat ini? Yang pertama, mohon maaf, ini harus dikasih dulu pelumasnya. Mungkin faktor U ya. Jadi pihak perusahaan asuransi dan pihak reasuransi dikala duduk bersama dalam nego treaty tidak hanya membahas dan membicarakan treaty capacity and commissions, which is our most discussed, tetapi juga underwriting policy. Ini menjadi pegangan bagi nakoda atau the boat captain di kedua perusahaan. Jadi approach-nya adalah holistik. Ya. Yang kedua, filosofi underwriting tidak boleh hanya menguntungkan satu pihak karena akan membahayakan keselamatan kapal. Jika kapal karam kedua belah pihak akan mengalami kerugian. Karena itu kebijakan underwriting untuk perusahaan asuransi dan kebijakan underwriting untuk perusahaan untuk syarat-syarat dan ketentuan atau terms and condition dari reinsurance agreement juga harus menguntungkan kedua belah pihak. Yang ketiga, kepercayaan di antara keduanya menjadi modal utama karena untuk keselamatan bersama. Tidak ada dan tidak bisa hanya satu pihak yang selamat. Yang keempat, dengan kepercayaan dan berpegang teguh pada prinsip one boat, distorsi dari pihak intermediary akan dapat dikendalikan sehingga keterlibatannya menjadi dukungan positif terhadap prinsip one boat. Saya banyak pengalaman, tetapi beberapa di antaranya dalam hal ini pengalaman saya pertama in the insurance company I work for Artapala Insurance Company, which is now Raksa Pratikara. At the time, in the 1982, ya lama, sudah lama sekali. Those wood-based industries like plywood factories, mills were excluded from treaty and very, very hard to get reinsurance support. So what we did in Artapala, we invited our reinsurers, we discussed together, we discussed the underwriting policy and how we should do together. And we are in one boat. So yeah, one of the result of the discussion is that we have to do differently than the most underwriters do in the market. We don't realize only on data, but we did go to do field underwriting. We don't invite independent surveyors to do the surveyors or intermediary. No, because in our experience, reinsurers, of course, not all, less believe, less trust that. So we do ourselves together with our reinsurers to do the survey. And we create a special treaty for that kind of risk. And we were very successful, and that was the trigger point to make Artapala Insurance more known in the market and have a strong relationship with their reinsurers. Yang kelima, perusahaan asuransi dan perusahaan asuransi akan berhasil membangun dan meningkatkan performa dan market domestik. Yang keenam, diperlukan dukungan regulasi dari OJK. Ini Pak Iwan Pasila ada di sini. Untuk memastikan bahwa setiap perusahaan asuransi mempunyai komitmen menjalankan prinsip one vote demi menjaga national interest, to safeguard our insurance national interest di dalam industri perasuransian. Sehingga premi reasuransi mengalir ke luar negeri akan semakin dapat dikurangi, bukan bertambah dari tahun ke tahun. Yang ketujuh, prinsip one vote akan membangun dan menciptakan industri asuransi yang sehat, adaptif terhadap gejolak global yang dapat dan juga untuk keberlanjutan usaha kedua belah pihak. 8, akan mendorong timbulnya kepercayaan masyarakat terhadap industri perasuransian nasional. Bapak dan Ibu, from Artapala, I moved to Central Asia. And at the time also, it was difficult to get support from reinsurers on textile and textile-based industries. I call it high risk, and all this excluded from the treaties. And we did successfully to underwrite this kind of risk, and we created a special risk treaty. And we got support, a very big support from overseas reinsurance. I think I saw my friends from Singapore also in this room about this story. Yeah, we also together with Pak Teddy, yeah, the former managing director of Central Asia. So we create a special treaty, and the local treaty excluded all these risks, and the result was good. So the key is the underwriting and also the data. Yeah, we don't believe the data as such. We make, yeah, rechecking. Rechecking where? Yeah, on the field, underwriter. And then from Central Asia, I moved to Sinarmas Insurance. I was technical director in charge of underwriting reinsurance claim for 1 year, and then president director of 7 years. Why Sinarmas recruited me? They said because they want to have the Sinarmas Insurance Company to have a very good and a strong connection and support from all reinsurers. And at the time, one of the largest division of Sinarmas is the pulp and paper. Until now, the pulp and paper is still a big risk. It was very, very hard to place before I joined that company. And then after I joined Sinarmas, we did, yeah, invited reinsurers together, yeah, discuss how we do together. And also a few brokers, how we should do, yeah. And you, broker, you reinsurers, not compete each other, but support and to cooperate, yeah, in order to get, yeah, a big support from the market. My experience there was a few brokers. They went to the market and they didn't follow our policy. And it created a confusing in the market because we set up, yeah, our pricing, terms and conditions, but there was another terms and conditions for the same risk. Yeah. And then what I did, I went to London, I have a meeting, I gather all the brokers and also the underwriters from Lloyd's, and we discussed that we, yeah, discuss what is the proper rate, terms and condition for the risk. And nobody, no company, no intermediary brokers allowed to set up or to make a different terms and conditions. Yeah. And we make a long-term agreement, commitment, that it is not only 1 year, it is a 3 years commitment. Yeah. And from that experience, yeah, one of the most important for the reinsurers is, yeah, trust, yeah, and the philosophy underwriting to share the bad and the good ones. Yeah. How I do it? How I did to share the risk? Yeah. We create a big group retention. Yeah, it's like quota share, and we share with our reinsurers. And we don't want that we, yeah, as a seeding company, just make a big profit and our reinsurers losing money. And thanks God that during my whole career, from Sinarmas to Himalaya, all the very largest reinsurance companies, brokers, fully support on the company for which I work. And even like Munich Re, Swiss Re, they always, yeah, want to be leading. Yeah. How is about the local? Oh yes, we have a very strong relationship with the local reinsurers. Yeah. So the principle of one boat, yeah, has been a principle that's successful in the few companies in Indonesia in which I have worked in the past. Conclusion, dengan menerapkan prinsip one boat, sinergitas dan komitmen dan saling percaya antara perusahaan asuransi dengan perusahaan reasuransi bahwa semua akan selamat jika prinsip one boat dipegang teguh dan dilaksanakan. Maka akan didapat, satu, memperbaiki dan meningkatkan kinerja dari hubungan perusahaan asuransi dengan perusahaan reasuransi dalam negeri, sehingga akan dicapai the most highest mutual benefit for both parties in the one boat. Yang kedua, akan dapat mengurangi volume premi reasuransi yang mengalir ke luar negeri secara bertahap. Yang ketiga, akan menyehatkan industri asuransi nasional dan mempunyai daya tahan yang lebih baik terhadap gejolak pasar global, khususnya dalam pasar reasuransi global. Dapatkah ini kita lakukan bersama? Menurut saya dapat, tetapi it is not like membalikkan tangan. Ya, harus ya step by step, year by year, ya. Tetapi kita harus lakukan the principle of one boat itu supaya ya sama-sama untung, sama-sama rugi, sama-sama enak, sama-sama senyum, sama-sama menangis. Ya. Jadi prinsip ini adalah lebih indah dari prinsip ya follow the fortune, because when there is a big hole and there was fire, I will not follow him. Ya, thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you Pak Cornelius Simanjuntak for very insightful. Okay, Bapak Ibu sekalian, audience, if you have any questions for Bapak Cornelius or our two following panelists, kindly ask your question through Slido. Ya, ada Slido QR code and question after panel before we end of the session. Okay, it is an absolute privilege to introduce a visionary leader whose remarkable career has shaped and strengthened Indonesia financial and insurance sector. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in offering a warm and respectful welcome to Bapak Iwan Pasila. The stage is yours, Pak Iwan, on the next 15 minutes.
Makasih Bu Beatrix. Good morning, everyone. In insurance, you will say good morning. Apologize, I will speak in Bahasa because I saw you have the interpreters here. I think their English is much better than me. So let me share what we are doing in OJK. Bapak Ibu, izinkan saya memulai dengan industri yang ada sekarang di PPDP. PPDP ini di tempatnya Pak Ogi dan di mana saya membantu beliau. Jadi kami sekarang ini ada sekitar hampir 580 perusahaan, di mana 144 itu adalah perusahaan asuransi dan perusahaan reasuransi. Aset yang ada di bawah industri yang kami awasi sekarang ini sekitar 2.810 triliun rupiah dengan investasi di atas 2.100 triliun rupiah. Kalau kita lihat jumlah akunnya Bapak Ibu, ini memang rata-rata satu orang di Indonesia ini kira-kira hampir memiliki 2 pertanggungan. Memang yang paling besar sini adalah pertanggungan dari asuransi wajib, asuransi sosial yang ada misalnya di BPJS. Dari total sekitar 2.100 triliun aset yang kami awasi Bapak Ibu, 50% lebih itu ada di SPN. Dan ini memang challenge besar yang ada di kita, bagaimana kami kemudian mengembangkan kontribusi industri ini di pasar modal. Karena seperti Bapak Ibu lihat, saham hanya sekitar 10%. Jadi ini PR besar yang kami hadapi. Di tahun 2025 Bapak Ibu, kami melakukan survei nasional mengenai literasi dan inklusi keuangan. Dan kalau Bapak Ibu lihat, secara literasi kita ada di sekitar 45%, dan inklusinya ada di sekitar 28,5%. Nah ini tantangan yang besar Bapak Ibu yang kami hadapi, kenapa? Karena memang literasi di kita ini belum terlalu baik gitu ya, masih rendah. Dan inklusinya ini kenapa tinggi Bapak Ibu? Karena di tahun 2025 ini kami kemudian mengikut sertakan pertanggungan asuransi yang di cover secara digital. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu beli di Tokopedia, Traveloka, Bapak Ibu akan dapat asuransi yang harian gitu ya, pengantaran barang, itu termasuk salah satu yang dihitung. Jadi ini membuat memang kita terus berbenah Bapak Ibu bagaimana cara kita bisa meningkatkan inklusi ini dengan memperkuat literasi. Ini harapan yang ada di dalam industri kita Bapak Ibu. Sampai dengan Mei tadi 2025, premi yang kita aset kita itu sekitar 1.163 triliun rupiah untuk asuransi. Dan target yang Bapak Ibu sampaikan di dalam laporan rencana bisnis tahun 2025 itu sekitar 1.200 triliun. Jadi sebenarnya tidak terlalu banyak lagi Bapak Ibu. Tetapi PR besar kita Bapak Ibu adalah sebenarnya kita punya rencana jangka menengah, di mana sebenarnya target di tahun 2025 itu aset perusahaan asuransi itu diharapkan menjadi sekitar 9,1%. Sementara kalau Bapak Ibu lihat, kita itu tahun lalu hanya di sekitar 5,16%. Jadi ini PR besar Bapak Ibu bagaimana kita mendorong supaya kita bisa kemudian bisa compete dengan beberapa negara. Di sebelah kanan ini adalah perbandingan industri persentase aset per PDB kita dibanding dengan negara-negara di kawasan. Bapak Ibu lihat, kita hanya 1/10-nya Singapura gitu ya. Australia dekat tapi size-nya sangat besar. Dan Bapak Ibu ini bukan hanya PR besar karena kita berbicara mengenai bagaimana meningkatkan persentase dari aset ini terhadap PDB kita yang tentunya akan naik. Jadi kami melihat Bapak Ibu bahwa ini PR besar yang perlu kita sikapi bersama-sama. Tetapi di sisi yang lain kita data ini menunjukkan kita punya potensi yang besar untuk bertumbuh. Jadi Bapak Ibu kami melihat bahwa potensi ini menjadi besar dan kalau asuransinya besar kita pasti butuh kapasitas yang besar di reasuransi supaya kita bisa kemudian melakukan ini dengan baik. Beberapa tantangan yang kita hadapi Bapak Ibu yang ada di depan mata kita, ini adalah 5 kategori risiko yang banyak dihadapi oleh negara-negara di kawasan. Dan ini juga menjadi salah satu hal yang kami di antara sesama regulator itu sering ngobrol Bapak Ibu ya. Dan ini adalah 5 risiko yang top yang dihadapi bersama-sama. Natural catastrophic, ini pasti kita sedang punya PR besar bagaimana cara kita bisa closing the gap gitu ya, karena gapnya sangat besar. Mortality juga menjadi isu buat kita karena mortality di kita itu dengan orang yang hidup yang semakin panjang, maka sebenarnya kita sedang shifting mortality ini di dalam masyarakat kita. Resiko cyber, saya tidak perlu jelaskan Bapak Ibu. Health ini menjadi isu yang sangat-sangat trending di kawasan, dan kalau Bapak Ibu lihat, di kita itu tahun lalu dan 2 tahun lalu itu health itu bisa naik sekitar 20-50%. Jadi ini PR besar yang kita hadapi bersama-sama. Dan yang terakhir kita sekarang ini sementara kita menghadapi aging population Bapak Ibu, ternyata saving yang kita kumpulkan selama kita bekerja itu tidak cukup. Dan berada pada tingkat replacement rate yang sangat rendah. Dan kemarin kami ngobrol-ngobrol di sesama regulator di kawasan Bapak Ibu, dan kita sama-sama mendapati bahwa ternyata akumulasi saving kita itu untuk retirement sama sekali tidak memperhitungkan kebutuhan kesehatan. Sementara kita sangat butuh pembiayaan kesehatan ketika kita semakin tua. Bapak Ibu menghadapi itu, ini kira-kira cara kami melihat dan bagaimana kami melakukan pengawasan itu ya. Kami ingin mendorong bahwa tidak lagi mengatur industri itu hanya melalui POJK. Dan itu tidak akan pernah cukup Bapak Ibu. Kami melihat bahwa harus ada kerjasama dalam ekosistem ini supaya kita bisa mendorong bersama-sama industri ini, industri asuransi dan reasuransi ini untuk tumbuh dengan baik. Dan kalau kami lihat Bapak Ibu, memang regulasi sekarang yang kami dorong itu, kami ingin mendorong supaya proper behaviors dari para pelaku ini kemudian tumbuh. Jadi kami ingin mendorong Bapak Ibu bahwa POJK itu nanti bukan hanya ada supaya Bapak Ibu comply secara administratif, comply secara angka-angka saja. Kami ingin mendorong supaya POJK yang kita terbitkan itu benar-benar bisa membuat Bapak Ibu tackle prinsipal fundamental isu supaya ini kemudian bisa tumbuh dengan baik. Kami mendorong market creation Bapak Ibu. Seperti misalnya kita sekarang ini sedang mendorong bagaimana supaya investasi misalnya di ETF emas itu bisa kemudian membantu Bapak Ibu untuk bisa punya opsi selain investasi di saham. Kemudian kita juga melakukan intervensi di mana perlu, seperti yang Bapak Ibu sudah lihat kami melakukan intervensi di portofolio PAID beberapa tahun lalu. Tahun lalu kita intervensi di portofolio asuransi kredit karena kita melihat perilaku di pasar itu sudah tidak terkendali. Kita kemarin baru mengintroduce intervensi di industri kesehatan yang sekarang ini sedang kita perbaiki dan tingkatkan supaya bisa diatur dengan lebih baik di POJK. Jadi Bapak Ibu kami akan terus melakukan itu sepanjang memang kita melihat bahwa pasar kita ini bisa tumbuh dengan baik. Jadi kami ingin mendorong bahwa regulasi yang kita ciptakan itu benar-benar bisa mendorong Bapak Ibu punya proper behavior yang baik. Kami sangat mendorong best practices Bapak Ibu. Jadi memang kita melihat bahwa bekerja sama dengan Bapak Ibu ini menjadi sesuatu yang penting supaya Bapak Ibu bisa promote best practices yang ada dalam mengelola capitalnya, mengelola risk management, dan juga mengelola investmentnya. Dan kita akan terus berkolaborasi Bapak Ibu untuk mendorong supaya support ini baik dari sisi expertise maupun capability-nya itu bisa kita dorong dengan baik. IT infrastruktur menjadi suatu hal yang sangat penting. Ini sekedar mengingatkan Bapak Ibu kita punya insurance roadmap yang menjadi acuan kami dalam mendorong peraturan ini, dan ada 4 pilar Bapak Ibu. Ada bagaimana kita mendorong capital, governance, dan risk management, bagaimana kami mendorong ekosistem yang baik dalam asuransi, dan juga bagaimana best practice itu diterapkan. Ini slide terakhir saya Bapak Ibu. Jadi kami ingin mendorong dan melihat bagaimana caranya supaya industri reasuransi ini kemudian bisa memberikan kontribusi yang baik, bahkan expanding contribution-nya. Kami melihat bahwa capital management ini menjadi sangat penting Bapak Ibu. Tentu tadi disampaikan Pak Cornelius bahwa capital ini memang menjadi sangat penting. Karena ini menunjukkan seberapa besar Bapak Ibu bisa mengabsorb risiko yang ditutup oleh perusahaan seeding. Gitu ya. Nah bagaimana Bapak Ibu bisa mengelola capital dengan baik, kami memang terus mendorong peningkatan modal. Tetapi ketika Bapak Ibu sudah punya modal, bagaimana Bapak Ibu handle proper pricing-nya? Bagaimana Bapak Ibu mengelola dengan baik dari sisi liability-nya? Dan bagaimana Bapak Ibu mengelola dengan baik dari sisi investment-nya. Ini tentu menjadi hal yang sangat penting supaya Bapak Ibu bisa terus bertumbuh, tidak hanya mengandalkan capital injection dari pemegang saham yang sangat terbatas, tetapi bagaimana Bapak Ibu growth dari portofolio yang ada. Dan kami terus mendorong supaya proper behavior ini Bapak Ibu, ini bisa kemudian membantu Bapak Ibu meningkatkan kapasitas yang baik. Selamat sore Pak Ugi, welcome Pak. Yang kedua Bapak Ibu, kami ingin mendorong dari sisi produk, gitu ya. Nah ini produk offered yang kami ingin challenge teman-teman di reasuransi. Jadi Bapak Ibu kalau kita sekarang ini di Indonesia cukup banyak yang memberikan proteksi kuota share, memang pertanyaan yang menggelitik adalah, kalau begitu apa bedanya asuransi dengan reasuransi? Kalau Bapak Ibu hanya protect quota share, gitu ya. Kami ingin terus mendorong dan men-challenge Bapak Ibu untuk mulai mengembangkan. Sebenarnya XL ini, excess of loss ini, dan katastrofe ini sebenarnya adalah game changer buat Bapak Ibu untuk bisa mengembangkan layer proteksi ini. Kami ingin terus mendorong supaya perusahaan asuransi ini mengelola dengan baik risikonya, dan kalau mereka properly manage risikonya, harusnya excess of loss dan katastrofik itu memang menjadi proteksi yang diberikan oleh, dan kami ingin terus mendorong Bapak Ibu supaya perusahaan reasuransi ini bisa kemudian mengembangkan proteksi-proteksi seperti ini. Produk-produk baru Bapak Ibu kami terus mendorong supaya data yang Bapak Ibu kumpulkan dari perusahaan asuransi itu kemudian bisa digunakan dengan baik untuk menganalisa risiko apa yang baru yang bisa ditutup oleh perusahaan asuransi. Supaya ini bisa kemudian juga mengembangkan industri kita. Bagaimana Bapak Ibu mengembangkan proses underwriting? Kami juga terus mendorong Bapak Ibu, karena Bapak Ibu punya data dari industri asuransi ini. Kemarin kami ngobrol-ngobrol dengan beberapa perusahaan reasuransi Bapak Ibu dan mulai berpikir, sebenarnya misalnya di jiwa, sekarang ini cukup banyak usia tua yang ditolak untuk masuk ke pertanggungan, karena sudah mencapai usia 60. Kenapa? Karena kesehatannya sudah menurun gitu ya, dan persepsi bahwa semakin tua tingkat kesehatan mulai memburuk. Tetapi dengan database yang ada, dengan menggunakan sedikit AI Bapak Ibu, dan dengan kemudian memberikan beberapa pertanyaan, sebenarnya kita kemudian bisa memfilter. Karena cukup banyak orang tua di Indonesia sekarang ini yang menjaga kesehatannya dengan baik, dan mereka harusnya bisa beli produk-produk yang bisa memberikan manfaat yang berupa whole life. Dan ini kalau bisa di-cover Bapak Ibu, ini potensi pasar buat kita. Jadi kami melihat bahwa memang proses underwriting ini datanya terkumpul di reasuransi, dan kalau reasuransi bisa menggunakan database ini dengan baik, ini akan sangat mendorong potensi pertumbuhan di kita. Sehingga memang Bapak Ibu di risk management ini kami terus mendorong proper database yang ada. Kami baru-baru ini bekerja sama dengan teman-teman di IPR, Bapak Ibu mendorong para seeding untuk punya pengolahan database yang benar dan baik. Ternyata setelah kita mendorong proper database ini, masih ada beberapa perusahaan asuransi yang tidak bisa memenuhi persyaratan database ini. Dan kami terus mendorong Bapak Ibu bahwa kalau Bapak Ibu tidak punya data, kami terus terang mempertanyakan bagaimana Bapak Ibu bisa mengelola risiko gitu ya. Jadi proper database ini menjadi sesuatu yang sangat penting supaya Bapak Ibu bisa kemudian mengolah data dengan baik dan bisa tahu persis bagaimana Bapak Ibu bisa mengolah risiko dengan baik. Dan dengan proper analisis ini, harapan kami Bapak Ibu terus bisa mengembangkan proper risk management ini, dan Bapak Ibu bisa mengembangkan kapasitas Bapak Ibu dengan peningkatan modal dan juga dengan pemupukan laba yang Bapak Ibu kumpulkan dari tahun ke tahun dan dikumpulkan itu untuk memperbesar kapasitas Bapak Ibu. Ini Bapak Ibu yang kami harapkan dari sisi reasuransi supaya bisa memberikan kontribusi yang lebih baik bagi industri kita. Nah, harapan kami Bapak Ibu kalau seedingnya kemudian dikelola dengan baik, reasnya kemudian berkembang seperti ini, sebenarnya kita kemudian secara tidak langsung dan pelan-pelan kita akan memang memitigasi dampak dari peningkatan defisit gitu ya ke depannya. Karena menurut saya Bapak Ibu defisit itu akan selalu ada, tetapi sebatas margin yang memang harus dikumpulkan oleh reasuransi, harusnya itu menjadi target kita gitu ya. Tetapi kalau memang defisitnya membesar, ini yang menjadi PR besar buat kita. Nah ini memang harus disikapi Bapak Ibu bagaimana kita bisa mengembangkan kapasitas dalam negeri. Demikian mungkin saya akhiri presentasi saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Iwan, terima kasih banyak, very insightful. Such an insightful sharing from Bapak Iwan Pasila. Bapak Ibu sekalian, I would like to remind that you have raised your question through Slido QR code. Last but not least, with great respect, without further ado, Bapak Ridwan Nasution, you have 10 minutes Bapak to deliver your material, please.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon to all of you. For the first time, I would like to thank IndonesiaRe for having me here to share some of the information about the design of the policyholders protection scheme that will apply in Indonesia. Let me begin with the one boat. I like your analogy, Pak. One boat. Yeah. So it is interesting to see one boat to sail the sea, right? But I'm afraid that it's very lonely to sail along there may be storm and big waves in the sea, so it's quite dangerous actually. But don't worry, there will be another boat. It is LPS. To accompany the boat, we'll stay behind and we'll sail the sea together. Let me begin by introducing LPS. I'm afraid that some of you haven't known about the LPS. LPS is an independent institution established by the law in 2005. Okay. Right. And the aim is to protect the public funds in banks and now in insurance companies as well. Our main mandate is to guarantee the deposit in banks and actively participating in maintaining the financial stability, doing the bank resolution, guarantee the policyholders, this is a new mandate, and also do the liquidation of the failed insurance companies. The two mandates on the right side, it's a new, based on the FSOL law, we call FSOL law, Financial Sector Omnibus Law, which was issued in 2023. Bapak Ibu, LPS is a member of the IADI. IADI is the International Association of Deposit Insurers. So all deposit insurers, most of the deposit insurers from all countries in the world are member of the IADI, so we can get best practices from there, and we can share our best practices to other countries as well. And LPS is a member of the IFIX as well. IFIX is International Forum for Insurance Guarantee Schemes, just like IADI, but for the insurance guarantee scheme, the association is called IFIX. And let me share with you some of the preparation that the LPS is doing now to implement the PPP, the Policyholders Protection Scheme. The protection will be started in 2028, so we have 5 years since the issuance of the law, from 2023 to 2028, to prepare everything. We are preparing the HR, the policies, the IT, the organization, and many things. We sit together with OJK, with the Ministry of Finance, and also we discuss about with the industry in preparing this program. We coordinate closely as well with OJK and also Ministry of Finance. When we draft the law, we do it together. And now we are drafting the government's regulation, the more technical regulations below the law. And we always discuss with OJK and also with the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance led the drafting the law. For example, in supervision synergy, the OJK will share with LPS any designation of the status of the insurance companies. For example, when OJK determine, for example, like a special surveillance on one insurance company, then OJK will notify LPS. So if there's a chance, if there's a possibility that it will lead to the failure of the insurance company, then we can prepare in LPS. We will share data as well between OJK and LPS. And this data sharing is exempted from the confidentiality of data regulated in the insurance law. Just like in bank, LPS, OJK, Bank Indonesia, and certain institutions are exempted from the confidentiality regulation. I think this is the main slide that I will share with you. How are we gonna step in if there's a damage to the ship, to the boat? I'll use the boat analogy again. To be honest, it's not finished yet. We are still discussing with Minister of Finance and OJK and also with other parties. But at least we have put some draft into the government regulation. Let me start with the membership. I compare here how the deposit, how we are executing deposit insurance and also the policyholder protection scheme. In bank, all banks are automatically member of the the scheme of the LPS. But for insurance companies, it's a little bit different. Principally, it is obligatory or compulsory to be a member of the PPP. But for the first time, the insurance companies must have certain level of health and sound condition. And this level will be determined in the LPS regulation, and we will discuss with OJK to set the level. And then about the contribution. We collect premium from banks twice a year. The same thing for the insurance companies. We'll collect premium twice a year as well, in January and in July. The question is, what is the percentage? A lot of insurance companies has raised question actually to us, but until now we still discuss that. It will be put in the government regulation. And before finalizing that regulation, the MOF and also together with LPS and OJK will go to the parliament to consult. Aside from the premium, the insurance companies must pay as well the initial contribution. This is only one time. And then about the scope. What is the scope of the guarantee scheme that we will implement? We will guarantee only the element of the protection, not the investment. So if there is unit link, for example, issued by the insurance companies, it contains both investment and also protection. We will guarantee only the protection part, not the investment part. And there are some exemptions that will not be a member of the program. It is social insurance, just like our BPJS, and also a compulsory insurance that is mandated by the government. But this compulsory insurance, it is stated in law, which is mandated by the government only to certain insurance companies, not to all insurance. For example, there's a obligation or compulsory insurance product, and the government said that all people must have this, and this product can only be issued by one company, something like that. So there's no competition in the market. This kind of product or this kind of insurance company will not be a member of the program of the PPP. And the mechanism of the guarantee, the first one, if there is a failed insurance company, OJK will notify LPS. And the first thing that we will do is we will try as best as possible to transfer all active insurance policies to other companies. If there is no insurance company willing to accept or to take the insurance policies, then we will pay to the policyholders. If there is already a claim that is not paid yet by the insurance company, or there is a new claim, for example, submitted to LPS, then we will pay the claim. So if it is the policies are active, we will try to transfer to other companies, but if it is already in claim, already happened, then we'll pay to the holders. The question is, how much are we going to pay? Same like insurance premium, we are still discussing it, but there is a limit, just like in bank. In bank is maximum 2 billion per person per bank, and in insurance company, we'll set a limit as well. I don't know yet how much is going to be the limit, but we are not going to cover all benefits that is stated in the contract. There will be a limit. The philosophy of the limit is why do we set a limit? The guarantee scheme is going along with the moral hazard. If the limit is very high, or if there is no limit, then the guarantee scheme will create moral hazard for the insurance company. It happens as well in the bank. That's why in all other countries, there is a limit in the program. And I try to make a chart. Actually, this is very much the same with the previous slide. So the business process is once there is a problem in the insurance company, the OJK will notify LPS. We will step in to the companies, but not like providing capital, no, but we will do examination. We call due diligence. Due diligence is for us to prepare the insurance if the companies fail finally. And then if finally LPS revoke the license of the insurance companies, it becomes failed or close the company, then OJK will notify LPS. Then we will implement the mechanism that I've just explained. Transfer the portfolio, the policy holders, or pay the claim. And for the failed insurance company, we will liquidate it. Just like in a bank, if it is failed, we can liquidate it. In bank, we can do purchase and assumption. We can rescue the bank. We can transfer the bank to breach bank. But for this insurance company scheme, there is only one resolution method. It is liquidation. So we will liquidate the insurance company. And how are we going to use the proceeds? The proceeds will be distributed just like the table below. So the order is from the first one to the last one. The first one, the proceeds will be used to reimburse all advances paid by LPS to the insurance company to pay the unpaid salaries. So we can imagine if there is a failed insurance company, for example, they have no money to pay their employees, then it will be unpaid salaries. We will give advances to the companies and so they can pay the employees first. Reimburse the advance for the severance pay, yes, so it will not be burdensome for the insurance companies. And there is what we call policyholders-based data. In bank, we call single customer view. In insurance company, we call policyholders-based data. The insurance company will provide us with a very detailed data, including the contract, the name of the beneficiary, and so on and so forth. So we will collect the data. What is it for? Is it for us to prepare just in case there is a failed company so we can pay in a short time to the policyholders, or we can transfer the portfolio to other insurance companies? So that kind of obligations will be stated in the government regulation. My last slide. I think this is very important. Why do we need this program? The government realized that there must be the PPP to increase the public trust and also boost or help the insurance industry growth. In other countries, actually, they've implemented this PPP for quite a long time. In Singapore, in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Canada, in America, they have implemented the insurance guarantee scheme. But even though we are quite late, that's all right, but at least we have done that, and we will start in 2028. Hopefully, this program will make public confidence in the insurance sector, so our insurance companies, our insurance sector can grow and help our economy to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ridwan Nasution, for the wonderful sharing about the synergy between reinsurance and LPS. This all aims to manage systemic risk and maintain the stability of the national economy, right? And then, Bapak Ibu sekalian, we already have many questions from Slido. So we go to the Q&A session, right? I already have 5 questions. The first one for Pak Iwan Pasila, right? Pak Iwan, as part of insurance industry stakeholders, what strategy should OJK do in the future to ensure the adequacy of domestic insurer and reinsurers capacity. Please, Pak Iwan.
Langsung ya?
Langsung Pak Iwan, silakan.
Baik, Bapak Ibu di OJK kami memang melihat bahwa optimalisasi kapasitas ini menjadi penting harus dimulai dari bagaimana Bapak Ibu mengelola risiko. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu properly conduct risk management dengan baik, Bapak Ibu properly conduct pricing dan liability dengan baik dan conduct investasinya dengan baik, harusnya Bapak Ibu bisa kemudian mengembangkan kapasitas itu. Jadi kalau dari seedingnya mengembangkan kapasitas, kemudian reasuransinya mengembangkan kapasitas, dua-duanya ini harusnya kemudian bersinergi membesarkan kapasitas. Nah kami di OJK melihat bahwa sebenarnya memang tetap kita memerlukan retrosesi keluar gitu ya, kalau kita bicara ke luar negeri. Kenapa? Karena memang kapasitas kita terbatas dan kedua kita memang butuh kerjasama ini. Dan kalau kita melihat bahwa bagaimana cara kita kemudian mengelola risiko ini secara proper, kalau kita seeding ke luar negeri, maka memang akan ada porsi OPEX dan juga porsi profit yang merupakan ekspektasi dari perusahaan reasuransi di luar negeri. Dan itulah yang harusnya memang kalau kita hanya melihat satu sisi, itu akan menjadi defisit, porsi defisit dari sisi dari dalam negeri ke luar negeri. Jadi kalau tidak ada kemudian inward business, memang kita akan end up dengan porsi defisit, gitu ya. Tetapi defisitnya ini kan harusnya at manageable level. Jadi kalau kita bisa manage levelnya, properly kita manage risikonya, harusnya itu tidak membesar. Membesarnya hanya dengan membesar karena porsinya yang membesar gitu ya. Nah, tetapi kemudian kalau kita kemudian bisa membawa bisnis itu ke dalam, nah ini memang menjadi menarik Bapak Ibu. Kita memang sedang coba eksplor bagaimana caranya membawa itu ke dalam gitu ya. Dan kalau kita bisa bawa ke dalam, itu yang akan membuat kita kemudian bisa mendapatkan potensi untuk menjadi surplus. Nah, jadi ini memang tidak bisa hanya sekedar melihat bagaimana cara kita retain risiko gitu ya. Tetapi memang kita harus properly manage hal ini supaya ketika kita menang risiko itu memang benar-benar kita kalkulasi dengan baik sehingga kalau terjadi klaim kita juga bisa membayar dengan baik. Mungkin demikian Bu.
Oke, terima kasih Pak. Jadi artinya memang secara ekosistem ya Pak, mulai dari asuransi, reasnya sampai ke retronya ya Pak. Oke, satu pertanyaan lagi untuk Pak Ridwan. Ada pertanyaan untuk Pak Ridwan, ada di iPad saya tapi di Matador nggak ada. Saya boleh baca atau ikut yang di Matador nih? Pak Ridwan, what safeguard must be put in place to ensure that the guarantee mechanism, program penjaminan polis, doesn't trigger moral hazard from insurer side? Mungkin Bapak bisa langsung jawab, silahkan Pak.
Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya, thank you. There are some actually variables that we can put into regulation or into practice to mitigate the moral hazard that potentially conducted by the insurance company with the coming of the program. The first one is the limit. The limit itself is to prevent moral hazard. If, for example, if the LPS guarantee all benefits of the policyholders, then the insurance company might take a higher risk in their business. So it can create moral hazard. There's the first one, I think. The second one, in LPS, we will not guarantee the investment part, just like I mentioned, because investment part it's investment, isn't it? The policyholders should know the risks by buying that product. So we will not guarantee that, and the insurance company will manage it with their own resources. About the investment part, I think it will prevent the moral hazard as well. I can't imagine if we guarantee the investment part. I think it will be very dangerous to the insurance company. I mean, in terms of the moral hazard. The other thing is we will coordinate closely with OJK. OJK is the supervisor, the regulator. So we will coordinate with OJK. If there is a fraud on the business or on the product, for example, then we most probably will not guarantee as well if there is a fraud on that product. The same thing in the bank, in the deposit. If we find fraud on that deposit, for example, it is fictitious, or they are related to what else, money laundering or something, then LPS will not guarantee that product. The same thing for insurance company, I think. So we'll coordinate, we'll sit together with OJK to discuss this kind of problem. I think there is something that we can do.
So kind of regulation beside this. Okay. Thank you, Pak Ridwan. And then another questions for Pak Cornelius and Pak Iwan. Due to limited capacity, local reinsurance can absorb large risk causing a premium deficit. Is capital injection the key? What's the global capital benchmark? Pak Iwan atau Pak Cornelius, silakan.
Baik, terima kasih. The size of capital very much relates to the capacity, or the size of capacity relates very much to the size of capital. But capital is not everything. I think in our market, we need to strengthen the cooperation between the local reinsurers and the ceding companies. Probably it is good if local reinsurers make a lot of like a survey, to find out this issue, to test whether the lack of the capital is the main factor, causing the reinsurance premium more goes to overseas. Yes, we do have large risk, but we also have many risk, medium size and below. So like Pak Siregar in his keynote speech from Danantara say that they will give a very great attention to develop the reinsurance. That is a very good news for us, for our industry. And that's why after he finished his address, I shake hands with him and I said, "It's the first, I heard from a very senior position man in our country that will give great attention to develop reinsurance." And I will ask Pak Benny to remind Pak Siregar on this. The next, what is the international or the global capitalization of the reinsurers? As long as I know, there is no a similar or a common sort of like a reference, but it depends on each country. What I understand that some big reinsurers, the capital, the injected capital is much less than the reserve. And the reserve is free of tax. I think this is also in our country, we need to talk with the tax department, Pak Iwan, Pak Oge, kalau bisa reserve dari perusahaan reasuransi dan asuransi bisa dibebaskan dari pajak. Saya tahu di negara-negara banyak itu dibebaskan dari pajak, tidak dipajak. Karena itu adalah untuk to safeguard public interest of all the policy holders. Ya, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Mungkin Pak Iwan bisa menambahkan, silakan Pak.
Ya mungkin sedikit saya Bapak Ibu bahwa memang capital pasti perlu gitu ya. Dan ini mungkin statement yang perlu disadari bahwa memang capital itu perlu. Dulu kita punya statement bisa small but beautiful gitu ya di asuransi. Now no more.
Yes.
Jadi saya harus memastikan Bapak Ibu no more small but beautiful. Karena Bapak Ibu punya harus membesarkan kapasitas. Kemudian Bapak Ibu punya reporting, nanti punya PPP yang harus dipenuhi. Jadi menurut saya capital menjadi penting. Tetapi risk management on top of that menjadi sangat penting Bapak Ibu. Bagaimana Bapak Ibu mengelola risiko dengan baik gitu ya. Jadi kalau risikonya dikelola dengan baik, kemudian kita bisa kemudian memaksimalkan perusahaan-perusahaan asuransi seeding ini kemudian melakukan kapasitasnya dengan baik, tidak menjadi broker gitu ya. Maka ini juga menjadi salah satu hal yang bisa menahan. Reasuransi tentu kita terus mendorong, tadi sudah disampaikan bahwa pemerintah akan mencoba mendorong gitu ya. Dan kita memang terus dari OJK juga berkomunikasi dengan Bapak Ibu di Danantara untuk memastikan bahwa reasuransi ini memang harus menjadi perhatian penuh. Karena kita punya beberapa reasuransi yang kita perlu tingkatkan kapasitasnya supaya bisa menampung resiko gitu ya. Sebelum kemudian kita retrosesikan ke luar negeri. Explore Bapak Ibu bagaimana caranya membawa masuk perusahaan-perusahaan dari luar negeri juga sedang kita coba lihat dan ini memang menjadi PR besar juga bagaimana caranya kita bisa menarik masuk gitu ya untuk memastikan bahwa tidak hanya yang keluar yang ada tapi juga bisa membawa masuk portofolio ini. Jadi ini memang beberapa hal yang perlu kita lakukan dan kita sangat berharap bahwa masing-masing bagian ini melakukan bagiannya supaya kemudian secara agregat kita bisa menambah, memberi nilai tambah bagi kapasitas kita. Mungkin demikian Bu.
Terima kasih Pak Iwan, menarik sekali ya Pak Iwan. Saya berangkat dari banking, observasi saya luar biasa untuk industri asuransi dan perasuransian, capital intensif. Itu tema besarnya ya Pak, tapi small is beautiful itu mungkin tidak lagi menjadi satu hal yang harus dilakukan di industri perasuransian. Clear Pak, dan saat ini kita harus sama-sama ada di pemahaman yang sama untuk mendorong perbaikan bisnis perasuransian melalui certain ya Pak ya, proses bisnis yang benar-benar kita lakukan secara bersama-sama. Khususnya menjaga bagaimana industri asuransi dan perasuransian ini, khususnya Reas juga mampu mendorong perbaikan yang signifikan. Oke Bapak Ibu sekalian, diskusinya sangat menarik tapi sayangnya waktunya sudah habis, clock is ticking, tapi sebelum saya...
Boleh 1 menit Bu.
Oke silahkan.
Saya minta Pak Beni 1 menit. Pak Ogi dan Pak Iwan. Ini LPS. Dengan adanya LPS ini kita harapkan ini bisa membuat industri kita makin sehat. Apa kriteria yang masuk jaminan polis? Tuh. Kalau di bank, kalau kredit dikucurkan, melanggar aturan, ya suku bunga, setahu saya itu tidak dijamin oleh LPS. Nah di asuransi, apakah bisa diterapkan seperti itu? Ada acuan. Kalau ada perusahaan asuransi hanya main gila-gilaan, rate-nya nggak karu-karuan, almost free. Collapse, masuk ke LPS, PPP, akan dibayar atau tidak? Yang kedua, Pak Ugi menyehatkan pasar kita, ini kan banyak, broker makin banyak nih. Broker yang hanya digunakan untuk legalisasikan penerimaan komisi yang ini menurut saya tidak bisa dilanjutkan Pak. Terima kasih.
Silakan mungkin Pak Ridwan bisa menanggapi, setelah itu kita akan masuk ke closing.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Cornelius. I will take it sebagai input dalam penyusunan desain PPP-nya ya Pak Cornelius ya. Waktu kami diskusi nanti dengan Pak Iwan, we'll consider that Pak. Tetapi yang jelas memang limit ada dan produk yang ada kemungkinan produk itu tidak dijamin. Yang jelas kalau itu terkait dengan fraud. Tapi kalau seperti yang Bapak bilang, memang kita belum diskusikan. Kalau umpamanya dia insurance company itu mengkolek premium sangat rendah gitu ya, sehingga men-trigger men-trigger collapse-nya perusahaan asuransi. Cuma yang pasti di kita dalam mendesainnya itu satu filosofi yang paling penting adalah tujuan dari program ini adalah memproteksi atau melindungi masyarakat. Kalau itu kesalahannya perusahaan asuransi, nggak boleh dibebankan ke masyarakatnya. Kira-kira seperti itu, Pak.
Tapi kalau kesalahan perusahaan asuransi ya nggak bisa gitu ya Pak. Oke. Ladies and gentlemen, terima kasih Pak Ridwan Nasution, terima kasih Pak Cornelius, terima kasih Pak Iwan Pasila. Ladies and gentlemen, we already have arrived at the end of the third panel session. Before giving back to you Sasa, allow me to conclude all the today learn from Bapak Cornelius Simanjuntak, Bapak Iwan Pasila, and Bapak Ridwan Nasution. Bapak Cornelius Simanjuntak, we learned that cross-institutional synergy is needed to develop multi-sectoral strategies in the aim of strengthening national reinsurance through strengthening domestic reinsurance capital, establishing a mandatory local reinsurance placement policy for all domestic risks, strengthening the quality of reinsurance data and data management, collaboration with academic and research institutions to increase innovation and competitiveness, and many more. From Bapak Iwan Pasila, we learned that OJK as regulator plays a strategic and regulatory role in strengthening domestic reinsurance in Indonesia, which is crucial not only for the development of a resilient insurance ecosystem, but also reducing the deficit in balance of payment in the reinsurance sector. OJK rules is pivotal in transforming Indonesia from a reinsurance importing country to one with a robust domestic reinsurance capability. This is not only important for protecting national risk, but also serves macroeconomic function, reducing foreign exchange outflow, supporting the balance of payment, and contributing to financial system stability. From Bapak Ridwan Nasution, we learned that the synergy between reinsurance and LPS and other stakeholders, OJK, aims to manage systemic risks and maintain the stability of the national economy. With strong capital and the existence of PPP as safety net, the national reinsurance sector is able to build a solid consumer protection architecture and increase public trust in the domestic insurance sector. Program Penjamin Polis or Policyholder Protection Program and the involvement of Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan in the insurance play a transformative role in strengthening domestic reinsurance and optimizing domestic placement in Indonesia reinsurance sectors. The Policyholder Protection Program under LPS is a critical market infrastructure reform that enhance trust and stability in insurance sector, confidence in local reinsurance placement, and feasibility of retaining more risk onshore. We could reinforce domestic reinsurance capacity and support Indonesia's sovereign financial resilience. In conclusion, empowering domestic reinsurance play a crucial role in strengthening our financial sovereignty by enhancing the resilience and stability of the national reinsurance sector. Through the urgency of increasing domestic reinsurance capacity, we reduce the dependency of national insurance sector on foreign reinsurance, and we reduce the deficit in reinsurance premium flow abroad. Better manage risk and support faster economy recovery in times of crisis to strengthen national macroeconomic stability. Achieving this requires strong regulatory framework, collaborative among stakeholders, and a shared commitment to building a sustainable and self-reliant financial system. Ladies and gentlemen, together this effort will pave the way toward a more secure and sovereign financial future to our country. That's all from me. Once again, on behalf of Indonesia Re, committee and audience, I would like to thank Bapak Cornelius Simanjuntak, Bapak Iwan Pasila, and Bapak Ridwan Nasution for a wonderful and insightful session. Go back to you, Sasa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ibu Beatrix Santianugrah, thanks so much for moderating this session with such grace. Thank you very much to our speakers, our panelists today, for sharing your thoughts and for giving your time to be with us. But please come and join us at the center of the stage. We're going to take a picture together. And as a sign of our gratitude for your presence today, we'd like to invite the Director of Risk Management, Compliance, Human Capital, and Corporate Secretary of Indonesia Re, Bapak Robi Yanuar Walid. Please to come and join us, Pak, up on the stage to hand over the token of appreciation for our speakers and also to our moderator today. Welcome, Pak. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have followed the very last panel discussion of our conference today, such an insightful and powerful way to close the discussion. And during that talk, we have listened and a lot of emphasis on the importance of the domestic reinsurance strength in achieving the broader financial resilience and national economic security. Again, to honor our speakers today, ladies and gentlemen, we have Pak Iwan Pazilas, Deputy Commissioner for Supervision of Insurance, Guarantee Institutions, and Pension Fund of Financial Services Authority. Also joining us here today, Bapak Cornelius Simanjuntak, Civil Law Insurance Law Expert, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Law, University of Indonesia, and Supervisory Board of AUI. And Bapak Ridwan Nasution, Executive Director of Strategic Management and Policy Formulation, Indonesia Deposit Insurance and Corporation. Together with our moderator, Ibu Beatrix Santianugrah, let's continue with the picture together. But probably, all right. Everybody, let's give our biggest smiles to the camera, to our photographers right in front of you in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause again to our moderator and to our panelists. Thank you so much, and we'll let you back to your seats as we move on into our final session of the day. Pak Robi Yanuar Walid, thank you so much, Pak. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next agenda, again, I'd like to kindly remind all of you to remain inside this ballroom and follow through all of our agenda in this conference until the very end, because your participation will contribute to your eligibility for the LSPMR PDU points, the MICPD points, and of course, to get your IIC 2025 certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw close to the end of today's enriching conference, we are truly privileged to receive insights from one of the key figures in the regulatory landscape of Indonesia's financial sector. With over 30 years of leadership in banking and financial services, he now plays a pivotal role in overseeing Indonesia's insurance and pension landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, for ending the session today, please join me in welcoming to the stage Chief Executive of Insurance, Surety, and Pension Fund Supervision at the Financial Services Authority, Bapak Ogi Prastomiono. We're honored to welcome you on the stage, Pak. Welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Direktur Utama Indonesia Re, Bapak Beni Wawuruntu, Bapak Ibu CEO, Direksi Eksekutif dari perusahaan-perusahaan asuransi yang hadir pada sore hari ini, para pembicara yang telah menyampaikan sharing isu-isu yang terkait dengan insurance. Pertama-tama saya ingin menyampaikan terima kasih, apresiasi kepada Indonesia Re yang telah menyelenggarakan Indonesia Re International Conference yang keempat, yang membahas isu-isu strategis di industri perasuransian. Dan ini align dengan apa yang dilakukan OJK sebagai regulators untuk insurance industry, bahwa kita sedang melakukan sebuah transformasi yang cukup masif dari regulasi, dari governance, risk management, permodalan, dan sebagainya, yang ini hanya bisa dilakukan secara bersama-sama. OJK tidak bisa berjalan sendiri untuk melakukan sebuah transformasi ini. Tujuannya adalah bagaimana industri perasuransian itu bisa berperan lebih produktif di dalam mengutilize opportunity Indonesia, ekonomi yang begitu besar dengan jumlah penduduk juga yang nomor 4 terbesar di dunia. Kita ingin mengutilize potensi itu yang sekarang ini masih sangat rendah. Jadi isu-isu tadi yang saya perhatikan itu sangat relevan dengan apa yang menjadi tujuan kita bersama. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, saya melihat dari acara tadi pagi sudah ada keynote speech dari beberapa orang yang penting, termasuk dari Parlemen, DPR Komisi 11 yang membawahi keuangan, jadi Bapak Misbakun, kemudian juga dari beberapa pembicara yang menyampaikan pesan yang sangat penting bagi industri perasuransian ini. Saya ingin menyampaikan beberapa hal yang mungkin relevan untuk kita simak, bahwa memang kalau kita lihat bagaimana pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia yang masih cukup baik, positif, meskipun tantangan global, geopolitik dan perang dagang, tarif dan sebagainya terus berjalan yang akan mengganggu pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia dan pada gilirannya nanti juga berdampak pada sektor jasa keuangan termasuk di insurance ya. Dan kita lihat dari berbagai pihak Global Economic Prospect dari World Bank juga telah mendowngrade pertumbuhan ekonomi global, termasuk juga Indonesia. Dan ini berdampak pada industri jasa keuangan, termasuk juga untuk asuransi. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, tantangan kita yang selalu saya sampaikan berulang kali dalam berbagai kesempatan, bahwa protection gap itu sangat besar di industri perasuransian, di mana isu terkait dengan natural catastrophic, terkait dengan mortality, cyber, health, retirement saving, itu menjadi isu saat ini dan ke depan. Bagaimana peran daripada insurance industry adalah narrowing the gap dari 5 area yang menjadi perhatian kita semuanya. Selain itu, dalam berbagai isu terkait dengan bagaimana peran industri perasuransian, pada prinsipnya ada 2 hal yang menjadi topik yang harus kita lakukan bersama-sama, bahwa bagaimana industri perasuransian itu memproteksi publik dalam berbagai risiko-risiko terhadap jiwa, kesehatan, kerugian, dan sebagainya. Di satu sisi di mana peran daripada industri perasuransi kita itu masih sangat kecil, penetration rate masih di bawah 3%, pertumbuhannya itu tidak lebih besar dari pertumbuhan ekonomi kita, sehingga penetration rate dari industri asuransi itu stagnan. Dari 10 tahun yang lalu ya tetap di bawah 3%. Upaya kita bersama-sama untuk meningkatkan bagaimana kontribusi dari industri asuransi kepada ekonomi kita. Di dalam RJPNN pemerintah 2025-2029 kita juga ditargetkan kontribusi total aset dari perusahaan asuransi terhadap GDP kita itu harus meningkat, sekarang itu sekitar 5%, nanti sekitar 10-11% di tahun 2029. Nah, upaya-upaya melalui pendalaman pasar, mengefisienkan industri, pengembangan produk inovasi baru menjadi tema penting ke depan untuk industri perasuransian kita. Yang kedua adalah perspektif bahwa industri perasuransian menjadi institutional investor untuk kegiatan ekonomi kita. Investasi yang dilakukan oleh perusahaan-perusahaan asuransi kita saat ini variasinya masih terbatas dan belum melakukan investasi pada produk-produk di capital market, sehingga dirasakan bahwa industri perasuransian itu belum mengambil peran dalam investasi di capital market. Nah, ini yang menjadi tantangan bagi kita semuanya. Regulasi-regulasi kita buat agar investasi yang dilakukan oleh Bapak Ibu sekalian itu punya variasi yang lebih luas. Kita telah melakukan relaksasi reksadana dengan komponen yang lebih bebas. Komponen daripada reksadananya yang dulu itu harus ada komponen SBN yang pada porsi tertentu, tapi kita sudah akan bebaskan. Kemudian juga investasi yang terkait dengan ETF emas yang sedang kita godok, di mana nanti Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa menginvestasikan pada ETF emas gold sebagai salah satu alternatif untuk investasi. Di lain pihak, kita juga menyadari bahwa ekosistem di industri perasuransian itu perlu kita benahi secara end-to-end. Jadi, dari mulai tadi perusahaan asuransi, kemudian itu ada perusahaan reasuransi, ya, kemudian lembaga profesi penunjang, itu juga bagian yang kita perlu diperbaiki. Regulasi-regulasi kita sudah keluarkan, ya, termasuk terakhir kita itu telah melaunching untuk database polis yang sekarang sudah kita tetapkan dan setiap perusahaan wajib menyampaikan informasi mengenai polis yang baru diterbitkan maupun yang sudah berakhir. Ini penting nanti untuk kalau program penjaminan polis itu berjalan, database Pak Ridwan ya sudah kita punya, tinggal nanti kebutuhannya seperti apa. Kita juga melaunching mengenai registrasi untuk agen asuransi. Dan kita menghitung ternyata agen asuransi itu kurang lebih berjumlah 350.000. Tadinya saya dapat laporan dari asosiasi ya, bahwa itu bisa mencapai 700.000 ya, tetapi setelah didaftarkan itu 350.000 ya. Jadi ada mungkin double counting, ada yang sudah mungkin tidak aktif, masih tercatat, tapi sebenarnya sudah tidak lagi sebagai agen asuransi. Nah, agen asuransi itu mempunyai registrasi number dan dia dibekali oleh QR code yang bisa diketahui oleh para konsumen, calon konsumen, pemegang polis tahu bahwa dia adalah agen asuransi yang terdaftar di OJK. Dan apabila terjadi hal-hal yang dianggap misconduct atau melakukan hal-hal yang tidak sesuai, maka agen asuransi itu bisa dibatalkan registrasinya atau di-freeze selama periode tertentu. Sehingga ini akan merubah behavior daripada agen asuransi yang sangat signifikan. Itu kita sudah keluarkan POJK-nya dan kita sudah punya database dari agen asuransi. Ke depan tadi Pak Cornelius juga sudah sampaikan mengenai broker. Broker ya nanti akan kita samakan juga. Ya, mereka akan sekarang itu daftarnya ada tapi di asosiasi, kemudian juga di OJK akan ada brokers itu mereka akan tercatat. Karena banyak kejadian di lapangan ternyata dia melakukan kegiatan brokerage tapi ternyata perusahaannya tidak terdaftar di OJK. Itu banyak kejadian yang dilaporkan kepada kami dan kita akan mengambil tindakan. Jadi ini adalah memperbaiki perilaku behavior daripada ekosistem industri perasuransian kita sehingga akan ada check and balance terhadap para pelaku usaha di sektor industri perasuransian. Dan ini menjadi bagian penting karena saya tadi dari MC my experience more in a banking industry for more than 30 years. Ya, tapi melihat ini perbandingan antara industri perbankan dengan insurance itu berbeda kita melakukan transformasinya. Dan saya melihat bahwa this is the right time kita melakukan transformasi. Ya, walaupun itu kita sedikit terlambat untuk melakukan itu. Sampai di ujungnya nanti saya akan komentari masalah bagaimana program penjaminan polis yang akan dilakukan dan ekspektasi daripada regulator supaya itu bisa menjadi suatu bagian dari ekosistem industri perasuransian. Ya. Nah, terkait dengan reasuransi industri, saya rasa tadi sudah banyak disampaikan bahwa kita pelaku usaha untuk reasuransi itu hanya 9 company dan penutupan asuransi di keluar dari Indonesia cukup besar sehingga defisit dari payment account kita itu cukup besar dan meningkat terus. Dan bagaimana kita meningkatkan kapasitas dan kapabilitas dari industri reasuransi Indonesia dari segi permodalan dan dari segi capability untuk menutup asuransi untuk penutupan pertanggungan yang bersifat kompleks. Jadi teman-teman dari Reas terus berupaya untuk meningkatkan kapasitas dan kapabilitasnya. Tentunya para pemegang saham harus bisa diyakini bahwa ini perlu permodalan yang kuat untuk sebuah reasuransi. Ya, jadi kita bisa kombinasi pengembangan daripada reasuransi domestik dengan mengundang global reasuransi untuk datang ke Indonesia. Ya, supaya mereka tertarik di Indonesia, tapi tidak mengambil porsi dari teman-teman reasuransi lokal terhadap bisnis yang telah ada. Ini kita coba OJK secara seimbang untuk bisa memperhatikan itu semuanya. Termasuk juga kita sedang juga mereview mengenai apakah kepemilikan asing dalam sebuah perusahaan asuransi itu tetap kita pertahankan. Jadi suatu tantangan bagi kita semuanya. Karena saya tahu di perbankan sejak krisis 98-99 kita ada program rekapitalisasi perbankan yang membutuhkan dana yang sangat besar pada saat itu 650 triliun. Tapi juga itu belum selesai sehingga meminta para pemegang saham untuk menambah modal dan akhirnya dibuka pasar bahwa kepemilikan asing untuk perusahaan bank di Indonesia itu dibuka sampai 99,9%. Yang menjadi pertanyaan saya itu kenapa kok asuransi dibatasi cuma 80%? Nah itu menjadi PR kita untuk bagaimana meningkatkan industri perasuransian ini bisa tumbuh dengan cepat. Ya, aspek-aspek terkait dengan permodalan, governance, risk management, produk itu juga diperbaiki. Nah itu kita juga ingin buka lebih lanjut. Ya, sehingga kalau seperti itu, bagaimana itu kapasitas dan juga kapabilitas industri perasuransi itu bisa lebih cepat berkembangnya. Itu yang sedang kita lakukan. Jadi kita memperhatikan isu-isu dari industri perasuransian termasuk reasuransi, bagaimana capacity perspektif, kapabilitas, kemudian juga connectivity perspektif, menjadi bagian yang tidak terpisahkan satu dengan yang lain. Ya. Beberapa isu terkait dengan transformasi yang kita sedang lakukan, pada intinya itu menyangkut masalah bagaimana peningkatan daripada permodalan atau ekuitas. Kadang-kadang saya ditanya di challenge, itu di negara-negara lain syarat untuk capital itu sangat rendah. Kenapa OJK mensyaratkan cukup tinggi gitu kira-kira gitu. Dengan POJK yang kita mensyaratkan nanti di tahun 2026 asuransi itu minimal 250 miliar ya ekuitas. Kemudian kalau di 2028 itu kita bagi menjadi dua, ekuitasnya yang 500 miliar minimum dan 1 triliun. Ya, untuk yang kita mempunyai two classification untuk insurance company yang kita sebut dengan KPPE 1 dan KPPE 2. Tapi kalau kita lihat insurance company di negara-negara lain itu modal di store-nya memang rendah, tapi ekuitasnya udah sangat besar, jauh lebih besar dari perusahaan asuransi di Indonesia. Karena memang pembukaan perusahaan asuransi baru itu relatively jarang atau tidak ada lagi. Tapi yang sudah ada itu bertumbuh dengan pesat. Nah, jadi kita akan meningkatkan itu secara bertahap. Dan masing-masing perusahaan asuransi telah menyampaikan bisnis plan-nya untuk pemenuhan permodalannya. Dan so far itu on track, ya, masih ada waktu 1,5 tahun untuk memenuhi syarat minimum ekuitas. Nah ini kita lakukan dengan konsisten dan kita akan terus memonitor pemenuhannya. Beberapa hal yang menjadi strategic direction untuk reasuransi industri terkait dengan bagaimana strategi meningkatkan kapasitas nasional, kemudian menarik premi reasuransi luar negeri menjadi dalam negeri, dan kemudian menahan premi dalam negeri melalui optimalisasi skema pool optimasi kapasitas nasional, dengan memprioritaskan skema dan co-reinsurance di antara perusahaan asuransi maupun reasuransi. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, tadi Pak Ridwan juga telah menyampaikan bahwa pemerintah melalui Undang-Undang P2SK ada kurang lebih 2 atau 3 inisiatif yang akan dilakukan mencakup dari upaya untuk melakukan resolusi terhadap perusahaan asuransi. Jadi untuk diketahui saat ini kalau ada perusahaan asuransi yang insolvent bermasalah, itu upaya untuk melakukan resolusi itu dilakukan di OJK. Ya, untuk melakukan apakah ini ada dilakukan upaya mencarikan strategic partner yang baru, penambahan modal, dan sebagainya itu di OJK. Kemudian kalau itu tidak dilakukan, maka itu akan dilakukan pencabutan izin usaha dan lalu proses likuidasi. Nah, kalau kita perhatikan resolusi yang dilakukan pada masa 2-3 tahun terakhir adalah kalau itu terjadi liability yang sangat tinggi, sementara aset daripada perusahaan itu sangat rendah, maka terjadi gap yang tinggi. Upaya yang dilakukan adalah bagaimana menurunkan liability-nya. Jadi kalau kita lihat penyelamatan asuransi Jiwasraya, penyelamatan untuk asuransi Bumi Putra misalnya itu adalah menurunkan liability-nya. Yaitu bagaimana melakukan restru terhadap polis atau penurunan nilai manfaat. Ya, rata-rata itu bisa 50%, 47%. Liability-nya turun. Lalu bagaimana itu menaikkan modalnya itu meminta kepada pemegang saham untuk meningkatkan permodalannya. Nah, aspek ini kurang bagaimana pertanggungjawaban kita kepada pemegang polis. Nah, kalau itu ada resolusi dengan konsep program penjaminan polis di situnya, maka itu menjadi ada alternatif penyelesaian yang lebih equal terhadap pemegang polis. Ini kesetaraan dengan dari perbankan, di mana perbankan itu ada resolusinya di situ. Di kita tidak ada. Kita hanya likuidasi tadi yang dijelaskan Pak Ridwan. Nah, itu yang kita ingin kita upayakan untuk bisa supaya industri ini secara end to end bisa dilakukan upaya-upaya yang bisa melindungi pemegang polis dan trust kepada industri ini akan meningkat. Nah, itu salah satu yang menjadi upaya kita untuk melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan. Yang kedua adalah mendorong pendalaman pasar. Yang sudah disampaikan adalah bagaimana ada compulsory insurance, ya insurance yang wajib ya, khususnya untuk third party liability, yang untuk kendaraan bermotor itu juga akan didorong untuk ditetapkan kebijakannya tahun ini ya. Beberapa hal yang mesti kita bersama-sama adalah bagaimana sosialisasi komunikasi kepada publik, kepada stakeholders ya. Ya, kita ambil contoh aja. Kira-kira 2 bulan, 3 bulan yang lalu OJK mengeluarkan surat edaran mengenai produk asuransi kesehatan. Sebenarnya aspek yang diperbaiki itu banyak sekali aspeknya. Tapi kita mendapat tanggapan mengenai penerapan co-payment. Ya, 10% atau maksimum 300.000 per event gitu. Tapi itu mendapat tantangan dan akhirnya itu harus dikaji kembali. Peraturannya itu dalam bentuk POJK dan skopnya diperluas menjadi penguatan ekosistem industri asuransi kesehatan. Ini positif tone-nya dari Parlemen Komisi 11 bahwa itu kita tingkatkan skopnya menjadi ekosistem asuransi kesehatan dan juga produk hukumnya itu adalah POJK. Nah, itu salah satu contoh di dalam upaya kita untuk memperbaiki reformasi di industri perasuransian. Bapak Ibu dan sekalian, sekali lagi terima kasih Pak Beni atas event ini dan juga para pembicara dan Bapak Ibu yang bisa hadir secara fisik, secara online juga saya dengar tadi juga ada yang ikut. Mudah-mudahan ini salah satu upaya untuk kita untuk melakukan transformasi perbaikan di industri perasuransian. Dan kami dari OJK komit untuk bisa
insightful and strategic remarks, but please remain on the stage. Of course, we'd like to appreciate you coming here today and sharing your thoughts with us. And we'd like to invite Bapak Beni Waworuntu as the President Director of Indonesia Re. Please do come and join us, Pak, on the stage to present a token of appreciation to Bapak Ogi Prastomyono. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've heard the remarks brought to you by Bapak Ogi here, as the message serves as a very valuable closing note and perfectly reinforcing our shared goals of collaboration, integrity, and sustainable growth across the sector. All right, but please do remain on the stage. Don't go anywhere just yet, because now we'd like to invite all of the Board of Directors of Indonesia Re to come and join us. And to Bapak Iwan Pasila, would you kindly also join us, Pak, up on the stage to take a group photo together? Welcome to all of our leaders today. Let's take our places at the stage and get ready for a picture. A little bit to your left, ladies and gentlemen. All right, big smiles to the camera. And 3, 2, 1. One more time. Let's put our hands up. All right, and 3, 2, 1. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Bapak Iwan Pasila, Bapak Ogi Prastomyono, thank you very much. To our Board of Directors of Indonesia Re, thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll let you back to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we'd like to take this moment to once again recognize and give a moment of gratitude to the generous support of our very kind sponsors. Once again, a sincere appreciation that goes to Aon Reinsurance Broker, Munich Re, Gallagher Re, part of IBES Group, Asia Reinsurance Broker, Guy Carpenter, Bosawa Asuransi, Care Technology, Umbra, Bank BTN Syariah, and Bank Mandiri. Of course, for all of your support in making this conference happen, again, we thank you for you being the supportive partner you are. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw close to the Indonesia Re International Conference 2025, let us take a moment to reflect on all of the valuable insights that we have reached together, the meaningful connections we have forged under the theme of empowering downstream growth in the financial sector, advancing the insurance industry through strategic collaboration. Today, together, we have been reaffirmed that the future of our industry will be shaped by our willingness to collaborate, to innovate, to adapt, and we have seen how strategic partnerships between insurers, regulators, and technology enablers can actually unlock new markets, can strengthen the resilience, and can expand the financial protection for more people and businesses. And this discussion today that we have followed together has reminded us that sustainable growth is built on trust, robust risk management, and a shared commitment to progress. Now, through the open dialogue and the knowledge sharing session, ladies and gentlemen, we together have laid a groundwork for a stronger ecosystem, one where healthy competition and also collaboration go hand in hand driving us all forward. And it is clear that there will be no single entity that can thrive in isolation, because our greatest potential really lies in our ability to lift each other up. Now, as we leave this conference, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all of you to carry the spirit of partnership into your daily work. Let us continue to build bridges, exchange ideas, and champion innovations, and secure a more resilient and also inclusive future for Indonesia's financial and insurance sectors. I am hopeful that this conference will be remembered not only as a gathering of industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who are joining us here today, but as a catalyst for a real action, the action that will empower the downstream growth and expand protection. Allow me to close this conference today with a quote that speaks to our purpose today and the road ahead. Reinsurance is not just about sharing risk. It is about multiplying strength. Alone, we insure risk, but together, we ensure progress. Thank you once again. I'm Sasha Lauder. Safe travels home, everybody, and onward for greater collaboration. Selamat sore. Terima kasih. Good afternoon.